Chapter 1 Shu Fan, Let Us Break Up. On a midsummer afternoon, the sun was like melted gold, generously pouring down on the tree-lined avenue of Jiangcheng University. However, this hot warmth could not dispel the chill in Shu Fan's heart. Standing in front of him was his girlfriend, Lu Feifei, who was wearing delicate makeup and a designer dress. Once upon a time, the tenderness and admiration in her eyes were the light of Shu Fan's entire college life. But now, in those beautiful eyes, there was only undisguised contempt and impatience. Shu Fan, let's break up. Lu Feifei's voice was not loud, but it was like an icy awl, piercing Shu Fan's heart. Shu Fan's lips moved, his throat was so dry that it hurt. He thought he had heard it wrong, or it was just another quarrel. Feifei, why? Aren't we doing fine? Have I been busy with my part-time job recently and neglected you? He tried to hold her hand, the hand he had held for 2 whole years. Lu Feifei took a step back as if she had received an electric shock, avoiding his touch. She looked at Shu Fan's outstretched hand with disgust, the thin calluses on it from carrying goods for a long time seemed so glaring at the moment. All right? Lu Feifei sneered, her tone suddenly rising, attracting the attention of many passing students. Shu Fan, can you sober up a little? Look at what you are wearing now. A washed-out t-shirt that costs less than 100 yuan. Look at your cell phone. The screen is broken like a spider web. How long have you been using it? 3 years, right? She seemed to be accusing, and also seemed to be venting long pent-up dissatisfaction. It's my birthday next week, and my bestie's boyfriend gave her the latest Prada bag, which costs more than 20,000 yuan. What about you? Besides taking me to eat the cheap spicy hot pot at the school gate, what else can you give me? The pointing and whispering around him were like countless fine needles, piercing Shu Fan's self-esteem. He felt a burning pain on his cheeks, more scorching than the summer sun. He wanted to defend himself, to say that he was working hard, and that everything would be fine once he graduated and found a good job. But these words seemed so pale and powerless under Lu Feifei's cold gaze. Future? Shu Fan, what can you give me for my future? Lu Feifei's tone was full of sarcasm. Use your part-time salary of 15,000 yuan a month? Or use your family background in that remote small county? I've had enough. I don't want to live this kind of hard life with you that I can see the end of at a glance. At this moment, a piercing roar of an engine came from far away. A fiery red Porsche 911 stopped steadily on the side of the road, the scissor doors slowly rose, and a young man wearing a fashionable brand and with shiny hair walked down. Wang Song, a well-known rich second generation in the school, is also a pursuer who has always been very attentive to Lu Feifei. Feifei, why are you wasting time talking to a poor guy like this? Wang Song came over lazily and glanced at Shu Fan with contempt, as if he was looking at a piece of trash on the side of the road. He naturally put his arm around Lu Feifei's waist, and the latter didn't resist at all, but instead leaned obediently in his arms. Brother Song, why are you here? Lu Feifei's voice instantly became charming and gentle, completely different from her previous harsh voice. I'm here to pick you up, baby. Wang Song took out an exquisite velvet box from his pocket and opened it in front of Lu Feifei. Here, this is for you, a 4-leaf clover necklace from Van Cleef Arpels. Do you like it? The dazzling diamond light made Shu Fan's eyes hurt. There were sounds of people gasping for air all around. Oh my god, isn't that a classic model from Van Cleef Arpels? It must be over 30,000. Master Wang is so generous. Lu Feifei is so lucky. That guy is so pitiful, he was confronted. Shu Fan felt that all the blood in his body rushed to his head. He stared at Lu Feifei, his voice trembling with anger. So, this is the reason why you broke up? Lu Feifei put on the necklace, touched it happily, and then looked at Shu Fan with a condescending look. Shu Fan, people must learn to face reality. What you can give me, Songgu can give me with just a flick of his finger. We are no longer people from the same world. Wang Song sneered at the side, and took out a thick stack of 100 yuan bills from the car, at least 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. He walked up to Shu Fan and slapped Shu Fan's face with the stack of money. His movements were full of insults. Poor bastard, did you hear me? It is important for people to know themselves. Take this money, and consider it as the breakup fee I give you, and also as the reward for your hard work in playing with me for the past 2 years. Wang Song's mouth opened into a nasty smile. Oh, no, it's you who took advantage of our Feifei for 2 years, you should give me money. But forget it, I am generous and will reward you. Take the money and get out of here, and don't bother Feifei again. The red banknotes, like snowflakes with sharp blades, scraped Shu Fan's cheek and then scattered all over the ground. The laughter around Lu Feifei's eyes that were cold but with a hint of satisfaction, and Wang Sung's arrogant expression, were like a slow-motion movie, playing over and over in Shu Fan's mind. His body was stiff, his limbs were cold, and he didn't even have the strength to bend down and pick up the rewards on the ground. That was his dignity, which was mercilessly trampled underfoot and crushed to pieces. He didn't know how he left, like a walking corpse, with hallucinatory laughter filling his ears. He returned to his crowded four-person dormitory in a daze, while the other three roommates were out playing. The dormitory was stuffy and quiet. Only the old fan above his head was turning weakly, making a creaking sound, as if mocking his embarrassment. Shu Fan fell headfirst onto his hard bed and covered his head with the quilt. Humiliation, anger, unwillingness, despair, all these emotions were like a flood that burst its dam and instantly engulfed him. Why? Just because he was poor, his 2 years of sincere efforts were worthless? Just because he was poor, his dignity could be trampled on by anyone? Money, can money really decide everything? Shu Fan clenched his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into his palms, causing waves of pain. He hated it. He hated Lu Feifei's materialism and ruthlessness, hated Wang Sung's arrogance and domineering, and hated himself for being powerless. If he had money. Once this thought arose, it instantly occupied his entire mind like a wild weed. Just when his emotions were fluctuating to the extreme and he was about to collapse, a cold, mechanical voice without any emotion suddenly sounded in his mind. The host's strong emotional fluctuations are detected, which meets the binding requirements of the unlimited consumption cashback system. The system is binding. 10%. 50%. 99%. Ding. System binding successful. Welcome, host Shu Fan. From this moment on, your life will completely change. Shu Fan suddenly sat up from the bed and looked around in confusion. The dormitory was empty. Where did the sound come from? An illusion? Host, do not panic. This system acts directly on your consciousness level, and only you can perceive it. This system is designed to help the host experience the ultimate life, and its core function is cashback on consumption. Novice period function description: any money you spend will be returned to your system bank account at 10 times the amount. Shu Fan's heart started beating wildly and he pinched himself hard, it hurt a lot. This is not a dream. Cashback for consumption? 10 times? His breathing became rapid and there was a hint of madness in his eyes. To help the host start, the system specially distributes a novice gift package. The starting capital of 100,000 yuan has been deposited into your personal bank card with the last number 6688. Please check. Almost at the same time, Shu Fan's old mobile phone with a broken screen vibrated and a bank text message popped up on the screen. Dear customer, 100,000 renminbi was credited to your savings account 6688 at 15:32 p.m., and the current balance is 100,231 renminbi and 50 cents. Looking at the long string of zeros in the text message, Shu Fan's eyes instantly widened and his breathing stopped. The remaining 231.5 yuan was all the money he had saved for next month's food by living frugally. And now, there are 100,000 more in front. All this is true. Chapter 2: Try it for $1. 100,000. This figure is an astronomical sum of money for a poor student who has only 800 yuan for living expenses per month and needs to work part-time to earn tuition. Shu Fan stared at the text message on the phone screen, repeatedly confirming the thrilling number. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. That's right, 100,000. His heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand, and then suddenly loosened, beating so wildly that it almost jumped out of his throat. System, is this true? He muttered to himself, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. All functions of this system are real and effective. The cold mechanical voice sounded again, with an unquestionable certainty. Shu Fan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He was not a person who indulged in fantasy. Years of poverty had made him cautious and suspicious. When this novel-like thing happened to him, his first reaction was not ecstasy, but incredible vigilance. Could this be some new type of telecommunications fraud? He immediately opened his mobile banking app. The old phone had poor performance and took a full half-minute to load the interface. When he entered his password and saw the account balance clearly showing 100,231.50, his last doubts disappeared. The money really arrived. An hour ago, he was still in agony because his dignity was trampled upon by money. An hour later, he had a wealth that he had never imagined. This dramatic change made Shu Fan a little dazed for a moment. He sat on the edge of the bed in a daze, the system's words echoing in his mind. Any amount of money spent will be returned 10 times the amount. The temptation of this sentence is thousands of times greater than the 100,000 yuan startup capital. This means that the 100,000 yuan is not the end, but just a beginning. It is like a magical seed. As long as you consume and water it, you can grow a steady stream of money. This realization made Chu Fan's breathing become hot again. He thought of Wang Xung's arrogance when he threw money at his face, and the happy yet contemptuous look in Lu Feifei's eyes when she put on the Van Cleef Arpels necklace. Once upon a time, these images were sharp swords that pierced his dignity. But now, they seem to have turned into some kind of ridiculous drama. A necklace worth $30,000? If she spent 30,000 yuan, she could get 300,000 yuan back. The luxury item that seemed out of reach to her was just a drop in the bucket of future wealth for her. An unprecedented wonderful feeling rose in Chu Fan's heart. It was a sense of calmness that transcended anger and humiliation, as if he was standing in the clouds and overlooking a clown show. Calm down, you must stay calm. Chu Fan kept reminding himself. He forced himself not to think about revenge or slapping someone in the face, as those were still too far away. The most urgent task was to verify whether this cashback function was real. What if this 100,000 yuan is the only gift from the system, and it will be gone once it is spent? What if the so-called 10 times cash back is just a blank check that cannot be cashed? He had to try it himself. But how to try? Go to luxury stores and spend a lot of money? No, that's too ostentatious. He is still a poor student, and suddenly becoming rich will bring countless troubles and suspicions. Moreover, if the cashback is fake, then the money will really be wasted. He needed the most reliable, inconspicuous, and lowest-cost testing method. The stuffy air in the dormitory made his mouth dry. He glanced at the empty water bottle on the table and his heart moved. Got it. Go buy a bottle of water from the vending machine downstairs. As soon as this idea came up, Chu Fan felt extremely comfortable. A bottle of water, $3. If the cashback was real, he would get $30. He lost $3 and got $30, a net profit of $27. If the cashback was fake, he would only lose 3 yuan, which was completely acceptable to him with 100,000 yuan in his card. This is the perfect test. Thinking of this, Chu Fan could no longer sit still. He jumped off the bed, and because of the violent movement, he even felt dizzy. He grabbed the broken phone, took a deep breath, and walked out of the dormitory quickly. The dormitory corridor was empty in the afternoon, with only his footsteps echoing. With every step he took, his heart beat faster. He felt that he was not going to buy a bottle of water, but to open a whole new world. The door to this world was hidden behind the cold vending machine. The vending machine is located in the lobby on the first floor of the dormitory building. Chu Fan walked to the machine and looked at the dazzling array of drinks in the glass window, his eyes finally fixed on the cheapest mineral water. Price, 2 yuan. Much safer, he thought. With trembling hands, he opened the payment app on his phone and pointed it at the QR code on the vending machine. Drop. A crisp sound. The payment success interface pops up. You have successfully paid 2 yuan. Bang. A bottle of mineral water fell from the delivery port. Chu Fan bent down and picked up the water. The cold touch of the bottle made him sober up instantly. He did not drink the water immediately, but stared at the screen of his mobile phone, his heart in his throat. Is it coming? Will cashback come? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to be infinitely stretched, and every second seemed as long as a century. Just when he was about to give up and think that this was all just an illusion, a new notification suddenly popped up on the top of the phone screen. Not a bank message. It was an app notification with a golden icon that he had never seen before. System bank reminder, your system account received a cashback of 20 yuan at 16:02 p.m., and the current balance is 20 yuan. Boom! It was as if fireworks exploded in Chu Fan's mind. It worked. It really worked. Spend $2 and get 20 back. 10 times the cash back, no difference. He was so excited that he was shaking all over and almost squeezed the water in his hands to pieces. But new problems arise. System account? What is this? Why wasn't the money directly returned to my bank card? He asked anxiously in his heart. The system bank is an independent financial space exclusive to this system. It is absolutely safe and cannot be tracked by any means in the real world. The host can withdraw funds in the system bank to any personal bank account you have bound at any time without a trace. The withdrawal process cannot be tracked either, and the source is absolutely legal. Do you want to withdraw 20 yuan to your bank card ending with 6,688 immediately? Withdraw cash. Withdraw cash immediately. Shu Fan shouted in his heart without hesitation. Withdrawal instruction has been confirmed. Almost as soon as the thought came to his mind, his cell phone vibrated again. This time, it was the familiar bank SMS notification. Dear customer, 20 renminbi was credited to your savings account 6688 at 16:03 p.m., and the current balance is 100,249 renminbi and 50 cents. After reading this text message, Shu Fan no longer had any doubts. He unscrewed the bottle cap and took a big gulp of ice-cold mineral water. The water flowed down his throat into his stomach, extinguishing the heat and completely calming his confused thoughts. Shu Fan is really different from today on. A crazy and bold idea began to grow uncontrollably in his mind. His eyes became hot as he looked at the imported drinks in the vending machine that were priced at $5, $6, or even $10. Buy a bottle of water for $2 and make $18. What if I buy a bottle for $10? No, the pattern is small. What if you buy all the drinks in this machine? There are probably hundreds of bottles of drinks in this vending machine, with a total value estimated to be around 1,000 yuan. If you buy all of them and spend 1,000, you can get a cashback of 10,000. The thought made his heart beat faster, but he quickly shook his head. No, it would be too conspicuous. It would be too strange for one person to buy out the drinks in the entire vending machine. It would definitely attract other people's attention. Keep a low profile, you must keep a low profile. Shu Fan warned himself again. Money must be spent, but it must be spent reasonably and not let anyone suspect you. He looked at his bank card balance again. 100,000 yuan. For him in the past, this was a huge sum of money, but for him now, it is just a lever that can pry open millions of wealth. What he needs to do is to spend the 100,000 yuan as quickly and reasonably as possible. The more you spend, the more you earn. So, where should the first big expense be spent? Shu Fan couldn't help but think of his old cell phone with a screen cracked into a spider web. It is like a symbol, symbolizing one's past poverty and embarrassment. It's time to say goodbye to the past. Get a new phone. As this thought came to mind, Shu Fan's eyes became extremely determined. He turned around, strode out of the dormitory building, and headed towards the commercial street outside the school. The sunlight shone on him, stretching his shadow very long, as if foreshadowing the beginning of a brand new life. Chapter 3 Sir, we don't accept waste here. The commercial street outside the south gate of Jiangcheng University is the most prosperous area in the entire university town. Tea shops, snack stands, clothing stores, and several mobile phone service centers are bustling with people, full of the hustle and bustle of youth and vitality. Shu Fan's target was clear the brand's mobile phone flagship store located in the most conspicuous position on the street corner. The store is elegantly decorated, with huge glass walls that are spotlessly clean. The soft lights inside make each brand new mobile phone look like a work of art. In the past, every time Shu Fan passed by here, he would just take a quick glance, then lower his head in inferiority and walk away quickly. The price tags inside, to him, were numbers from another world. But today, he straightened his back and walked in calmly as a consumer for the first time. The store was well air-conditioned, dispelling the heat outside. Several salesmen in uniform were enthusiastically introducing products to customers. Shu Fan glanced around the store. His washed-out old t-shirt and cheap jeans made him look a little out of place among the fashionable student couples. Immediately, a young female salesperson noticed him. She looked Shu Fan up and down, especially when she saw the old mobile phone with a broken screen in his hand. The professional enthusiasm in her eyes quickly cooled down, replaced by a barely perceptible contempt. Classmate, just take a look around. Call me if you need anything. She said this in a flat tone, then turned around to entertain another couple who seemed to have more purchasing power, and a warm smile immediately appeared on her face again. This kind of differential treatment, if it had happened in the past, would have been enough to make Shu Fan feel uneasy, and even make him turn away in shame. But now Shu Fan's mentality is completely different. He just smiled faintly and didn't care at all. He knew that the other party's reaction was normal. This world is so realistic, people are used to judging people by appearance. Compared with the humiliation brought to him by Lu Feifei and Wang Song, this little neglect is not worth mentioning. He even found it a bit interesting, like a king going on a secret visit, observing the various behaviors of his subjects with great interest. His eyes fell on the newly released flagship model on the central booth. It had a streamlined body, a large high-definition screen, and a staggering price tag of 8,999 yuan. Nearly 9,000 yuan, which is almost his living expenses for the past year. This is it. Chu Fan made the decision in his heart. Not only does he want to buy it, he also wants to buy the highest configuration version. He waved to a male salesperson who looked more relaxed and was playing with his cell phone. The male salesperson looked up and saw Chu Fan. He also had no enthusiasm on his face and walked over lazily. What's the matter? Hello, I want to see this phone. Chu Fan pointed to the flagship phone. Oh, the latest Pro Max, the top version with 1 terabyte memory, is priced at 12,999. The male salesperson quoted a higher price, with a hint of testing in his tone, as if to say, can you afford it? He has seen too many students like this. They have little money in their pockets, but like to come to the store to play with the latest mobile phones to satisfy their vanity. In the end, they ask a lot of questions but end up buying nothing. Okay, this is it. Get me a new one, I want it now. Chu Fan's answer was crisp and clear, without any hesitation. The male salesman was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Chu Fan to agree so readily. He looked at Chu Fan again with suspicion and began to wonder. Could it be that I made a mistake? Is he a low-key rich second generation? Okay, sir, what color do you need? His attitude was a little more polite, but still a little tentative. Dark night purple. Chu Fan said casually. Okay, sir, would you like to pay by swiping a card or scanning a QR code? The male salesperson asked as he prepared to go to the warehouse to pick up the goods. He felt it necessary to make one final confirmation. Just then, a sharp and harsh voice came from the side. Hey, Xiao Zhang, what are you arguing with this guy for? Can't you see I'm too busy here? The person who spoke was the female salesperson who had just neglected Chu Fan. Next to her was a couple. The boy seemed to be dissatisfied with a certain function of the mobile phone, and she was trying hard to explain it. The male salesperson named Xiao Zhang quickly said, Sisterly, this gentleman wants to buy a top-of-the-line Pro Max. Buy? Him? The saleswoman named Wang Li sneered, not disguising her contempt. She raised her voice to make sure that several people in the store could hear her. Xiao Zhang, you're new here, right? Can you open your eyes? Does he look like someone who can afford a phone worth more than 10,000 yuan? Don't waste your time. He's just here to use the air conditioning. Her words were extremely harsh, and the eyes of several customers around were immediately focused on Chu Fan, with a look of scrutiny and anticipation. Xiao Zhang's face was also a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Wang Li to say it so decisively and show no mercy in front of the customers. Chu Fan's face darkened. He may not care about being ignored by others, but he cannot tolerate this kind of humiliation being pointed at his nose. Do you think I can't afford it? Chu Fan looked at Wang Li coldly. Wang Li's heart skipped a beat when she saw his cold eyes, but she was emboldened by his cheap clothes. She crossed her arms and raised her chin, saying sarcastically, It's not like that. I just can't afford it. Classmate, if you really want to buy it, I recommend you go to the second-hand mobile phone store across the street. It's more suitable for you. We are a high-end flagship store and we don't accept junk, whether it's an old mobile phone or... She didn't finish her words, but the meaning in her eyes was obvious. Sisterly. Xiao Zhang couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to speak up to stop it. Shut up. Wang Li glared at him, then continued to say to Chu Fan, What? Are you not convinced? If you can buy this phone from me today, I, Wang Li, will apologize to you in front of everyone in the store. She was certain that Chu Fan was just trying to be brave and said such things on purpose, just to embarrass Chu Fan and make him leave in disgrace. Chu Fan laughed out of anger. He originally just wanted to buy a mobile phone quietly, but he didn't expect that there would always be people rushing to provide material to embarrass him. Okay, that's what you said. Chu Fan's tone was terrifyingly calm. You don't have to go get it. Just give me this display machine. I'm too lazy to wait. Exhibition machine? Wang Li was stunned and then laughed even harder. Ha, I am dying of laughter. You even want a display machine? How can you be so unreasonable? The display machine is also the original price, and it has been touched by so many people, the system is not pure anymore. A poor guy is a poor guy, he doesn't even have this common sense. There was also a burst of low laughter coming from the surroundings. Chu Fan ignored her sarcasm and said directly to the male salesperson named Xiao Zhang, "Open the invoice, I will pay now." Xiao Zhang looked at Wang Li hesitantly. Wang Li crossed her arms, with an expression of watching a good show. "Open it. Open it for him. I want to see where he can get 13,000 yuan from. If he can't pay later, call the police and say he is causing trouble and affecting our business." She had already made up her mind that she must make Chu Fan look bad in public today. "Sir, are you sure?" Xiao Zhang asked in a low voice. He felt that the situation was about to get out of control. "Sure." Chu Fan nodded. "Okay." Xiao Zhang walked to the counter and started operating the system. "Sir, the total is 12,999 yuan. How would you like to pay?" The eyes of the entire store were focused on Chu Fan at this moment. Wang Li even had a sneer on her face, with her arms crossed over her chest, as if she was waiting for a good show. Chu Fan didn't say anything. He took out his wallet from his pocket. It was an old wallet that had been used for several years and the corners were worn out. The mockery on Wang Li's face became even stronger. But the next second everyone was stunned. Chu Fan slowly took out a bank card from his wallet, and then took out a stack, and another stack of cash. He placed stacks of brand new, consecutively numbered $100 bills neatly on the counter. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. He seemed to be buying vegetables in the market instead of buying a mobile phone. When he counted out 13 thick stacks, which amounted to 13,000 yuan in cash, and gently pushed them in front of Xiao Zhang, the entire mobile phone store instantly fell into silence. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes were as wide as bells, staring at the small mountain of red banknotes on the counter. The strong visual impact made all the voices of ridicule and doubt stop abruptly in an instant. Chapter 4. Let me explain. Dead silence. The silence was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The soft background music in the flagship store seemed to have been paused by this astonishing scene. The 13,000 yuan in brand new cash on the counter glowed an alluring red under the light, like a burning flame, scorching the eyes of everyone present. The male salesman opened his mouth wide, staring blankly at the pile of money in front of him. His mind was blank. He had been doing sales for a while and had seen all kinds of customers, but he had never seen anyone casually spend more than 10,000 yuan in cash just to buy a mobile phone like this. Who carries so much cash with them these days? What's more, it came from the hands of a young man who looked so simple and even shabby. The contrast is too great. The expression of Wang Li, the saleswoman who had been so arrogant and mean just now, was even more amazing at this moment. The sneer and contempt on her face had completely frozen, replaced by a mixture of shock, astonishment, and disbelief. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she had been slapped in the face by an invisible slap, burning with pain. How is that possible? How could this poor student wearing cheap clothes take out more than 10,000 yuan in cash? Is it counterfeit money? As soon as this thought came to her mind, she rejected it. How could so many new banknotes with serial numbers and the unique smell of bank ink be fake? The harsh words she had just said were like loud slaps in her face. Do you think he looks like someone who can afford a cell phone worth more than 10,000 yuan? I recommend you go to the second-hand mobile phone store across the street. If you can buy it today, I will apologize to you in front of everyone in the store. Every word became a cruel mockery of herself. The customers around also recovered from their initial shock and looked at Wang Li with amusement and ridicule in their eyes. TSK, that slap on the face was really loud. Just now I called him a poor fellow, but he didn't even blink an eye. This is what it means to be a real person. Some people just look down on others. Although the discussion was small, it reached Wang Li's ears word for word, making her face turn from red to white and then to blue in a brilliant way. After Chu Fan pushed the money over, he looked at Wang Li leisurely, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. He didn't say anything, but the meaning in his eyes was more hurtful than any words. What? You don't recognize money? Chu Fan's tone was calm. Or do you need a money detector to help you confirm it? Xiao Zhang was awakened by Chu Fan's voice. He quickly came to his senses and looked at the pile of money with his hands shaking. No need, sir. His attitude changed 180 degrees and became extremely respectful, even with a hint of flattery. I will handle the formalities for you right away. Please wait a moment. He began to count the cash and issue the invoice in a hurry. Wang Li's face looked extremely ugly. She stood there, not knowing whether to leave or stay, feeling like a clown being publicly executed. She wanted to say something to save face, like how having a few bucks wasn't a big deal, but when the words came to her lips and she saw the glaring pile of cash, she just couldn't say it. In the face of absolute financial strength, any pale words would only make her look more ridiculous. Shu Fan turned his gaze to her again and said calmly, "What did you say just now? What would happen if I bought you?" Wang Li's body trembled violently and her face turned pale in an instant. Apologize. She just said with her own mouth that she would apologize to Chu Fan in front of everyone in the store. Asking her to apologize to a poor bastard whom she had just humiliated? This would be more painful than killing her. Wang Li's lips trembled, and she couldn't say a word. She looked around for help, hoping that someone could help her say something, but all she met were eyes that looked like they were watching a good show. The couple who had been entertaining customers with her before also quietly distanced themselves from her, fearing that they would get into trouble. What? You want to cheat? Shu Fan's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable sense of oppression. I was just joking, classmate, don't take it seriously. Wang Li forced a smile that was uglier than crying, trying to get away with it. Are you kidding? Shu Fan sneered, when you humiliated me just now, you didn't seem to be joking. Every expression on your face and every word you said was full of malice. Now, you tell me you are joking? His voice suddenly turned cold. I hate it most when people play this kind of joke on me. You have to apologize today whether you want to or not. Wang Li was frightened by his powerful aura and took a step back, her face pale. Only then did she realize that the young man in front of her was not a soft persimmon that could be easily manipulated. At this time, the store manager came out of the office after hearing the news. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Seeing the cash on the counter and the tense atmosphere, he immediately guessed about 70% of the situation. What's going on? The store manager asked in a deep voice. Xiao Zhang immediately repeated what had happened to the store manager in a low voice. The store manager's face turned pale after hearing this. He glared at Wang Li fiercely. This person is more likely to cause trouble than to help. If they offended such a greedy god of wealth, how would their store's reputation be preserved? He immediately put on a warm smile, walked quickly to Chu Fan, and handed him his business card with both hands. Hello, sir. I am Li Ming, the manager of our store. I am truly sorry. It was my employee who was blind and looked down on you and offended you. I apologize to you on her behalf. As he said this, he actually bowed deeply to Chu Fan. Wang Li. What are you still standing there for? Come here and apologize to this gentleman. Li Ming turned around and shouted at Wang Li. Wang Li shuddered, knowing that she could not escape this test today. Between work and face, she finally chose the former. She walked up to Chu Fan with heavy steps, lowered her head and said in a voice as quiet as a mosquito, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Louder. Haven't you eaten? Chu Fan said expressionlessly. Wang Li's body trembled again, tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes. She gritted her teeth, took a deep breath and almost yelled, I'm sorry. I was too short-sighted. Please forgive me. After shouting this, she felt like all the strength in her body had been drained away. There was silence all around, and everyone was stunned by this dramatic scene. Chu Fan looked at her like this, and finally let out the anger in his heart. He was not a person who would not let others off even if they were right, and he would just do it as long as his goal was achieved. Okay. He said 2 words calmly, and then said to Xiao Zhang, give me the phone and the invoice. Okay, sir. Xiao Zhang had already neatly packed all the things into a delicate shopping bag and handed it to him with both hands. Sir, here's your new phone, and the change for 1 yuan. Chu Fan took the shopping bag but didn't take the $1. He just casually said to Xiao Zhang, good service. Here's $1 as a reward. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind a crowd of people with complicated and awe-inspiring looks. It was not until Chu Fan's figure disappeared at the door that the atmosphere in the store came back to life. Store manager Li Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted at Wang Li, your bonus for this month will be deducted. Write me a 10,000-word self-review. If you do it again, you'll be kicked out. Wang Li looked ashen and couldn't utter a word. The salesman named Xiao Zhang, holding the $1 coin, looked in the direction Chu Fan left, his eyes full of envy and excitement. He knew that he not only sold a top-of-the-line mobile phone today and received a high commission, but more importantly, he saw what a true wealthy person was. The sunlight outside the mobile phone store was still dazzling, but Chu Fan felt extremely comfortable. Everything that happened in the store just now was like a hearty game to him. It was such a great feeling to completely crush the other person's pride with the thing that the other person was most proud of. Ding! The host has successfully completed a face-slapping behavior, causing multiple people to have strong emotional fluctuations, and the shock value is 125 points. Shock value can be exchanged for special items or abilities in the system mall, which is not yet unlocked. The new system prompt sound cheered Chu Fan up. You can get shock points by slapping someone in the face? This system is really humane. Just then, his brand new cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Chu Fan opened the call. From the other end of the line came a voice that he would never forget in his life, with a crying and aggrieved tone. Chu Fan, Wu, please listen to my explanation. It's Lu Fei Fei. Chapter 5 give you a chance to chase me again. Chu Fan, Wu, please listen to my explanation. Lu Feifei's voice came through the brand new receiver, with a deliberately created tone of crying and grievance, so clear that it seemed as if it was right next to her ear. Chu Fan paused for a moment, a playful sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. Explain? What's there to explain? He could almost imagine the tearful look on Lu Feifei's face on the other end of the phone. When they broke up, she didn't feel a bit wronged, only mean and resolute. How long has it been since then? His attitude has taken a 180-degree turn. It was obvious that someone must have told her what happened in the mobile phone store. The university town was so small that news spread faster than the wind. What do you need to explain? Chu Fan's tone was flat and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. It was as if he was talking to an unrelated stranger. The more he acted like this, the more flustered Lu Feifei on the other end of the phone became. I'm sorry, Chu Fan, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Lu Feifei cried even louder. She said anxiously, I didn't break up with you because of money, it wasn't. I was deceived by Wang Song. He threatened me that if I didn't break up with you, he would find someone to deal with you. Oh? Really? Chu Fan chuckled. This was a really bad excuse. It's true. Chu Fan, you have to believe me. Lu Feifei's tone was extremely sincere, as if she herself believed this set of rhetoric. He said that his family is powerful, and if you pester me again, he will make it impossible for you to stay in Jiangcheng University, and even prevent you from graduating. I had to break up with you cruelly in order to protect you. In fact, there has always been only you in my heart. If this tearful confession had happened in the past, Chu Fan might have really softened his heart, or even been deeply moved. But now, when Chu Fan heard it, he only felt it was extremely ironic and ridiculous. To protect me? To protect me, so you can seamlessly fall into someone else's arms? To protect me, you accepted the necklace worth more than 30,000 yuan with a clear conscience? To protect me, so when Wang Song hit me in the face with money, you stood aside indifferently, even with a hint of satisfaction in your eyes? This woman's face is thicker than a city wall. Then were you also forced when you accepted the necklace from him? Chu Fan asked indifferently. The person on the other end of the phone choked noticeably. Lu Feifei seemed to have not expected Chu Fan to be so direct. She quickly defended herself, that was just a delaying tactic. I pretended to obey him to steady him because I was afraid he would harm you. Chu Fan, I did all this for you. Where are you now? Can we meet? I'll explain everything to you in person. No need. Chu Fan refused directly, we have broken up. Your business has nothing to do with me. Whether I am living a good life or not, I don't need you to protect me. Chu Fan. Lu Feifei's tone became sharp, with a hint of disbelief. How could you do this to me? I have given so much for you, are you blaming me? Chu Fan was almost laughing at her confusing right and wrong logic. I blame you? Why should I blame you? I have to thank you. Chu Fan's tone was full of teasing. Thank you for letting me see your true face, and thank you for letting me meet someone better. Better? Who is it? Lu Feifei's voice was instantly filled with vigilance and jealousy. Is it that vixen Su Muqing? I've known for a long time that she's interested in you. Chu Fan, how could you do this? It's only been a short time since we broke up, and you're already hooking up with another woman? She completely put herself in the position of a victim who had been betrayed and questioned Chu Fan with confidence. Chu Fan completely lost his patience to talk nonsense with her. Talking one more word to such people is a waste of your life. Are you mentally ill? Chu Fan spat out 6 words coldly. Don't bother me again in the future, otherwise I'm not sure whether Wang Song will deal with you. After saying that, he hung up the phone and added the number to his blacklist. The world suddenly became quiet. Xu Fan let out a long sigh, and the slight unhappiness that had just been aroused by Lu Feifei also disappeared. His mentality now is no longer that of a teenager who would worry about gains and losses because of a few sweet words from girls. Money brings not only the confidence to spend, but also an unprecedented self-confidence and calmness. He began to examine his actions just now. I spent 13,000 yuan to buy a mobile phone. According to the system's rules, he should be able to get a cashback of 130,000. He immediately recited in his mind and opened the system interface. Sure enough, a golden virtual panel appeared in his field of vision. Host, Xu Fan. System bank balance, 130,000 yuan. Shock value, 125 points. Current consumption cashback rate, 10 times. System prompt, you spent 12,999 yuan this time, and 129,990 yuan has been successfully rebated to the system bank. You appreciated the waiter 1 yuan, and 10 yuan has been successfully rebated. The total rebate is 130,000 yuan. 130,000. Looking at this number, Xu Fan's heart began beating faster again. He hadn't spent much of the 100,000 yuan in startup capital, and now he had an additional 130,000 yuan. This speed of making money is even faster than a money printing machine. Withdraw cash. Xu Fan muttered to himself. He wanted to see what it would feel like to see the numbers in his bank card continue to grow. Withdrawal instruction confirmed. This withdrawal is 130,000 yuan. Byte. The bank text message arrived as expected. Dear customer, your savings account 6688 has 130,000 renminbi deposited, and the current balance is 217,232 renminbi and 50 cents. More than 217,000. Xu Fan looked at the number and took a deep breath. He felt that his life was deviating from its original track at an incredible speed, rushing towards an unknown yet extremely tempting direction. At the same time in the girls' dormitory. Beep. Hearing the busy tone, Lu Feifei looked at her phone in disbelief. He is dead? Xu Fan actually dared to hang up her phone? Moreover, he blocked himself. Ah! Lu Feifei screamed and slammed her phone onto the bed. What's wrong, Feifei? Who made you so angry? A roommate who was applying a facial mask asked curiously. It's that bastard Xu Fan. Lu Feifei was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently, and her delicate makeup was distorted. He actually dared to hang up on me and block me. Xu Fan? The roommate was stunned for a moment. Didn't you break up with him and get together with Wang Song? Why are you still contacting him? Another roommate came over and gossiped. Feifei, don't you know? As soon as you left, someone posted on the school forum. It said that Xu Fan spent more than 10,000 cash on a top-of-the-line phone at a mobile phone store on the commercial street. Without blinking an eye. What? The roommate who was applying the facial mask was shocked. Is this true? Where does he get so much money? Who knows? There's a lot of noise under the post. Some say he won the lottery, some say he's actually a hidden rich second generation, and he was just testing you before, Feifei. Test me? Lu Feifei's heart trembled when she heard these 3 words. Could it be true? Is Xu Fan really a rich second generation? Was all his previous poverty and thriftiness just a test to see if she was the girl who could share the joys and sorrows with him? But I couldn't stand this test. Once this thought came into her mind, it entangled her heart like a vine, making her feel unprecedented regret and unwillingness. She thought of how good Xu Fan had been to her in the past 2 years. The loving breakfast every morning, waiting for her under the dormitory building with an umbrella on rainy days, and taking care of her meticulously when she was sick. Those details that she once disdained became extremely precious at this moment. And she, for a necklace worth 30,000 yuan, and for Wang Song, a man who only knew how to use money to bully people, pushed it all away with her own hands. If Xu Fan is really a rich second generation, then how rich must his family be if he can easily take out 13,000 yuan to buy a mobile phone? Not to mention a Van Cleef Arpels worth 30,000, even jewelry worth 300,000 or 3 million would probably be no problem for him. What she lost was not a poor boyfriend, but a long-term meal ticket to a wealthy family. Thinking of this, Lu Feifei felt so regretful. No. She can't just give up like this. Xu Fan must still be angry with her, so he said those cruel words. He was so good to her, it was impossible for him to stop loving her. She must get him back. Lu Feifei took a deep breath, picked up her phone again and sent a text message to Chu Fan using her roommate's phone. Chu Fan, I know you are still angry with me. I admit that what I said before was excessive, but it was not my true words. Can you give me another chance? As long as you are willing, I will break up with Wang Song immediately. Let's start over. I know you are not an ordinary person. I was blind to your true potential. For the sake of our 2 years of relationship, I beg you. After sending the text message, Lu Feifei stared at the screen, nervously waiting for a reply. However, a few minutes passed and there was no movement from the phone. She gritted her teeth and sent another message. Chu Fan, you won't reply to my message? Okay, I'll give you a chance to pursue me again. As long as you come to our dormitory building now, apologize to me in front of everyone, and admit that you shouldn't have lost your temper with me before, I will consider forgiving you and getting back together with you. She felt she had made a huge concession. She even gave Chu Fan a chance to pursue her again. What a gift! She believed that when Chu Fan saw this text message, he would immediately come running to her and beg her. However, what she didn't know was that when Chu Fan saw this text message, he just smiled contemptuously and then blocked the number as well. He took the mobile phone he had just bought and walked straight into a high-end restaurant. He is hungry now. It's time to experience what a rich man's dinner tastes like. Chapter 6. Do classmates want to share a table? Jinyuexuan is a high-end restaurant located near Zhengcheng University, but it is out of place with the cheapness and hustle and bustle of the university town. The restaurant requires reservations and has a low-key and luxurious facade. The receptionist standing at the door is far superior to Wang Li from the mobile phone store in terms of both appearance and temperament. In the past, Chu Fan only dared to look enviously through the bright floor-to-ceiling windows at the well-dressed diners inside when passing by. The 4-digit price per capita is a concept that only exists in his imagination. But today, he walked in calmly, carrying a shopping bag with a mobile phone brand printed on it. Hello sir, welcome to Jinyuexuan. Do you have a reservation? The receptionist had a professional and sweet smile on her face, and she did not show any neglect at all because of Chu Fan's attire. This is the level of service that a high-end place should have. Chu Fan nodded secretly in his heart. Is there any space available now if no one has made a reservation? Chu Fan asked. Some gentlemen, please follow me. Led by the receptionist, Chu Fan walked through the elegant corridor and sat down at a window seat. The table was covered with a white tablecloth, and the tableware sparkled under the light. Outside the window was a well-maintained garden landscape with a small bridge, flowing water, and swaying bamboo shadows, creating a quiet and elegant environment. The waiter handed over a beautifully prepared menu and Chu Fan took it and looked through it casually. The names of the dishes on the menu are very poetic, but the prices behind them are very realistic. Australian Wagyu 1888. Bluefin tuna sashimi, 2,588 per serving. Buddha jumps over the wall, $9.98 per person. Any one of these dishes could equal his living expenses for the past 1 or 2 months. If he had seen such a price before, he would probably have immediately found an excuse to flee. But now, he just studied it with interest. In his eyes, these numbers are no longer consumption, but a string of cashback codes that will be multiplied by 10. If you eat Wagyu beef worth 1,800 yuan, you can get a cashback of 18,000 yuan. If you eat sashimi worth 2,500 yuan, you can get a cashback of 25,000 yuan. This is not eating, this is clearly making money. That's all. Chu Fan closed the menu and ordered the most expensive dishes he had just seen. Good sir, the waiter took notes with a smile, not showing any surprise. May I ask what drinks you would like to order? We have 1982 Lafite, which goes very well with Wagyu beef. No need, just give me a pitcher of watermelon juice. Chu Fan waved his hand. He wasn't at the point where he needed to drink to show off his status, and he didn't like the taste of alcohol. The waiter was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Okay sir, please wait a moment." While waiting for the food to be served, Chu Fan took out his old mobile phone. He removed the SIM card expertly, then gently put the phone, which had accompanied him for 3 years and witnessed all his embarrassment and humility, into the trash can beside the table. Goodbye to the past. He replaced the new card and turned on the phone, enjoying the silky smooth operation of the new phone, feeling extremely comfortable. Just then a clear and pleasant voice, with a hint of uncertainty, came from the side. Chu Fan? Is that you? Chu Fan looked up when he heard the voice and saw a girl standing up at the next table. The girl was wearing a plain white dress, her long hair was draped over her shoulders, her face was pure and beautiful without any makeup, and her eyes were as clear and bright as autumn water. In a university campus where everyone is pursuing the internet celebrity style, she is like a quietly blooming lily, with a clean and elegant temperament. A name immediately emerged in Chu Fan's mind: Su Muqing. The beauty of the art department is also one of the recognized school beauties. Different from Lu Feifei's exquisiteness created by makeup and famous brands, Su Muqing's beauty radiates from the inside out, with a scholarly and artistic air. Chu Fan was not familiar with her, they were just in the same club and had known each other for a few times. In his impression, Su Muqing came from a wealthy family, but she was very low-key and easygoing, never showed off, and was very polite in dealing with others. In the club, when other people were vaguely distancing themselves from Chu Fan because of his poverty, only Su Muqing would greet him with a smile, just like she would treat an ordinary classmate. Su Muqing? What a coincidence, you are eating here too. Chu Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet her here. Yes, I came here with my friends. Su Muqing's eyes fell on the shopping bag on Chu Fan's desk, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. You changed your phone? She recognized that one and knew the price of that phone. Well, the old one was broken and I just replaced it. Chu Fan explained casually. Su Muqing nodded without asking any more questions and just smiled and said, very good. Then you can eat slowly. We will leave first. Good. Su Muqing turned around and left with the other two girls at the same table. Chu Fan looked at her back and felt even more fond of this girl. She saw that she had changed to an expensive cell phone, and also saw that she was spending money alone in such a high-end restaurant, but there was no inquiry or gossip in her eyes, only plain blessings. This sense of proportion makes people feel very comfortable. There is a huge difference between this and Lu Feifei's snobiness, who would like to dig out all your family background. Chu Fan shook his head, collected his thoughts and began to concentrate on enjoying his dinner. I have to say that it's expensive for a reason. Whether it was the juicy and tender Wagyu beef or the melt-in-the-mouth tuna, it brought him an unprecedented enjoyment of his taste buds. He enjoyed this meal to his heart's content. The total bill when checking out was 5,666 yuan. Chu Fan swiped his card to pay without blinking. Ding! You spent 5,666 yuan this time, and 56,660 yuan has been successfully refunded to the system bank. Another huge sum of money came in. Chu Fan walked out of the restaurant and prepared to return to the dormitory in a happy mood. As soon as I walked downstairs to the dormitory building, I saw two familiar figures. They were his roommates Chen Bin and Zhang Wei. Chen Bin is Chu Fan's best friend in the dormitory. He is honest and loyal. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, is narrow-minded and extremely jealous. Brother Fan, you're finally back. As soon as Chen Bin saw Chu Fan, he immediately came forward with excitement and concern on his face. Are you okay? We all saw the post on the forum. That gold digger Lu Feifei is too much. I'm fine. Chu Fan smiled and patted his shoulder. Zhang Wei, who was standing aside, spoke in a sarcastic tone. Hey, isn't this our Master Chu? What happened? Did he win the lottery? Or did he find some rich woman? He bought a mobile phone worth more than 10,000 yuan and even went to Jinyuexuan for a big meal. It really opened the eyes of poor people like us. His tone was sour, full of jealousy and disdain. Zhang Wei, like Chu Fan, came from a poor family. He always felt that Chu Fan was the same type as himself, and even inferior to him in some aspects. But now Chu Fan suddenly became wealthy, which made him extremely unbalanced. He would rather believe that Chu Fan had taken some crooked path than admit that Chu Fan lived better than him. Zhang Wei, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Bin couldn't stand it anymore and said with a frown. I'm talking nonsense? Isn't it true? Zhang Wei sneered, pointing at the shopping bag in Chu Fan's hand. Ask him where he got so much money? Don't tell me he earned it from working part-time. Don't we know how much he earns a month? You're kidding. Chu Fan looked at Zhang Wei's ugly face and his eyes turned cold. There is no point in explaining to such a person. The more you explain, the more he will feel that you are covering up. The best way is to ignore it. Chen Bin, I bought some midnight snacks, let's go upstairs and eat together. Chu Fan ignored Zhang Wei and said directly to Chen Bin. He shook another bag in his hand, which he had packed from a barbecue restaurant he just passed by. Okay. Chen Bin responded happily. Zhang Wei, who was completely ignored, felt like he had punched cotton and his face instantly turned the color of liver. He watched Chu Fan and Chen Bin go upstairs talking and laughing, and the fire of jealousy in his heart burned even more fiercely. Why are you pretending? I want to see how long you can keep pretending. He cursed in a low voice towards Chu Fan's back. After returning to the dormitory, Chu Fan put the packed barbecue on the table. The fragrance is everywhere. Wow, brother Fan, you're spending too much. This much must cost several hundred. Shenbin said in surprise as he looked at the sumptuous grilled skewers on the table. Little money. Chu Fan said casually, then took out a bottle of drink and handed it to him. Shenbin took the drink and hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, Brother Fan, did you really win the lottery? Chu Fan smiled. He knew that Shenbin had no ill intentions and was just simply curious and concerned. He had already thought of his excuse. It's about the same. I bought a few tickets online for fun a while ago. I didn't expect to win a small prize. How much did you win? Chu Fan stretched out 2 fingers. 20,000? Shenbin guessed. Chu Fan shook his head. 200,000? Shenbin's eyes widened instantly. Chu Fan smiled and nodded. Fuck. Brother Fan. You're awesome. Shenbin slapped his thigh excitedly. 200,000. You'd better hide it well. Don't let people like Zhang Wei know, otherwise he will be thinking about you treating him every day. Don't worry, I know what to do. Chu Fan said with a smile. The reason why he only said 200,000 was to avoid being too shocking. 200,000 was a huge sum of money for a student, but it was still within the scope of understanding. If he said he had millions or even tens of millions, Shenbin would probably not believe it, but would think he was crazy. Just as the two were eating barbecue and chatting, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open. A strange boy poked his head in, his eyes swept around the dormitory and finally fell on Chu Fan. Excuse me, who is Chu Fan? Is there something I need? Chu Fan asked. The boy's eyes lit up when he saw Chu Fan, and then he looked at him with a very strange look and said, someone is looking for you outside. Who is it? Lu Fei Fei. The boy paused and added, his tone even weirder, she asked you to go down, saying she wanted to give you a surprise. Chu Fan frowned. This woman is really haunting. He was about to say goodbye when he heard a commotion coming from downstairs. He walked to the balcony and looked down. I saw Lu Feifei standing in the middle of the open space under the dormitory building. And under her feet there were candles arranged into a huge heart shape. Next to the heart-shaped candle, there was a banner with a few large characters written on it. Chu Fan, I'm sorry, please love me again. This exaggerated and bloody scene instantly attracted students from the entire dormitory building to lie on the balconies and windows to watch. Everyone was pointing and talking. Lu Feifei stood in the candlelight with a self-touched smile on her face. She believed that no man could refuse such a romantic apology. She was imitating the way those boys pursued her in the past. She thought Chu Fan would be so moved that he would cry, then run downstairs and hug her tightly. However, what she saw was Chu Fan's expressionless face, even with a hint of disgust. Chapter 7. The candles are nice but not bright enough. The night is as dark as ink and the breeze is cool. The candlelight was flickering downstairs of the boys' dormitory, and the crowd of onlookers was getting bigger and bigger, as if they were attending a lively market. Everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the huge heart-shaped candles Lu Feifei, and the dazzling banner behind her. Who the hell is this woman? With such a big scene, who in our building is she confessing to? Are you blind? Didn't you see Chu Fan's name written on the banner? Chu Fan? Which Chu Fan? Is he from our dormitory building? Who else could it be? It must be that rich guy on the forum today. The one who just broke up with this girl and then turned around and spent 13,000 yuan on a phone. Oh my god. It turned out to be her. Didn't this woman follow Wang Song? Why did she come back to look for Chu Fan? This move is too coquettish. Do I need to ask? He must have realized that Chu Fan is really rich, so he regretted it. He wants to go back to his old love. TSK, this guy is really thicker than the wall of our school. The discussions around her came one after another, and reached Lu Feifei's ears without any concealment. Her face turned pale and blue, and she clenched her fists tightly. Of course she could hear the taunts, but she didn't care. In her opinion, these are all the jealousy of mediocre people. As long as she can win back Chu Fan, the hidden rich second generation, and make him fall in love with her again, what does this little criticism matter? She firmly believed that Chu Fan still had feelings for her. She raised her head and looked affectionately in the direction of the balcony of Chu Fan's dormitory, forcing herself into what she considered to be the most touching and pitiful expression on her face. She even prepared her lines. As soon as Chu Fan came down, she would throw herself into his arms and tell him about the pain of missing him and the reproach of her conscience over the past few days. However, on the balcony, Chu Fan just glanced at her coldly, then turned around and went back to the dormitory, without even the interest to stay for another second. The smile on Lu Feifei's face froze. What's going on? That's not how the script works. Shouldn't he be moved by his own affection and rush down excitedly? How could he just go back like this? The crowd watching also burst into laughter. I'm dying of laughter. No one is paying any attention to her. I'm so embarrassed to get a cold shoulder. Isn't this embarrassing? You deserve it. Do you think I'm a fool? You can come when you call me and leave when you dismiss me? Lu Feifei's cheeks turned red instantly. She felt as if she had been stripped naked and was standing naked in front of everyone to be judged. She is not willing to give in. She gritted her teeth, took a loudspeaker from a helper nearby, and shouted loudly upstairs. Chu Fan! Get down here! This sound was hysterical, and the entire dormitory area was silent for a moment. Chu Fan! I know you're still mad at me. I admit I was wrong. I shouldn't have broken up with you, and I shouldn't have said those words to hurt you. But you can't deny our 2-year relationship just because you're angry. Come down. Look me in the eyes. Do you dare to say that you have no feelings for me at all? She held the loudspeaker and complained tearfully, as if she was the infatuated woman who had been betrayed. In the dormitory, Shenbin looked at Chu Fan and asked in a low voice, Brother Fan, what should we do? How about I go down and help you drive her away? Chu Fan waved his hand with a sneer on his face. He saw through it all. The more you avoid someone like Lu Feifei, the more excited she will become. She must be dealt the heaviest blow in the way that she cares about most, so that she will completely give up. He walked to the balcony again and looked down at the woman who was performing like a clown downstairs. When Lu Feifei saw Chu Fan come out again, she was delighted and thought that her sad drama had worked. She immediately pointed the loudspeaker at Chu Fan and said in a self-righteous and tolerant tone, Chu Fan, you finally came out. I know you have me in your heart. Come down, as long as you are willing to admit your mistake. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted coldly by Chu Fan. Nice candles. Chu Fan's voice was not loud, but in the quiet night, it was clearly heard by everyone. Lu Feifei was stunned. The crowd watching was also stunned. Praising her candles for being good? What is this? Lu Feifei was delighted, thinking that Chu Fan was giving her a way out and hinting that he liked this kind of romance. She quickly revealed a shy smile, as long as you like it, I prepared this for you. However, Chu Fan's next words instantly froze the smile on her face. Unfortunately, it's not bright enough. Not bright enough? What's the meaning? No one reacted. Chu Fan turned around and went back to the dormitory. After a while, he came out again. This time, he had something extra in his hand. A red cylindrical object. What's that? A fire extinguisher? Shit. He's not going to. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Chu Fan pulled out the safety pin of the fire extinguisher and aimed it at the flickering candlelight downstairs. Chu Fan! What are you doing? Are you crazy? Lu Feifei screamed in horror. Chu Fan ignored her. He just pressed the handle lightly. Laugh. The white dry powder fell from the sky like a roaring dragon and accurately covered the heart-shaped candlelight. All the flames were extinguished in an instant. All that was left was a mess of white powder and a half-burned candle, which looked extremely desolate and ridiculous in the night. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was shocked by Chu Fan's simple, rough, and unconventional operation. This is too cruel. This is no longer just a slap in the face, this is directly rubbing the other person's face on the ground. Lu Feifei stood blankly in the mess, with a lot of white dry powder on her body, messy hair, and smudged makeup, looking disheveled. She never dreamed that her carefully planned romantic offensive would result in a fire extinguisher being thrown over her head. The cold dry powder not only extinguished the candle, but also completely extinguished all the fantasies and luck in her heart. She could feel that Chu Fan's feelings for her were not just lingering feelings, nor was he playing hard to get. Instead, he felt complete and utter disgust for her from the bottom of his heart. Puff. I don't know who couldn't help laughing first. Then the entire dormitory building erupted in thunderous laughter and whistles. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. This dude is so awesome. God is not bright enough. So this is what it means. What a talent. Is this girl completely socially dead now? How can she face people in school from now on? You deserve it. You deserve it. The deafening laughter was like countless sharp knives, piercing into Lu Feifei's heart. Her face turned purple and her body trembled violently due to extreme shame and anger. She looked up with resentment at the indifferent figure on the balcony, then screamed, covered her face and ran away crying. The farce ended here. On the balcony, Chu Fan casually put the used fire extinguisher aside with a calm look on his face. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed a phenomenal public face slapping, causing violent emotional fluctuations, and the shock value is 550 points. The shock value has accumulated to more than 500 points, and the primary area of the system mall has been unlocked. Ding! Detected host's decisive and happy revenge triggers hidden reward, a bottle of special item Bad Luck Spray. Bad Luck Spray can be used on a designated target, causing them to encounter a variety of harmless but extremely embarrassing bad luck events in the next 24 hours. Looking at the new things appearing on the system panel, Chu Fan's eyes lit up. This Bad Luck Spray sounds very interesting. He was thinking about it when his cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. When Chu Fan picked up the phone, he heard an angry roar from the other end. Chu Fan! Are you fucking tired of living? How dare you bully my woman like this? It's Wang Song. Chapter 8. I'll give you 100 million. Chu Fan. Are you fucking tired of living? How dare you bully my woman like this? Wang Song's roar on the other end of the phone made Chu Fan's ears buzz. Apparently Lu Feifei, who had just run away crying, went to complain to her new financial sponsor immediately. Chu Fan held the phone a little further away, picked his ears, and said calmly, "Your woman? Didn't she just yell downstairs asking me to love her again? Young Master Wang, the color of your hat seems a little green. You're talking nonsense." Wang Song was hit in the sore spot and became even more furious. Fei Fei was forced by you. She was deceived by you, a poor bastard. You wait for me, I'm coming to find you now. If I don't break your legs today, I'll write my name Wang backwards. Oh? Really? Then I'll wait. Chu Fan chuckled, not taking his threats seriously at all. The address is 404, Building 15, don't go the wrong way. But I remind you that if you hit someone in school, you will be expelled. Fire? Why would I be afraid of that? Wang Song laughed wildly on the other end of the phone, his laughter full of disdain and arrogance. Poor people like you will never understand that money can solve 99% of the problems in the world. The remaining 1% is because there is not enough money. Really? That sounds reasonable. Chu Fan's tone remained calm. How much money do you think would be enough to solve today's problem? Wang Song was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Chu Fan to suddenly ask this. In his opinion, Chu Fan was just lucky enough to win a little money, so he didn't know his own limitations. He sneered and decided to use the method he was best at to completely crush Chu Fan's pitiful self-esteem. Solve? Are you fucking qualified to talk to me about solving it? Wang Song's tone was full of charity. How about this, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll show you a way out. You roll down from the dormitory building right now, kneel down in front of Fei Fei, kowtow 3 times, and beg her to forgive you. Then break your dog leg yourself. I can consider giving you 100,000 yuan for medical expenses. He felt that the conditions were generous enough and humiliating enough. He wanted to make Chu Fan understand that even if he won a small prize, in front of a real rich second generation like him, he was still an ant who could be manipulated at will. He couldn't wait to see Chu Fan kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. However, Chu Fan on the other end of the phone remained silent. Wang Song thought he was frightened and laughed triumphantly. What? Are you scared? If you are scared, get off quickly. This young master's patience is limited. No, I was just thinking that 100,000 yuan seems a bit too little. Chu Fan's voice came slowly. Too little? You still think it's too little? Wang Song was so angry that he almost laughed. A poor guy like you can't even earn 100,000 yuan in your lifetime. Giving you 100,000 yuan is a sign of respect for you. No, you misunderstood. Chu Fan's tone suddenly became extremely serious. What I mean is, what do you think about me paying for your leg? Wang Song was stunned again, wondering if he had heard it wrong. What did you say? Buy me a leg? Ha ha ha. He laughed like he heard the funniest joke in the world. Chu Fan, are you fucking crazy because of poverty? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my dad is? What are you going to use to buy it? The little money you won in the lottery? Yes. Chu Fan admitted frankly, so name your price. How much do you want for me to break your legs and kneel down to kowtow and apologize to you? These words were exactly the same as what Wang Song had said to humiliate him just now, and they were even more severe. Wang Song's laughter stopped abruptly and his face turned pale in an instant. He felt humiliated like never before. How dare a poor guy use money to humiliate him? This is absolutely ridiculous. Okay. 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 Wang Song laughed in anger and said through gritted teeth, You want to play, right? I'll play with you. Don't you have money? Don't you want to buy my legs? Sure. He raised a finger and roared into the phone. 1 million. You can come up with 1 million in cash right now. I'll break your legs without saying anything. He was deliberately making things difficult for Chu Fan. In his opinion, the price Chu Fan won was only 200,000 or 300,000 yuan at most. 13,000 yuan to buy a mobile phone was the limit he could afford. 1 million in cash? Where would he get it? He just wanted to embarrass Chu Fan and let Chu Fan know that in the face of the absolute financial gap, his little money was nothing. He wanted to use a number that Chu Fan could never reach in order to crush him under his feet. 1 million? Chu Fan's tone sounded a little disappointed. Master Wang, you think too little of yourself. Is your leg worth just this little money? Stop your bullshit. Wang Song roared, If you can't come up with it, shut up. 1 million in cash, now. Immediately. Immediately. If you can come up with it, I, Wang Song, will call you daddy from now on. He had completely lost his mind and only wanted to use this number to humiliate Chu Fan. A cold arc appeared on Chu Fan's mouth on the other end of the phone. 1 million? He glanced at his system bank. I just spent more than 5,000 yuan and got a cashback of more than 50,000 yuan. Adding the 130,000 yuan I got back from buying a mobile phone, the current balance in the system bank is more than 186,000 yuan. Adding the more than 200,000 yuan in my bank card, it is quite difficult to raise 1 million in cash. But, who says you have to use your own money? 1 million is too little, not worthy of your status, Mr. Wang. Chu Fan's tone became calm and indifferent. How about this, I'll increase the price. I'll give you 100 million. Come over now, walk from the south gate of Jiangcheng University, kowtow every 3 steps and kneel every 9 steps to the door of my 404 dormitory. When you get there, call me Grandpa 3 times. The 100 million will be yours. What did you say? Wang Song on the other end of the phone asked word by word, his voice distorted by extreme anger and disbelief. 100 million? This number exploded in his mind like a bombshell. Even his entire net worth added up is definitely less than 100 million. This poor guy, is he crazy? Are you fucking kidding me? Wang Song roared like a beast. I never play tricks on people. Chu Fan's tone was terrifyingly calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. After 10 minutes, my offer will be invalid. Oh, and I suggest you make a decision quickly. After all, it's not a short distance from the south gate to our dormitory. After saying that, Chu Fan hung up the phone again. Shin Bin, who was listening to the whole thing in the dormitory, was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Chu Fan blankly with his mouth wide open, not even noticing that the skewer in his hand had fallen. Brother Fan, you just said, 100 million? His voice was trembling. That's 200,000 won in the lottery. Compared to 100 million, it's just a drop in the bucket. Is Brother Fan really rich, or is he just bragging? Chu Fan looked at his dazed expression and smiled without explaining. He knew that this matter was beyond Shen Bin's understanding. He pulled out his cell phone and made another call. This phone number was the one on the business card that Jin Yueshuan's manager Li Ming had forced upon him just now. The call was connected quickly, and Li Ming's extremely enthusiastic and respectful voice came from the other end. Mr. Chu. Hello? Hello? You called me so late, do you have any instructions? Managerly, please do me a favor. Chu Fan went straight to the point. Mr. Chu, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Li Ming patted his chest and promised. I need cash. Lots of cash. Cash? Li Ming was stunned for a moment. Mr. Chu, how much do you need? Chu Fan looked at the night outside the window and uttered a number lightly. 100 million. Chapter 9 Is 100 million in cash enough? 100 million. When these three words were transmitted to Li Ming's ears through electric current, this knowledgeable and experienced restaurant manager felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand and almost stopped beating on the spot. His mind was completely blank for a moment. 100 million? Cash? Did he hear it wrong? Or was Mr. Chu joking with him? Mr. Chu, how much did you say just now? Li Ming's voice was stuttering. He even suspected that he was having auditory hallucinations because of his old age. 100 million in cash. Chu Fan's tone was still calm, as if he was saying, give me a bottle of mineral water. Any questions? Have questions? This is a huge problem. Li Ming screamed wildly in his heart. That's 100 million in cash. Not just a stack or a box. If all the 100 yuan bills were piled up, the weight would exceed a ton and the volume would exceed a cubic meter. Not to mention that he is just a small restaurant manager. Even for the largest bank in Jiangcheng, it would be extremely difficult, even impossible, to mobilize such a huge amount of cash in such a short time, especially at night. Chu Fan heard Li Ming's dilemma on the other end of the phone, and said calmly, managerly, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. You just need to tell the person who can really make the decision behind you about my request. Chu Fan knew very well that a high-end place like Jinyuechuan must have strong capital or family support behind it. A store manager naturally did not have such great power. He made this call not to Li Ming, but to the person behind Li Ming. The connections and power of a boss who can afford to open such a top-notch restaurant must be extraordinary. Li Ming was awakened by Chu Fan's words and suddenly woke up as if from a dream. Yes. He himself can't do it, but the boss can. He immediately realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. If you can serve Mr. Chu, a rich man who can easily spend 100 million cash to play, and let the boss behind him know about it, won't you be able to rise to a high position in the future? Mr. Chu, I understand. I understand. Li Ming's tone instantly became extremely excited and flattering. Don't worry, I will contact our boss right away. Please wait a moment, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Well, I'll give you half an hour. Chu Fan said and hung up the phone. He leisurely sat back in his chair and continued to eat the skewers, as if the phone call just now was just an order for takeout. Chen Bin next to him was completely petrified. He felt that his worldview was repeatedly refreshed, overturned, and then crushed tonight. From a mobile phone worth 13,000 yuan, to a meal worth 5,600 yuan, to a small prize of 200,000 yuan, and finally soared to 100 million yuan in cash. This is no longer something that can be explained by winning the lottery. Who is Brother Fan? He looked at Chu Fan's calm profile, his eyes full of awe and strangeness. He felt as if his roommate had transformed overnight into a completely unfamiliar being from another world. At the same time, in a luxurious villa on the top of a mountain in Jiangcheng, a middle-aged woman wearing a silk nightgown, sipping red wine and enjoying the night view, received a call from Li Ming. This woman is Qin Yurua, the boss behind Jin Yuxian. Xiaoli, is there anything urgent so late at night? Qin Yurua's voice was lazy and sexy, with a hint of the charm unique to mature women. Boss. Something big has happened. Li Ming, on the other end of the phone, reported everything Chu Fan had done in the mobile phone store and the restaurant, as well as the phone call about the 100 million in cash, in an almost pilgrimage-like tone, adding exaggerations to the report. Boss, this Mr. Chu is definitely an unfathomable top-level rich man. He is testing the strength of our Jin Yuxian. If we can take this order, he will definitely be our most distinguished guest in Jiangcheng in the future. After hearing this, Qin Yurua's charming phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and a gleam of great interest flashed across them. A young student in ordinary clothes first threw cash at a gold-digging female salesperson, then ordered the most expensive dish at Jinyuechuan and finally asked for 100 million in cash, just to make a bet? Very interesting. In Jiangqing's circle, she has seen many wealthy second generations, and people like Wang Song are nothing in her eyes. But this was the first time she had met someone like Chu Fan, whose style of doing things was so unexpected, so low-key yet so arrogant, as if he didn't care about money at all. I understand. Chin Yurua's red lips curled up into a touching arc. I will handle this matter personally. Send me Mr. Chu's phone number and location. Okay. Boss. After hanging up the phone, Chin Yuruo walked to the huge French window and looked at the bright city lights below the mountain. Her eyes became more profound. 100 million in cash? To others, it may be a fantasy. But for the Chin family behind her, although it is troublesome, it is not impossible. She picked up her cell phone and made several calls, issuing a series of instructions in an unquestionable tone. Because of her calls, the entire Jiangcheng underground financial network began to operate at high speed in the middle of the night. On the other side, Wang Song was holding a mobile phone in his Porsche sports car, with a gloomy expression on his face. 100 million. The number circled in his mind like a spell. What's wrong with Brother Song? What did that poor guy say to you? Lu Feifei, who had just finished crying in the co-pilot seat, asked cautiously. That bastard, he dared to play tricks on me. Wang Song came to his senses and punched the steering wheel with a dull sound. He said he would give me 100 million and asked me to kneel down to meet him. What? 100 million? Lu Feifei was also stunned, and then sneered, is he crazy? Does he think money comes from the wind? Forget 100 million, if he can come up with 10 million, Lu Feifei, will lick his shoes on the spot. She no longer had any illusions about Chu Fan, only resentment remained. She felt that everything Chu Fan did today was intended to humiliate her. That's right. This ignorant bastard. Wang Song cursed, who does he think he is? How dare he talk to me like that? I'm going to call someone to drag him out of the dormitory and break his legs. As he spoke, he was about to make a phone call. But Lu Feifei held him back. Brother Song, don't be impulsive. Lu Feifei rolled her eyes and came up with a plan. Doesn't he like to brag? Didn't he say 100 million? Then let's play with him. How to play? Wang Song asked. Let's go wait for him downstairs of his dormitory. Lu Feifei showed a malicious smile on her face. Didn't he say he would give you 10 minutes? Let's go and see how he can turn 100 million into something in 10 minutes. If he can't come up with the money by then, we can expose his true face as a liar and a big shot in front of the whole school. Then we can find someone to deal with him, and that will be justified. Let him know what the consequences are for deceiving our Songgu and me, Lu Feifei. Wang Song's eyes lit up after hearing this. Yeah. That's a good idea. He slapped his thigh excitedly. I want to make him look bad in public. Let him know that there is a price to pay for being pretentious. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and the fiery red Porsche roared and sped away towards the boys' dormitory building. 10 minutes later. Wang Song and Lu Feifei were already standing downstairs of dormitory building number 15 again. Behind them, there were a few young men from society who didn't look like good students. They were all sloppy and uncouth. Chu Fan! Get the hell off me! Wang Song raised his head and roared with all his strength, 10 minutes are up. I'm here. Where's your 100 million? His voice once again attracted countless students who were just about to go to bed. Countless heads popped out from the windows and balconies again. Damn, is this not going to end yet? This Wang Song is really aggressive and is back again. This is going to be a good show. I want to see how Chu Fan ends up. Chu Fan stood on the balcony, looking at the arrogant people downstairs with an indifferent expression. He glanced at his phone and saw that it was almost time. Just then, a low and intensive engine roar came from a distance. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. At the end of the main campus road, I saw a row of black commercial vehicles, lined up in a neat formation with their double flashlights on, slowly driving towards the dormitory building. There were more than a dozen cars in the convoy, all black Mercedes-Benz cars, standing in the night like a silent and majestic steel dragon, with a suffocating sense of oppression. The leading car was even more exaggerated, it was an extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. This scene is even more exaggerated than the appearance of a gangster in the movie. Everyone was stunned. Wang Song and Lu Feifei were also stunned. The Rolls-Royce stopped steadily in front of the dormitory building. The car door opened and a woman with a hot body and beautiful face, wearing a high-end custom-made business suit, walked out of the car. It was Chin Yuruo. Behind her, a dozen bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses got out of the Mercedes-Benz car in unison and quickly set up a cordon around her. One of the bodyguards, carrying a silver metal briefcase, walked quickly to the bottom of Chu Fan's dormitory building. He opened the box, took out a loudspeaker, cleared his throat, and shouted upstairs in a full-throated voice. "Mr. Chu, we have delivered what you requested." As he spoke, he pressed a button on a remote control in his hand. The trunks of a dozen Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles behind popped open. The next second, everyone present saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. The trunks of those dozen cars were filled to the brim with bundles of brand new red $100 bills sealed with plastic film. Shin Yuruo walked to the front of the motorcade and took the loudspeaker handed to her by the bodyguard. She opened her red lips and uttered a charming and domineering queen-like voice, which resounded throughout the night sky of the entire campus. "Mr. Chu, we, the Chin family, have gathered the 100 million in cash you requested. I just don't know if this amount of money is enough for you?" Chapter 10. This money is too dirty and I feel disgusted. I just don't know if this amount of money is enough for you? Shin Yuruo's voice, with a hint of lazy magnetism, came through the loudspeaker and was clearly transmitted to every corner of the dormitory area. However, this sentence, which sounded like a greeting, was like a nuclear bomb that detonated the entire place when it fell into the ears of everyone. Is it enough? 100 million in cash, without any warning, appeared in front of everyone in the most visually impactful way. The dozen or so open trunks were like gaping bloody mouths filled with red fangs. Under the illumination of the car lights, they exuded a crazy and suffocating magic. The whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button at this moment. All the noise, all the discussions, and all the breathing stopped in an instant. The students watching from above were dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. They clung to the windowsills and balconies, fearing that they would miss any detail of this Hollywood blockbuster. And Wang Song, the other protagonist of the incident, who was downstairs, was completely dumbfounded. The arrogance, anger, and disdain on his face all solidified into a funny and dull expression. He opened his mouth, his eyes were as big as copper bells, staring at the dozen or so carts of money. His mind was blank, and he even lost the ability to think. Lu Feifei, who was next to him, felt her legs go weak and she almost collapsed to the ground. She looked at the mountain of cash, and then at the stunningly beautiful woman who walked out of the Rolls-Royce with an aura as radiant as a queen. An unprecedented feeling of regret and despair engulfed her like a tsunami. 100 million. Chu Fan actually took out 100 million. And it was done in such a devastating and completely unreasonable way. This is no longer a rich second generation, this is simply an existence in myth. And she is the one who is blind, pushes the god away with her own hands, and still complacently thinks she has picked up a treasure, the stupidest fool in the world. What did she miss for a mere 30,000 yuan necklace and for a guy like Wang Song? Impossible. This must be fake. It's a prop. Lu Feifei screamed. She couldn't accept this cruel reality and her spirit was on the verge of collapse. Wang Song was also awakened by her scream. He seemed to have grasped the last straw and roared, "Yes. It must be fake. Chu Fan, who the hell are you trying to scare by hiring a bunch of actors and making a bunch of fake money? Do you think I was scared?" Although he shouted this, his voice was trembling with a lack of confidence. Because he saw the license plate of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and the limited edition Patek Philippe watch on the woman's wrist. That's not something that can be faked with props. More importantly, that woman, he seemed to have seen her somewhere. The Chin family. Shin Yuruo? When this name emerged from the depths of his memory, Wang Song's face suddenly turned as pale as paper, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Shin Yuruo. The eldest daughter of the Chin family in Jiangcheng. The beautiful snake who was famous in the entire Jiangcheng business world for her ruthless means and great power. Even her own father had to bow and nod in front of her and respectfully call her Mr. Chin. How come she is here? And judging from the look of her, she was actually doing something for Chu Fan? This realization made him feel more terrified and desperate than the 100 million in cash. Chu Fan had a panoramic view of it all from the balcony. He had to admit that this woman named Shin Yuruo was very capable. He just asked her to send money, but he didn't expect her to make such a big fuss. This kind of high-profile show-off is exactly what he needs most right now. He picked up another loudspeaker on the table and spoke calmly to the people downstairs. "Wang Song, I've brought you the money. 100 million, not a penny less. Now you can start fulfilling your promise." Chu Fan's voice echoed in the night sky like the final judgment. Wang Song's body began to tremble violently. He looked at the indifferent figure upstairs, and then at Chin Yuruwa downstairs, who was smiling but made him feel like he was falling into an icy cave. An unprecedented fear rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Let him kneel down and kowtow to Chu Fan? Let him call Chu Fan Grandpa? That would be more painful than killing him. But, does he dare not do it? Not to mention the 100 million, just Chin Yuruwa standing here was enough to make him breathless. If he dared to default on his debt, he had no doubt that their Wang family's company would disappear from Jiangqing tomorrow. Wang Sung's teeth were chattering and his lips were trembling, but he couldn't utter a word. The few young men behind him were so frightened by the scene that their legs went weak. They were so silent that they wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. What? You want to default on your debt? Chu Fan's voice sounded again, with a hint of impatience. Chin Yuruwa also took a step forward at the right time, and the dozen or so black-clad bodyguards behind her also took a step forward in unison. The invisible feeling of oppression instantly caused Wang Song's psychological defenses to completely collapse. Plop! His knees went weak and he actually knelt down in front of thousands of people in the school. Wow! There was an earth-shaking uproar from the crowd. Everybody is crazy. Wang Song, the top-rich second generation who was so arrogant and domineering in school, actually knelt down. This scene is even more shocking than the 100 million in cash. I was wrong, Master Chu, I was wrong. Wang Song knelt on the ground, shaking all over, begging for mercy in a sobbing voice. I shouldn't have been so blind, I shouldn't have offended you, please just treat me like a fart. He just wants to survive now. Chu Fan looked at him coldly without saying anything. Seeing this, Wang Song gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, raised his hands, and slapped himself in the face left and right. Snap! 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 The crisp sound of slapping seemed particularly loud in the silent night. I am blind. I can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. I am garbage. I am waste. He fanned himself and cursed himself. Looking at Wang Sung's humble appearance, I recalled his arrogant face when he threw money at my face a few hours ago. An indescribable joy surged in Chu Fan's heart. That's the power of money. It can make a person swell up in an instant, or make a person as humble as a dog in an instant. He wanted to use the thing that Wang Song was most proud of to completely crush his dignity. He glanced at Lu Feifei, who looked ashen and distraught, and his heart was calm again. This kind of woman doesn't even deserve his second glance. Okay. Chu Fan uttered two words lightly. Wang Song stopped immediately as if he had been pardoned. His face was swollen like a pig's head. The money is right here. Chu Fan pointed to the dozen or so trucks of cash downstairs. 100 million is yours now. You can use it to treat your face, or heal your brain. Wang Song did not feel any joy when he heard this. Instead, he was frightened to death. Does he dare to ask for this money? If he dared to touch her, Chin Yuruwa would sink him into the river right on the spot. I dare not. Master Chu, I dare not take this money. I don't want it. He kowtowed desperately, his forehead banging on the ground. Please take back your order. I dare not touch a penny of this money. When Chu Fan looked at him like this, the sarcasm on his face became even stronger. Oh? You don't want it? He paused, then said slowly in a voice that everyone could hear. That's right. After all, you earned this money by kneeling and kowtowing. It's too dirty. I find it disgusting. After that, he shouted to Chin Yuruwa downstairs, Miss Chin, thank you for your help. Please donate all this money to the Hope Primary School in the mountainous area in my personal name. As for how to donate, I believe Miss Chin can handle it and make sure every penny is put to good use. 100 million. It was donated so casually. It was as if it was not 100 million, but a pile of waste paper. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The whole audience was completely boiling. If taking out money before was a display of financial strength, so donating money now is a crushing move. At this moment, Chu Fan's image in everyone's eyes has completely sublimated from a wealthy man to an incomprehensible and unimaginable god-like existence. When Wang Song heard this, he could no longer bear the extreme humiliation and fear. His eyes rolled back and he foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. Chapter 11 Miss Chin's Late Night Invitation. The night wind took away the last trace of gunpowder in the air, but it could not blow away the extreme shock and enthusiasm among the crowd. Wang Song was carried away like a dead dog by his frightened companions, while Lu Feifei had already disappeared into the night in a daze. The mental shock she suffered tonight would probably take her a lifetime to digest. With an elegant gesture from Qin Yurua, the convoy downstairs quietly and orderly withdrew just as they had come. The dozen or so cars of dazzling cash seemed to have never appeared, leaving only an indelible mark in everyone's mind. Everything returned to normal. But everyone knows that Jiangcheng University will never be peaceful again from tonight. On the balcony, Xu Fan put down the loudspeaker in his hand, his expression neither sad nor happy. For him, the donation of 100 million yuan was just a consumption. Ding! Your donation of 1,000 yuan has been successfully rebated to the system bank. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed an epic charity slap in the face. His behavior perfectly matches the pattern and realm of a super rich man, and has a positive and huge impact on society. The shock value is 10,000 points. Ding! The host's cumulative consumption amount has exceeded 100 million, and the system has entered the second stage. Consumption cashback rate increased to 20 times. The intermediate area of the system mall has been unlocked. A series of system prompt sounds rang in Xu Fan's mind. 1 billion cash back. 20 times the cashback rate. Even though Xu Fan's heart had experienced many storms, it couldn't help but beat wildly at this moment. This means that his efficiency in making money by spending money has doubled. He took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart. Compared to the growth of money, he cares more about the change in his mentality. Just a few hours ago, he was still an ordinary student who would get angry and unwilling to accept the humiliation of others. But now, he can calmly, like a chess player, manipulate the huge wealth that is enough to make others collapse to plan and crush. This feeling is far more fascinating than the money itself. Brother Fan. Chen Bin's trembling voice came from behind. Xu Fan turned around and saw Chen Bin looking at him as if he were an alien. The skewer in his hand had already gone cold, but he was still holding it tightly. Brother Fan, you. Chen Bin's lips trembled for a long time, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. He felt like his brain had turned into a mess. 100 million, just donated? This was completely beyond his understanding of the human species. Xu Fan smiled, walked over, patted his shoulder, and pushed him back into the chair. Why are you staring blankly at me? The skewers are already cold. Xu Fan's tone was so relaxed, as if everything that had just happened downstairs had nothing to do with him. The more he did this, the more Chen Bin felt upset. Brother Fan, tell me the truth, who are you? Is your family richer than Mr. Ma? Chen Bin asked cautiously. Me? Xu Fan picked up a skewer of roasted kidneys, took a bite and said slowly, I am Xu Fan, your brother who sleeps on the upper bunk. As for the money, just think of it as something I picked up. He knew that any explanation would be pale at this moment, so he simply didn't explain. There are some things Chen Bin doesn't need to understand. He just needs to know that he is still the brother who will eat barbecue with him. That's enough. Chen Bin looked at Xu Fan's calm eyes. Although his heart was still filled with countless question marks, the panic caused by the sense of distance had inexplicably dissipated a lot. He scratched his head and smiled innocently. Brother Fan, will you still live here in the future? Of course, where can I live if I don't live here? Xu Fan laughed, a nest of gold or silver is not as good as my own doghouse. Hee, that's good. Chen Bin felt relieved, picked up the skewers again and started eating them with big mouthfuls. Just then Xu Fan's new cell phone rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number, but Xu Fan could guess who it was. Good evening, Mr. Chu. Qin Yurua's voice with a lazy smile came from the other end of the phone. Good evening, Miss Qin. Thank you for what you did tonight. Xu Fan said politely. It's just a small favor. Mr. Chu's generosity really opened my eyes. Qin Yurua chuckled and changed the subject. I wonder if Mr. Chu is free now? I want to talk to you in person about the specific process and regulations of the 100 million yuan donation. After all, it's such a large amount of charity. I think Mr. Chu doesn't want it to be abused by irrelevant people, right? This is a reasonable and irresistible reason. But Xu Fan knew it was just an excuse. This smart woman wanted to take this opportunity to get in touch with herself further and find out more about herself. Xu Fan was not disgusted by this. He was also full of curiosity about this woman who had given him great help at a critical moment and whose style of doing things was quite to his liking. Of course I'm free. Xu Fan readily agreed. Where? I'm in the Rolls-Royce downstairs from your dormitory. Or, if Mr. Chu wants to go to another place, I'm always here to accompany you. There was a hint of teasing in Chin Yurua's voice. No need, I'll be down right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Fan said to Chen Bin, I'm going to go out for a while. Tell Zhang Wei that a new computer and chair will be delivered tomorrow. Ask him to clean up the table. Chen Bin's mouth was full of meat. He nodded fiercely and said vaguely, Don't worry, brother Fan. Zhu Fan changed into a clean t-shirt and walked out of the dormitory leisurely. When he appeared at the door of the dormitory building again, the students who had not yet dispersed and were pretending to be taking a walk or making phone calls all focused their eyes on him. There was no more excitement in those eyes, only deep awe, curiosity, and a hint of fear. Zhu Fan ignored everyone's gaze and walked straight towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom that still exuded a powerful aura in the night. A bodyguard in black respectfully opened the car door for him. In the car, Chin Yurua was crossing her legs elegantly and made a gesture of invitation to him with a charming smile on her face. Chapter 12 This car is not worthy of your status. The moment the car door closes, all the noise and prying eyes from the outside world are blocked out. The interior of the Rolls-Royce is a luxurious and quiet world completely different from the simplicity of the dormitory building. The air is filled with the faint scent of high-end custom perfume, mixed with the aroma of top-grade leather and solid wood, which makes people feel relaxed and comfortable just by smelling it. The space inside the car was surprisingly large. It was more like a mobile luxury living room than a sedan. Under his feet was a soft pure wool carpet, which made no sound when he stepped on it. Opposite him, Chin Yurua was sitting on an independent leather chair, holding a glass of red wine in her hand, and looking at him with interest. Mr. Chu, please take a seat. She smiled and pointed to the seat opposite her. Zhu Fan sat down calmly. The soft seat made him sink into it, and it was so comfortable that he wanted to sigh. He did not show any embarrassment or surprise at this extreme luxury. His calmness and composure made Chin Yurua's admiration even stronger. She has seen too many so-called successful people who were so restless in their cars that they didn't even know where to put their hands. But the young man in front of him seemed to be born to belong to such an environment. What would you like to drink? Chin Yurua asked. The small bar in front of her was filled with all kinds of top-quality drinks. Just give me a glass of water, thank you. Zhu Fan said. Chin Yurua raised her eyebrows slightly, and then smiled. She personally took out a bottle of mineral water with a foreign label from the car refrigerator and poured a glass for Zhu Fan elegantly. Mr. Chu is really different. She handed the cup of water to Zhu Fan. Miss Chin, thank you for the compliment. I just don't like the taste of alcohol. Zhu Fan took the water cup and took a sip. The water tasted clear and sweet, and it was obviously expensive. The driver started the vehicle silently, and the Rolls-Royce drove away from the university campus smoothly like a ghost ship. In the car, Chin Yurua shook the red wine in the glass, and the red liquid formed a beautiful arc on the wall of the crystal glass. Mr. Chu, please forgive me for being so presumptuous, but I am really curious, who are you? She finally asked, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhu Fan, as if she wanted to see something from his face. Me? Zhu Fan smiled and leaned back in his chair, saying in a half-joking tone, I'm just an ordinary student. I occasionally win the lottery. I'm just lucky. This answer obviously did not satisfy Chin Yurua. Good luck? Good luck to be able to donate 100 million as if it were waste paper? Good luck to allow Chin Yurua to personally take action and mobilize the entire Chin family's resources to serve her? It's a lie. But she also knew that if the other party didn't want to talk, it would be useless no matter how hard she pressed him. People of this level all had their own secrets. She changed the subject and said with a charming smile, it seems that Mr. Chu doesn't want to tell me. It doesn't matter, we have a long way to go. However, I still have to remind Mr. Chu. Oh? Go ahead. Although your actions tonight solved the problem, you also put yourself in the spotlight. Chin Yurua's expression became more serious. Wang Tsong is not to be feared, but he has some people behind him. More importantly, the financial strength you have shown is enough to attract the attention of many people in Jiangcheng. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. In the future, I'm afraid there will be a lot of troubles that will come to you. These words were spoken with such sincerity that they sounded like advice from a friend. Zhu Fan knew that she was trying to show goodwill to him, while also displaying the information and energy she possessed. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Chin. Zhu Fan's expression remained calm. However, if the wind must come, I don't mind letting it blow harder. That calm and nonchalant tone revealed an air of arrogance that looked down upon everything. Shin Yuruwa's heart skipped a beat for no reason. She looked at the young man in front of her and for the first time felt that she couldn't understand him. He is not like those second-generation inheritors of the family business, who are not arrogant and impetuous. He is also not like those self-made heroes, who are not calculating and violent. He is like a mystery full of fatal attraction. Mr. Chu is so courageous. Shin Yuruwa praised sincerely. She raised her glass and said, "Then I would like to wish Mr. Chu good luck in advance." Chu Fan also raised his water glass and clinked it with hers. A crisp ding sound echoed in the quiet carriage. The car drove along and finally stopped in front of a 3-story building that looked inconspicuous. It was located in a remote area and there was no commercial atmosphere around. "We're here," Shin Yuruwa said. Chu Fan looked through the car window and felt that this place didn't look like a place where they could discuss a donation of 100 million yuan. "This is my private club, and I only entertain friends." Shin Yuruwa saw his confusion and explained, "We always have to find a quiet place to talk about things, right?" She got out of the car first and Chu Fan followed her. As soon as Chu Fan got off the car, he noticed that Shin Yuruwa was frowning and looking at the Rolls-Royce he had just ridden in. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the car?" Chu Fan asked. "No problem." Shin Yuruwa shook her head, then turned and looked at Chu Fan with a very serious look. "I am the one with the problem." She walked up to Chu Fan, looked him up and down, then sighed. "Mr. Chu, I suddenly feel that it is really unfair to let you take this car." Chu Fan was stunned. Rolls-Royce Phantom, a top luxury car worth tens of millions, she said she was wronged? "Why do you say that?" Shin Yuruwa's red lips curled up into a meaningful smile. She stretched out a slender finger and gently touched Chu Fan's chest. "Because the vision and generosity you have shown tonight, Mr. Chu, have far exceeded the value of this car. I think this car is no longer worthy of your status." She paused and her eyes became hot and bold. "So tomorrow I will give you a small gift in my own name as a testimony of our friendship. I hope you will not refuse it then." These words were flawless, and were both a compliment and an attempt to win over others, and they also carried an unspoken ambiguity between adults. This woman is really good at it. Chu Fan looked at her eyes that seemed to be able to speak and smiled, neither agreeing nor refusing. Once some games start, they cannot be stopped easily. Chapter 13. I booked the entire bar. Push open that seemingly ordinary door, and you will find a whole new world inside. Unlike the low-key exterior, the interior of the club is decorated in a retro and luxurious style, with thick Persian carpets, incomprehensible but expensive paintings hanging on the walls, and the air filled with the smell of cigars and whiskey. An old butler in a tuxedo with his hair neatly combed came up silently and bowed deeply to Shin Yuruwa and Chu Fan. "Good evening, Miss Chu." Shin Yuruwa nodded, handed the coat to the housekeeper, and then said to Chu Fan, "This place is called Quiet Night Thoughts. It is my private haven. No one can come in without my permission." Chu Fan looked around. There was a small bar on the first floor with a handsome bartender standing behind it, wiping the wine glasses elegantly. There were a few people sitting here and there, and they looked either rich or noble. When these people saw Shin Yuruwa coming in, they all showed surprised expressions, then stood up and greeted her respectfully. "Sister Shin, why are you here?" "Good evening, Sister Shin." Shin Yuruwa just nodded lightly as a response. However, her gaze made those people dare not look at her anymore. Her aura here is that of an absolute queen. However, when these people's eyes fell on Chu Fan beside Shin Yuruwa, their respect turned into undisguised scrutiny and curiosity, and even a hint of contempt. Chu Fan's clothes were too ordinary. A simple t-shirt and a pair of ordinary jeans, which looked out of place among the handmade suits and designer clothes, like an ugly duckling that strayed into Swan Lake. "Sister Shin, this is..." A young man who looked quite flamboyant, wearing a floral shirt and a big gold watch, walked over with a wineglass in hand. His eyes swept over Chu Fan, and the look in his eyes was just like the one he gave Wang Li in the mobile phone store, full of a sense of superiority. "My guest." Shin Yuruwa's tone became a little colder. "Oh? Customer?" The young man in the flowered shirt sneered. He obviously misunderstood something and thought Chu Fan was Shin Yuruwa's gigolo. He leaned close to Shin Yuruwa and lowered his voice, but deliberately let Chu Fan hear. "Sister Shin, your taste, when did it become so unique? You also like this kind of stuff? In my opinion, you'd better consider me your brother. I can do a much better job than him." As he spoke, he made an extremely insulting and provocative expression towards Chu Fan. Qin Yurua's face darkened instantly. "Zhou Hao, slap your face." Her voice was not loud, but it was chilling. The smile on the face of the young man in the flowered shirt named Zhou Hao suddenly froze. "Sister Qin, I was just joking, don't take it seriously." He was so scared that he almost sobered up. "I'll let you slap me in the face." Qin Yurua repeated, her eyes as cold as a knife. Zhou Hao trembled all over. He knew Qin Yurua's methods and he couldn't avoid the slap today. He gritted his teeth and raised his hand to slap himself in the face. Etc. A calm voice sounded. "It's Chu Fan." Everyone's eyes turned to him. Zhou Hao also stopped what he was doing and looked at Chu Fan with a resentful look, as if to say, "You little pretty boy, how dare you meddle in other people's business?" Chu Fan didn't look at him, but smiled at Qin Yurua and said, "Miss Qin, didn't you say it's very quiet here?" Qin Yurua was stunned for a moment, not understanding what he meant. Chu Fan pointed at the people around him who were watching the fun and shaking his head, "Too noisy." He paused, then asked a question in a very serious tone that made everyone present freeze their brains. "Here, if I want to rent it out, how much does it cost?" The entire club fell into deathly silence. Everyone looked at Chu Fan as if he were a madman. Private the whole place? Clear the area? Does he know where this place is? This is Jingyi Si, the top private club in Jiangcheng. Who among those who can come here to spend money is not a wealthy celebrity with a net worth of over 100 million? Talking about booking the entire place here is simply a humiliation to everyone present. The young man named Zhou Hao even laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Who the hell do you think you are? You want to rent the whole place? Do you know how much a glass of wine costs here? Do you know how many lives I can buy with this outfit of mine? A gigolo is just a gigolo, he doesn't even think before he brags." He felt that Chu Fan must be crazy and wanted to use this sensational way to attract Qin Yurua's attention. However, Qin Yurua did not laugh. She looked at Chu Fan deeply, and she could not see any hint of joking in his calm eyes. He is serious. This realization made Qin Yurua's heart beat faster again. She suddenly understood Chu Fan's style of doing things. He never argues with ants. When he finds you annoying or noisy, he will not argue with you or fight with you. He will only use the simplest, most brutal, and most irresistible way, using money to make you disappear from his sight. What a domineering logic this is. Quiet night thoughts never rents out the venue to outsiders. Qin Yurua said slowly, but then changed the subject and said, "However, if it is your request, Mr. Chu, then it is an exception." She glanced at the old butler next to her. The old housekeeper understood what he meant and said to Chu Fan with a smile, "Mr. Chu, according to the club's rules, if we clear the entire place, we need to compensate every guest present 3 times their spending and bear all the operating costs for tonight. After preliminary calculations, the total cost is about 3 million. 3 million. When this number came out, Zhou Hao laughed even more wildly. 3 million? Ha ha. Did you hear that? Idiot. Can you come up with 3 million? Even if I sell myself, I still can't get the money." He was certain that Chu Fan would be scared to death by this number. However, Chu Fan just nodded, then took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to the butler. Swipe the card. The cartoon was pitch black without any extra patterns, except for a small, inconspicuous crown logo in the corner. When the old butler saw the card, a look of horror appeared for the first time in his eyes, which had always been calm. Qin Yurua's pupils also shrank suddenly. That is, the unlimited black gold card issued by Universal Bank. There is no upper limit on the credit limit, and cardholders can mobilize unimaginable resources anywhere in the world. It is said that the number of such cards issued in the entire China does not exceed double digits. Every cardholder is capable of influencing the world situation and truly stands at the top of the pyramid. He actually has this card? At this moment, Qin Yurua finally understood how wrong all her previous guesses were. She thought Chu Fan was a fierce dragon from across the river and the heir to a mysterious family. Now it seems that his identity is 10,000 times more terrifying than he had imagined. The old butler took the thin card with trembling hands, feeling that he was taking over the weight of the entire world. Drop. The 3 million bill on board was paid successfully. Zhou Hao's laughter stopped abruptly when the purchase slip was printed out. His expression was 100 times more interesting than Wang Li's in the mobile phone store. The color on his face faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. His legs went limp and he collapsed onto the carpet, his crotch quickly getting wet. He was so scared that he peed his pants. Mr. Zhou, and all distinguished guests. The old butler held the bill and said to everyone present in an unquestionable tone, "From now on, quiet night thoughts has been reserved by Mr. Chu Fan. Please leave within 10 minutes. Tonight's spending, as well as triple compensation, will be immediately transferred to your account." Those wealthy people who were watching the show just now were now pale as hell. They didn't even dare to fart and fled in panic as fast as they could. The whole world is finally quiet. Chapter 14, Shock Value Mall opens. 10 minutes later, the entire Jinjiisi club was empty. Only Chu Fan, Qin Yurua, and the old butler who stood respectfully by their side, not daring to even breathe, were left. The air seemed to still linger with the panic brought by those people's hasty escape just now. Chu Fan looked at the quiet environment with satisfaction, leaned comfortably on the sofa, and smiled at Qin Yurua. "Now, we can talk about the 100 million donation." His tone was as if nothing had happened just now. Qin Yurua looked at him with an extremely complicated expression. Shock, curiosity, appreciation, and even a hint of awe. She picked up the glass and drank the remaining red wine in it, and a touching blush appeared on her beautiful cheeks. "Mr. Chu, I think we might be able to talk about something more interesting than donations tonight." Her voice was trembling and charming, even she herself was not aware of it. After seeing the unlimited black gold card, her interest in Chu Fan has reached its peak. This man was like a bottomless black hole, making her want to get closer and explore him even if she would be swallowed. No one knew what Chu Fan and Qin Yurua talked about that night. When he returned to the dormitory, it was already dawn. Shen Bin and another roommate were still sleeping. Only from Zhang Wei's bed could be heard the faint sound of someone tossing and turning because of jealousy. Chu Fan did not disturb anyone. He climbed onto his bed quietly and pulled the bed curtains. In the darkness, he closed his eyes and entered the system space with a thought. Host, Chu Fan. System bank balance, 1 billion yuan billion. Shock value, 13,675 points. Current consumption cashback rate, 20 times. System mall, intermediate area unlocked. Looking at the long string of zeros and the shock value of more than 10,000, Chu Fan felt extremely comfortable. The 3 million yuan spent at the quiet nightclub last night brought him another 60 million yuan in cashback. Now, there is a huge amount of more than 1 billion yuan lying quietly in his system bank. He is now a bona fide billionaire. What interested him more was the unlocked system mall. He focused his mind on the system mall, and a golden virtual interface immediately unfolded before his eyes. The entire mall is like a huge online shopping platform, divided into several areas. Beginner's area, intermediate area, unlocked, advanced area, unlocked, special item area. Chu Fan clicked on the primary area first. There is a wide variety of goods on display inside. Shooting card, single. After using the consumable, the next shot will be a sure hit. Price, 10 shock points. Bad luck spray small bottle, can be used on the target, causing it to suffer a minor embarrassment for 24 hours. Price, 100 shock points. Basic absolute pitch, passive skill that grants the host the ability to distinguish any pitch. Price, 500 shock points. These things are interesting, but they are of little use to Chu Fan. His gaze went straight to the intermediate area that had just been unlocked. The goods in the intermediate area are obviously much more high-end than those in the primary area, and of course the prices are also much more expensive. Perfect Body Shaping Pill, a one-time consumable that optimizes the host's body from the inside out to the most perfect state that human genes can achieve. Removes all impurities and hidden diseases in the body, and comprehensively improves strength, speed, endurance, etc. Price, 5,000 shock value. Master driving skills, passive skill, instantly master the driving skills of all models and reach the level of the world's top racing drivers. Price, 3,000 shock value. Photographic memory intermediate, passive skill, greatly improves memory and comprehension, and allows you to remember all the books and materials you have read clearly. Price, 8,000 shock value. Charming aura, passive skill, slightly improves the host's personal charm, making it easier for people to have a good impression and trust the host. Price, 10,000 shock value. Looking at these incredible products, Chu Fan's breathing became a little rapid. This is no longer a simple auxiliary tool, it is simply a golden finger that allows him to evolve from an ordinary person to a Superman. Money can change his life. And these things can change him as a person. Without hesitation, he locked his attention on the perfect body shaping pill. The body is the capital of revolution. A healthy and energetic body is the basis for enjoying everything. What's more, its description is the most perfect state that human genes can achieve is too tempting. Exchange 4, perfect body shaping pills. Ding! Consume 5,000 shot points, exchange successful. The items have been distributed to the system backpack, and the host can take them out at any time. A Longdon-sized pill emitting a faint golden light appeared in Chufan's mind. He chose to take it out. The next second, the pill appeared out of thin air in his palm. It was as smooth as jade and had a refreshing fragrance. Chufan swallowed it in one gulp without hesitation. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it turned into a warm and powerful current that instantly flowed to his limbs and bones. Chufan groaned. He felt as if his body had turned into a huge furnace. Every inch of muscle, every bone, and every cell are broken down, reorganized, and optimized under the impact of this warm current. A dense layer of black impurities with a fishy smell began to seep out of the surface of his skin. It was the garbage and toxins that had accumulated in his body for more than 20 years. The process is a bit painful, but it is more of an indescribable comfort. He could clearly feel that his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. The muscles of his thin body, which was originally thin due to long-term malnutrition and part-time work, began to become smooth and powerful. His vision, hearing, and sense of smell became sharper than ever before. My brain was also clear, as if years of dust had been washed away, and my thoughts ran several times faster. The whole process lasted about half an hour. When everything calmed down, Chufan felt as if he had been reborn. He could feel the explosive force when he clenched his fist. He took a deep breath, and his lung capacity increased several times more than before. He knew that he had completely bid farewell to his weak self in the past. He opened the bed curtains and looked at his body in the dim light coming in from the window. His skin became fair and delicate, yet still masculine. His abdomen had 8 distinct abdominal muscles. His temperament had undergone an indescribable change, becoming more sunny and confident. At this moment, Shenbin, who was in the lower bunk, turned over and muttered in a daze, "What's that smell, so stinky?" Chufan was stunned when he heard this, then smiled bitterly. Only then did he realize that he had excreted a thick layer of dirt that was emitting an unpleasant odor. He quickly picked up his change of clothes and tiptoed into the dormitory's private bathroom. When he washed himself thoroughly, put on new clothes and stood in front of the mirror again, even he was amazed by the handsome, sunny, and bright-eyed young man in the mirror. This is what a super rich person should be like. Chapter 15. The whole dormitory is reborn. The first ray of sunlight in the morning poured into dormitory 404 through the window. Chufan hadn't slept all night, but at this moment, he didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he was full of energy and had endless energy. This is the effect of the perfect body shaping pill. His body functions are far beyond those of ordinary people. It's dawn. Shinbin, who was sleeping on the lower bunk, rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and sat up. He looked up habitually and wanted to say hello to Chufan, but when he saw Chufan standing by the window, he suddenly woke up. What the hell? Shenbin's eyes were wide open, and his mouth was wide enough to fit an egg. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking that he was still asleep. "Brother Fan? Is that you?" he asked in disbelief. The Chufan in front of him still had the same facial features, but his entire temperament and feeling had changed drastically. His skin seemed to have become whiter and better, and his figure was even better. Even through a t-shirt, one could feel the smooth and firm muscle lines. The most important thing is his temperament. Although Chufan used to be not timid, he always had a bit of restraint and lack of confidence that came from a poor family. And now he was just standing there casually, emitting a sunny, confident and calm aura, as if he was born to be the focus of the crowd. If it's not me, who else could it be? Chufan turned around and said to him with a smile, "Why? Don't you recognize me?" "No. Brother Fan, you haven't been seen for the past night. Did you go to Korea to get a full set of treatment and work out?" Shenbin jumped off the bed and surrounded Chufan in amazement. "This change is too big. Did you secretly use some magical cosmetics behind my back?" Chufan laughed, "I guess so. Didn't I tell you yesterday that after winning the prize, I have to improve myself? This is more than an improvement, it's a complete reshaping." Shenbin patted Chufan's arm enviously. The solid touch surprised him even more. At this moment, Zhang Wei also woke up on another bed in the dormitory. He almost didn't sleep last night because of jealousy and resentment, and he kept thinking about how to trip up the upstart Chu Fan. Hearing Chen Bin's fuss, he curled his lips in disdain and muttered, "Why are you fussing so early in the morning? It's just a new set of clothes. What's the big deal?" He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and looked impatiently in Chu Fan's direction. However, the moment he saw Fan clearly, the disdain and contempt on his face also froze. Jiang Wei's pupils suddenly shrank, and the fire of jealousy in his heart seemed to be poured with a bucket of gasoline, which instantly exploded and burned even more vigorously. Why? How come this poor guy whom he had always looked down upon suddenly became so rich and good-looking overnight? This huge psychological gap almost drove him crazy. Humph, clothes make the man. No matter how nicely you dress, it can't change the fact that you are poor at heart. Jiang Wei said sourly, "You don't even know your own last name just because you have a few stinky bucks. I wonder how long you can be so proud." He deliberately raised his voice just to disgust Chu Fan. Chen Bin couldn't listen any longer and wanted to retort immediately, "Jiang Wei you." Chu Fan reached out to stop him, signaling him not to worry about it. For a person like Jiang Wei, any verbal counterattack would only give him a morbid pleasure. The best way is to destroy his poor self-esteem with absolute kindness that he cannot refuse. Chu Fan smiled, walked to his seat and opened his laptop. While operating the computer, he said in a nonchalant tone, "By the way, Chen Bin, I thought about this yesterday. These broken computers in our dormitory have been used for several years, right? They are stuck like slides, and it's hard to play games." Chen Bin nodded in agreement. "My machine takes more than a minute to boot up. When I'm in a team fight, the frame rate drops as soon as I use a skill." So Chu Fan glanced at Jiang Wei unintentionally and said, "I decided to buy a new set for everyone. It can be regarded as a little benefit for my brothers since I won the prize." As he spoke, he turned the laptop screen towards everyone. On the screen is the country's top computer accessories shopping website. For identical top-of-the-line computers with full configurations have already been added to the shopping cart. The latest processor, the best graphics card, 64 GB of memory, 4 GB of gaming monitor. The configuration of each set is luxurious and the total price exceeds 30,000 yuan. In addition, there are matching ergonomic gaming chairs, top-level mechanical keyboards and mice. The total price of the 4 sets is close to 150,000. Oh my god! Chen Bin was so excited when he saw the configuration list that he almost jumped up. "Brother Fan! This is too good. This graphics card is the latest king of cards. One costs more than 10,000. As long as you like it." Chu Fan smiled and clicked the Pay Now button. He didn't even use a bank card, but directly scanned the code and completed the payment instantly using a payment channel that no one could understand. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was hard for people to react. After doing all this, Chu Fan raised his head and looked at Jiang Wei, who was completely stunned, with a warm smile on his face. "Jiang Wei, your computer is the oldest. Remember to clean up your desk. The new computer will arrive tomorrow. Oh, and replace your chair with your old bench. Doesn't your waist hurt when you sit on it?" Chu Fan's tone was full of care and consideration. But when Jiang Wei heard this thoughtfulness, it made him feel 1,000 times more uncomfortable than any vicious curse. Jiang Wei's face instantly turned purple. He wanted to refuse, he wanted to have the nerve to say, "I don't want your charity." But he looked at the dazzling configuration list and the top-level graphics card that he had always dreamed of owning, but he couldn't bring himself to say no. His reason and self-esteem were shattered in the face of absolute material temptation. He needs this computer. He dreams of owning such a computer. But this computer was given to him as a gift by the person he envied the most and hated the most. Accepting it means that he has to admit that he is a loser who cannot survive without Chu Fan's charity. If he didn't accept it, he would have to watch the other 3 people in the dormitory using top-of-the-line computers while he sat there like a clown guarding that broken computer. This is heartbreaking. Jiang Wei's body trembled violently due to the extreme humiliation and the struggle between his conscience and his desires. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Finally, he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "Nu." The voice was filled with unwillingness to be humiliated, and a kind of resigned helplessness. He lowered his head and dared not look at Chu Fan again. He knew that from this moment on he would never be able to raise his head in front of this person again. Chapter 16 I'm just an ordinary student. This collective upgrade incident in dormitory 404 spread like a gust of wind throughout the dormitory building and even the entire college. Have you heard? The wealthy man Chu Fan from 404 has made another move. What happened? He donated another 100 million? That's not the case, but it's pretty exaggerated. He directly replaced all 4 people in the dormitory with top-of-the-line computers, the kind that cost more than 30,000 yuan each. Fuck. Is this true? That would add up to more than 100,000 yuan? Just to replace the computer? That's right. It is said that even the chair, keyboard, and mouse are all top-notch. Damn, I'm jealous why I don't have such a great roommate. The most amazing thing is, isn't there a guy named Zhang Wei in their dormitory who talks bad about Chu Fan behind his back every day? Chu Fan also gave him a set of gifts, treating them equally. This is an amazing pattern. It's murderous. If I were that Zhang Wei, I wouldn't be able to stay in the dormitory any longer. For a time, the legend about Chu Fan was further enriched. From spending billions of gold for a beautiful woman to spending money like water for his brothers, Chu Fan's image has become more and more mysterious and awe-inspiring in everyone's mind. However, Chu Fan, the center of the legend, showed up in the professional class on time with his textbook in hand, as if nothing had happened. The moment he walked into the classroom, the originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. That look was completely different from yesterday. Yesterday we just watched the fun and gossiped. Today it is awe, curiosity, and admiration. Especially when they saw Chu Fan himself, many people, especially girls, let out low exclamations. Oh my god, he seems even more handsome in person than in the photo. Yes, don't you think his temperament has changed a lot? He is sunny and confident, and he looks so good when he smiles. It's over. I believe in love again. This kind of man who is rich, handsome, and has a big vision is simply the ideal in the world. Chu Fan had long been able to take these looks and comments calmly. He just glanced around calmly and then walked straight to an empty seat at the back of the classroom. As soon as he sat down, a gentle and pleasant voice came from beside him. Good morning, Chu Fan. Chu Fan turned around and was a little surprised. The person sitting next to him was Su Muqing. Today she was wearing a light blue shirt, with her long hair tied into a ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead and swan-like neck. In the morning light, her skin was so white that it seemed to be glowing, and her whole body was as clean as a gardenia covered with dew. Good morning. Chu Fan responded with a smile. This large classroom can accommodate several classes, and the seats are random. Su Muqing is from the Department of Art, and her major is different from Chu Fan's. She is here, so she must have chosen the same elective course. Unfortunately, Su Muqing shook her head. She looked at Chu Fan with her clear eyes and a sincere smile. I came here specially to sit with you. Oh? Chu Fan was a little surprised. Su Muqing nodded. She seemed a little embarrassed, and a faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks. Thank you for last night. Thank me? Chu Fan was even more confused. Su Muqing pursed her lips and whispered, I went to Jinyuechuan with my friend yesterday. In fact, we were dragged there by a very annoying senior who kept pestering my friend. Later, you came and ordered so many dishes that scared him away. So, you indirectly helped us out. She explained the reason for the incident. Chu Fan suddenly realized that there was such a thing. He smiled and said, it's just a small favor, you don't have to be polite. Thank you too. Su Muqing insisted. She looked at Chu Fan with curiosity in her eyes. Chu Fan, you seem to have changed a lot recently. What she meant was not just appearance and temperament, but more of a feeling. Really? Maybe. Chu Fan smiled without comment. Yeah. Su Muqing hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, are you okay with those things on the forum, and what happened last night? Will it cause you a lot of trouble? There was no gossip or inquiry in her eyes, only a pure, friendly concern. This made Chu Fan feel a little warm in his heart. When everyone was only paying attention to how rich and awesome he was, this girl was the only one who cared whether he would be troubled by this. There will definitely be some troubles. Chu Fan said calmly, but fortunately, they can all be solved. His tone was so nonchalant, as if those earth-shattering events to others were just trivial troubles in his eyes. Su Muqing looked at his calm and confident appearance and for some reason she felt at ease. She felt that the boy in front of her was like a deep lake, calm on the surface but harboring unimaginable power underneath. That's good. She was genuinely happy for him and a bright smile appeared on her face. Her smile is as bright as the sun without being dazzling, making people feel very comfortable. By the way, this is for you. Su Muqing seemed to remember something. She took out a small, exquisitely wrapped box from her canvas bag and handed it to Chu Fan. What's this? It's just a small gift that I made myself. Su Muqing's face turned red again. Go back and take a look. Just then the class bell rang. Su Muqing quickly sat up straight, took out her textbook and pretended to listen carefully, but her slightly red ears betrayed her inner shyness. Chu Fan looked at the box in his hand, smiled, and put it away without asking any more questions. The class passed quickly. When the get out of class was over, Chu Fan was about to say goodbye to Su Muqing when a middle-aged man in a suit, who looked like the dean of studies, hurried into the classroom. His eyes swept around the classroom, finally locking onto Chu Fan, and then he walked over quickly. Excuse me, are you classmate Chu Fan? He had a warm smile on his face and his tone was a little too polite. May I ask who you are? Oh, I'm Director Wang from the Student Affairs Office. Director Wang extended his hand enthusiastically to shake hands with Chu Fan. Student Chu is really a talented person, young and promising. The students around were so shocked that they were speechless when they saw that even Director Wang was so polite to Chu Fan. Chu Fan shook hands with him and asked in confusion, Director Wang, what do you want to talk to me about? Director Wang smiled even brighter. Regarding your donation of 100 million yuan last night, the school leaders attach great importance to it and are very moved. You are really the pride of Jiangcheng University. Therefore, the school leaders would like to invite you to come over and have a face-to-face exchange with you. We also want to hear your valuable opinions on the school's construction. The whole audience was in an uproar when these words were spoken. Even the school leaders have to meet with him in person and listen to his valuable opinions? This treatment is even higher than that received by provincial leaders during their inspection. Su Muqing, who was standing by, also covered her mouth in surprise. She knew Chu Fan was very powerful now, but she didn't expect him to be this powerful. Facing Director Wang's almost flattering invitation, Chu Fan's face did not show the slightest bit of pride or excitement. He just frowned calmly, even a little distressed. Director Wang, I'm so sorry. He sighed and said in a very sincere tone. I'm actually just an ordinary student. I just want to have a quiet class and don't want to make it so special. Chapter 17 Classmate, is this car yours? I just want to have a quiet class and don't want to make it so special. When Chu Fan said this, the whole classroom fell into an eerie silence again. The smile on Director Wang's face froze there, and his expression was full of wonderful moments. The students around them felt that their three views were once again being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. What's this? Is this the legendary Versailles? He donated 100 million yuan and shocked the whole school. Now the school leaders want to meet him in person, but he still says with a distressed look on his face that he just wants to be an ordinary student? This outfit is so fresh and unconventional that it returns to nature and reaches a whole new level. If someone else said this, everyone would definitely think he was being pretentious and hypocritical. But when these words came out of Chu Fan's mouth, coupled with his sincere and calm eyes, everyone felt strangely that he seemed to be speaking the truth. He seemed to really find these things troublesome. Director Wang has been in the officialdom for many years and has mastered the ways of the world. He was stunned for half a second and then reacted immediately. Master. This is definitely the style of a master. Treat money as dirt and fame and fortune as clouds. The realm of this classmate Chu has far exceeded my imagination. Yes, what Chu said is right. Director Wang bent his waist even lower, and the smile on his face became more humble and respectful. We were inconsiderate and disturbed Chu's class. However, the school leaders also meant well. Can we spare you a few minutes to meet them and have a cup of tea? He lowered his posture very low, almost in a pleading tone. Looking at him like this, Chu Fan knew that he had to meet him today. He nodded, okay, then I'll trouble Director Wang to lead the way. No trouble. Please come this way, Mr. Chu. Director Wang was as if he had been pardoned. He hurriedly led the way. His attentive look made him look like a eunuch serving his master in an ancient imperial palace. Chu Fan followed him out of the classroom and before leaving, he smiled at Su Muqing as a farewell. Su Muqing looked at his departing back, her beautiful eyes shining with light. Chu Fan was escorted by Director Wang all the way to the school's administrative building. In the principal's office, the principal, vice president, department secretaries, several school-level leaders were already waiting there. When they saw Chu Fan coming in, everyone stood up at once, with enthusiastic smiles on their faces. Hey, classmate Chu is here. please take a seat. Student Chu is really young and promising, and a role model for us Jiang University students. Come on, classmate Chu, have some tea. This is my treasured premium Da Hong Pao. This scene made Chu Fan feel not like a student, but rather like a superior leader who came to inspect his work. The next half hour was spent in this extremely harmonious and friendly atmosphere. The school leaders highly praised Chu Fan's righteous act, and then asked about Chu Fan's family background indirectly. Finally, they began to hint that the school had some projects that were short of funds and some facilities that needed improvement. Chu Fan just smiled and drank tea throughout the whole process without making any comment. He knew that what these people valued was not him as a person, but the financial power behind him. Just when he was feeling a little bored and was about to leave, his cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Chu Fan apologized to the leaders present and answered the phone. Shin Yurua's smiling voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Chu didn't disturb you, did he? Is there anything wrong with Miss Chin? It was nothing serious. Shin Yurua chuckled and said, it's the little gift I gave you. It has arrived. It's at the south gate of your school. Is it convenient for you to come and pick it up now? Gift? Chu Fan remembered what Shin Yurua said last night. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan stood up and said goodbye. Although the school leaders were reluctant to leave, they also knew they couldn't force him to stay, so they enthusiastically escorted him to the door of the administrative building and held his hands reluctantly. Student Chu, please walk slowly. Student Chu, please come and give us your guidance when you are free. After saying goodbye to this group of enthusiastic leaders, Chu Fan walked towards the south gate. As soon as he walked near the south gate, he saw a sports car with an extremely cool shape, full of science fiction and aggressiveness parked at the door. It was an Audi 7, and it was modified by a top modification factory and was a global limited edition. The entire matte black body, with smooth and muscular lines, looks like a black beast ready to pounce in the sun. The value of this car is at least over 3 million, which is much higher than Wang Song's Porsche 911. A capable man in a black suit was standing next to the car. When he saw Chu Fan coming, he immediately came forward. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chu Fan? I am. Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Miss Chin's assistant. This car is a gift from Miss Chin to you. All the formalities and license plates have been completed. Here are the car keys. As he spoke, he respectfully handed over a uniquely shaped car key. Chu Fan took the key and nodded, thank Miss Chin for me. This woman really knows how to give gifts. It's expensive enough, but not as ostentatious as a Rolls-Royce, which is very suitable for his current student status. Just as Chu Fan was about to get in the car and experience the new ride, a sarcastic voice came from the side. Hey, isn't this classmate Chu? Why, are you also interested in this car? Chu Fan turned around and saw a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked decent, holding a stack of teaching plans and looking at him with a sarcastic expression. Chu Fan knew this person. He was a professor in their college named Ma. He was a notorious snob. He loved to brag about his connections and knowledge in class, and he looked down on students from poor families. Professor Ma. Chu Fan called out lightly. Professor Ma walked to the front of the car, stroked the body of the car with an obsessive look on his face, and exclaimed, "What a nice car! There is probably only one modified 7 in the whole city. What kind of big shot can afford such a car?" He glanced at Chu Fan and said sarcastically, "Classmates, just look at it, but don't touch it. If you scratch the paint of this car, you won't be able to afford the compensation even if you sell it." He obviously thought that Chu Fan was just a passerby like him who was attracted by the luxury car and came to watch. Chu Fan smiled. He likes people who come to him to get slapped in the face the most. He didn't say anything but just pressed the car key in his hand. Ding ding. The black beast immediately flashed its lights twice and gave a crisp response. The smile on Professor Ma's face froze instantly. He looked at the car keys in Chu Fan's hand in disbelief, then looked at the car, his eyes almost popping out. "This car is yours?" His voice was trembling. Chu Fan didn't answer him, but walked straight to the driver's seat and opened the door. He gave a warm smile to Professor Ma, who was still in a daze. "Professor Ma, I'm sorry to bother you and let you block my way." After saying that, he sat in the cab and started the engine skillfully. Buzz. The beast awakens. The low and violent engine roar hit Professor Ma's heart like a heavy hammer. He was so scared that he quickly took several steps back and looked at Chu Fan with horror. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Chu Fan's mind. Ding! Detected that the host is about to drive. Do you want to consume 3,000 shock points to exchange for master-level driving skills? Exchange. Chu Fan said without hesitation. A huge stream of information instantly flooded into his mind. About drifting, about cornering, about extreme control of accelerator and brake, all the top driving skills were like instinct at this moment, deeply imprinted in his mind. He felt that he and the car had become one. He put the car in gear and waved coolly at Professor Ma, whose face looked pale, outside the window. Then step on the accelerator. Boom! The black Audi 7 shot out in an instant like an arrow from a bow. On the not-so-wide field in front of the school gate, it left a perfect drift arc with the smell of burnt tires, and then disappeared into the distance. Only Professor Ma with gold-rimmed glasses was left standing there blankly, smelling the exhaust fumes in the air, with his own shattered worldview. Chapter 18: Jiang Wei's Conspiracy. The atmosphere in dormitory 404 was a bit weird. Chen Bin and another roommate were happily installing their new computer. They loved the top-notch configuration and the cool chassis so much that they couldn't let it go, and their excitement and joy were beyond words. Wow! This case is so cool! And it even has lighting effects. Look at this monitor, the 4-resolution image quality is simply amazing. And on Jiang Wei's seat in the corner, there was also an identical new computer. But he didn't move. He just sat on his broken chair with a gloomy face, staring at the brand new computer case in front of him. His eyes were filled with mixed emotions. There is desire and greed, but more of it is humiliation and resentment. Every time Chen Bin and the others uttered an excited exclamation of praise, it was like a needle piercing his heart. Because he knew that all of this was rewarded to him by Chu Fan. Jiang Wei, a man who thought he had backbone and dignity, had actually fallen to the point where he had to accept charity from the person he hated the most. This feeling is more uncomfortable than beating him up directly. Just then the dormitory door was pushed open and Chu Fan walked in humming a little tune. Oh, it's all installed? That's pretty fast. Chu Fan said with a smile. Brother Fan, you're back. Chen Bin immediately came up to him enthusiastically. Brother Fan, come and take a look. This computer is amazing. I've never used such a good computer in my life. As long as you like it. Chu Fan patted his shoulder, then his eyes fell on Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei, why don't you pretend? Don't you like it? Chu Fan's tone was full of concern. If you don't like this style, I can change you to another one? These considerate words once again stabbed into Jiang Wei's heart like a knife. Change into another one? It's as easy as buying a bottle of water. Is this the world of the rich? Jiang Wei clenched his fists tightly under the table. He could feel his nails piercing the skin on his palms. He squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. No need, it's fine. After saying that, he began to silently unpack and install his new computer like a zombie. He didn't dare to look at Chu Fan again, for he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and would rush up to fight him. Chu Fan sneered in his heart as he looked at his humiliated and unwilling expression. This is exactly the effect he wants. For this kind of villain, you have to use the thing he desires most to destroy his will and dignity bit by bit. Chu Fan sat down in his seat and was about to take a break when he heard Chen Bin lower his voice and whisper mysteriously into his ear, Brother Fan, I want to tell you something. Wang Song's counselor came to our building just now. Oh? Chu Fan became interested. What are you here for? Come and process his withdrawal. Chen Bin had a gloating expression on his face. I heard that his father came to the school personally to process it. He said that he had suffered a great mental shock and needed to go home for a long time to recuperate. There will be no such people in our school from now on. Really? Chu Fan nodded, not surprised. Wang Song is a proud person who has never experienced any setbacks. After the earth-shattering humiliation he suffered last night, it would be strange if he didn't have mental problems. But it has nothing to do with him anymore. Wang Song, Lu Feifei. These names that once made him feel angry and humiliated are now like dust on the roadside, not worth mentioning. His life had already taken a different path that they could never reach. He was just thinking about it when Qin Yuruwa called again. Mr. Chu, are you satisfied with your new car? Qin Yuruwa's lazy laughter came from the other end of the phone. Very good, thank you Miss Qin. Chu Fan said with a smile, it's just a little too high profile. High profile? I think that car is still unfair to Mr. Chu. Shin Yurua changed the subject and said, by the way, let me tell you about the Wang family. What? Did his family cause you trouble? No, they don't dare. Shin Yurua's tone was full of disdain. His father, Wang Jiangwo, brought a valuable gift today and wanted to meet me, but I refused. However, he asked someone to bring me a message. What? He said that he was a bad father and offended you, the dragon god. He is willing to offer 30% of the Wang family's assets, and only asks you to spare their lives. 30% of shares? Although the Wang family's company is not as big as the Qin family, it is still a listed company in Jiangcheng, with a market value of several billion. A 30% stake means more than 1 billion in assets. This Wang Jiangwo is a tough guy who can bend and stretch. Chu Fan just smiled faintly after hearing this. Reply to him for me. I am not interested in his rotten fish and shrimp. Just take care of his son and don't bother me again. Ha ha ha. Shin Yurua was amused by his metaphor. Okay, Mr. Chu, I will definitely convey your words. Believe me, you will never see anyone with the last name Wang in Jiangcheng again. It will only be an eyesore in front of you. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan stretched. Everything seems to be moving in the right direction. However, he did not notice that while he was on the phone, Zhang Wei in the corner was listening to every word of his conversation with Qin Yurua. Wang family 30% of the shares, more than 1 billion. These key words exploded in Zhang Wei's mind like thunder. He originally thought that Chu Fan had only won a few 100,000, or at most 1 million, in the lottery. But now it seems that it is not the case at all. It can scare the boss of a listed company with a market value of several billion to the point of offering more than 1 billion shares to beg for mercy. This Chu Fan, the power and wealth behind him, has completely exceeded Zhang Wei's wildest imagination. Envy. Extreme jealousy was like a poisonous snake gnawing at his heart madly. Why? Why can Chu Fan have all this? And I, Zhang Wei, who comes from the same ordinary family as him, have to accept his charity like a dog? No. I don't accept it. A vicious thought was growing wildly in his mind. Don't even think about having a good life if I can't get you. You are rich, right? But is your money legitimate? The fact that an ordinary student suddenly possessed such a huge wealth was the biggest suspicious point in itself. As long as I grasp this point, I don't believe that I can't defeat you. Zhang Wei's eyes became extremely resentful and crazy. He took out his cell phone and opened the school's anonymous reporting mailbox. With trembling hands, he typed out a letter of denunciation word by word. Report Chu Fan from the School of Economics and Management by real name. His personal property is of unknown origin and the amount is huge. He is suspected of participating in serious illegal and criminal activities such as online fraud and money laundering. He spends money lavishly to win people's hearts and minds on campus, which seriously undermines the campus atmosphere. I sincerely ask the school and relevant departments to conduct a serious investigation on him. After typing the last word, he hesitated for a moment and finally deleted the word real name. What he wanted was to hide in the dark and watch Chu Fan fall from grace. Click send. After doing all this, Zhang Wei showed a sick and hideous smile on his face. Chu Fan, I want to see how you die this time. Chapter 19, Interview with the Counselor. The next day, just after class, Chu Fan received a call from the counselor and was called to the office. The counselor's name is Sun Tao, a young teacher in his early 30s who wears black-framed glasses and usually looks very kind. But today, his expression looked unusually serious. Chu Fan, please sit down. Sun Tao pointed to the chair opposite him. His tone was businesslike, without his usual friendliness. There were only 2 of them in the office, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing. Chu Fan sat down calmly. He probably had guessed what it was about. Chu Fan's classmate Sun Tao pushed up his glasses, crossed his hands on the table, and got ready for a conversation. Recently, news about you has been spreading around the school. Really? Chu Fan's expression remained calm. Sun Tao felt a little angry when he saw his nonchalant look. Of course, he had also heard about Chu Fan's extraordinary deeds, but unlike those envious students, as a counselor, he thought more. There must be something wrong if a student from a poor family suddenly becomes so wealthy. Moreover, just this morning, he received an anonymous letter of complaint from above, the content of which was even more shocking. Internet fraud? Money laundering? If these charges are proven, you will go to jail. Chu Fan, I hope you can tell me the truth. Sun Tao's tone became stern. Have you been out recently and met with any questionable people? Or have you participated in any improper activities? Teacher's son, I don't understand what you mean. Chu Fan said lightly. Don't understand? Sun Tao raised his voice a few notches. Then I'll explain it more clearly. Where did all this extra money come from? He stared into Chu Fan's eyes, trying to see even the slightest trace of panic on his face. However, he was disappointed. Chu Fan's eyes were still clear and calm, like a bottomless lake. Teacher's son, this is my personal privacy. Chu Fan's tone was still neither humble nor arrogant. I can only tell you that the source of every penny of my money is absolutely legal and compliant, and can withstand any investigation. Personal privacy? Sun Tao was irritated by his stubborn attitude. He slammed the table and stood up. Chu Fan! Don't be ungrateful. Do you know that someone has already reported you to the school under his real name? In order to trick Chu Fan into speaking, he even lied and said anonymous was his real name. They say you are suspected of serious economic crimes. This matter is very serious. The school is now based on the principle of caring for students, and we will first understand the situation internally. If you continue to be uncooperative, we will have no choice but to report the situation to the public security organs. By then, the matter will not be as simple as a conversation in the office. He tried to use the public security organs to intimidate Chu Fan. If any other student heard this, they would have been so scared that their legs would have gone limp. But Chu Fan just smiled faintly. Report to the public security authorities? He would love it. The existence of the system is his strongest confidence. Not to mention the public security organs, even the world's top financial investigation agencies can't find any problems with his funds. Because every time this money circulates in the real world, the system has forged a perfect legal source. Teacher's son, I still say the same thing. Chu Fan stood up and looked directly into Sun Tao's eyes. We welcome any form of investigation. If the school feels it is necessary, you can call the police now. His attitude was so calm and fearless. This actually made Sun Tao very confused. He stood there in a daze, looking at the student in front of him. For the first time, he felt a little shaken. Could it be that everything he said was true? Could it be that he really has a powerful background, or has had some incredible luck? Just when the atmosphere in the office was at a stalemate, there was a knock on the office door. Come in, Sun Tao said unhappily. The door opened and someone he didn't expect walked in. It was Li Guodong, the dean of their School of Economics and Management. President Li? Why are you here? Sun Tao was startled to see the president in person and stood up straight quickly. Li Guodong didn't even look at him, but walked straight to Chu Fan with an extremely warm and humble smile on his face, which Sun Tao had never seen before. Hey, classmate Chu, you are here. Li Guodong took the initiative to stretch out his hands and tightly held Chu Fan's hands. I have been looking for you for a long time. Chu Fan was a little confused. President Li, you are looking for me? Yes. It's great news. Li Guodong's face was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Student Chu, you are really the unicorn of our college, not just our entire Jiangcheng University. Sun Tao was completely dumbfounded watching what was happening. What is going on? How come the dean is 100 times more polite to Chu Fan than to himself, his subordinate? President Li, please speak frankly. Chu Fan was a little confused by his enthusiasm. Okay. Li Guodong clapped his hands excitedly. That's right, classmate Chu. Just now. The chairman of the Qin Group, Miss Qin Yuruwa, called our school personally. Qin Group? Sun Tao took a breath when he heard the name. That is the leading business giant in Jiangcheng and even the entire province. That's right. Li Guodong's tone was full of pride. Ms. Qin proposed a donation to our school over the phone. He paused, took a deep breath, and then, in an almost pilgrimage-like tone, announced a number that almost gave Sun Tao a myocardial infarction on the spot. She wants to donate a comprehensive experimental building to our school in her personal name. The total value is estimated to be 500 million. 500 million? Sun Tao felt his head buzzing as if it was hit by a sledgehammer. Yes. 500 million. Li Guodong's face flushed with excitement. And Miss Qin made a request by name on the phone. What request? Sun Tao asked subconsciously. Li Guodong turned his head and looked at Chu Fan with extremely hot eyes. Miss Chin said that this building must be named after our college student Chu Fan. Just call Chu Fan Lu. She also said that this is only the first round of donations. As long as Chu Fan stays in our school, her subsequent donations will continue. Boom! It was as if an atomic bomb exploded in Sun Tao's brain. He stared at Chu Fan blankly, then looked at the dean with a fawning face, and finally understood everything. What a bullshit anonymous report. What a bullshit economic crime. Compared to the 500 million that Chin's group had dropped out of nowhere, that report was simply a joke. A huge joke. He thought of his bossy attitude towards Chu Fan, even slamming the table in a threatening manner. A chill instantly spread from his tailbone to the top of his head. He seemed to have caused a terrible disaster. Chapter 20. Please keep this donation certificate. Just call Chu Fan Lu. When these three words came out of Dean Li Guodong's mouth, Sun Tao felt like the whole world was spinning. He looked at the student in front of him, whom he had just scolded and even threatened to call the police. He felt as if his throat was tightly strangled by an invisible hand and he could not utter a word. He finally realized how wrong he had been. He thought Chu Fan was just a lucky nouveau riche, but he didn't expect that he was a true god who could make a behemoth like the Chin group willing to spend a fortune on him. His behavior just now was not about investigating the students at all, it was clearly an offense to a bodhisattva whom he had no right to even look up to. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, and his legs began to weaken unconsciously. When Chu Fan heard the news, he was also slightly stunned. This woman Chin Yurua really knows how to play. Naming a building after him? This is not just a donation, it is about making him a living legend and a spiritual totem of Jiangcheng University. This move was really well made. Not only did it give him a legitimate and brilliant identity, but it also deeply bound him to the Chin group and to her, Chin Yurua. Student Chu, what do you think about this naming issue? Dean Li Guodong looked at Chu Fan cautiously, asking for his opinion. His attitude seemed to be that if Chu Fan said no, he would give up the 500 million right on the spot. I have no objection as long as Miss Chin has good intentions. Chu Fan said calmly. Great. Great. Li Guodong rubbed his hands excitedly. Student Chu is so upright. On behalf of all the teachers and students in the college, I want to thank you. Thank you, Miss Chin. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something, his face darkened, and he turned to look at Sun Tao, who looked as pale as death. By the way, Xiao Sun, when I came in just now, I saw you seemed to be talking to classmate Chu. And you were banging the table? What's going on? Li Guodong's tone turned unfriendly. Sun Tao's body shook violently and he was so scared that he almost fell to his knees. Dean, He stammered, sweat pouring down his face, his mind went blank, and he had no idea how to explain. Speak! Li Guodong shouted sternly. Dean Sun Tao's voice was trembling. This morning I received an anonymous letter reporting that Chu Fan. Report what? Report him, his property comes from unknown sources and he is suspected of committing crimes. Sun Tao's voice was as small as a mosquito's hum. After he finished speaking, he immediately lowered his head, not daring to look into the dean's eyes. The office fell into deathly silence. Li Guodong's face turned blue at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then he became furious. He stared at Sun Tao intently as if he wanted to skin him alive. You bastard! A thunderous roar exploded in the office. Li Guodong was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Sun Tao's nose and cursed, "Do you have a pig brain? You believe anonymous reports? Who is Chu? He is a philanthropist who can make Chin Group donate 500 million to him. He is the pride of our college. How dare you question him because of a shabby letter? To interrogate him? What are you doing? You are pushing our school's god of wealth away. Sun Tao, I usually think you are quite smart, but why are you so stupid and confused at the critical moment? Li Guodong became more and more angry as he pointed at the door and shouted, You! Now! Immediately! Get out! Go back and write a 10,000-word self-reflection. Suspend your job and reflect on yourself. When you figure it out, come back to work. Sun Tao looked as pale as death. He knew that his career might be over. Just as he was about to walk out in despair, there was another knock on the office door. This time, a clear and pleasant voice with a hint of queen-like aura came from outside the door. Excuse me, is classmate Chu Fan here? The door was pushed open, and Shin Yurua walked in wearing a neat white suit and high heels, surrounded by a group of black-clad bodyguards. As soon as she appeared, the whole office seemed to brighten several degrees. President Shin? Li Guodong was flattered to see Shin Yurua in person, and hurriedly went to greet her. Hey, President Shin, why are you here in person? This really brings honor to our school. Shin Yurua nodded to him politely, but her eyes passed him and fell on Chu Fan. There was a sly smile in her beautiful eyes. I'm here to deliver something to Mr. Chu. She winked at the assistant behind her. The assistant immediately stepped forward and handed Chu Fan a beautifully carved box made of expensive rosewood. Mr. Chu, this is the official donation certificate and Medal of Honor for the 100 million yuan you donated earlier. Shin Yurua said with a smile, our foundation has completed all the procedures and notified the relevant charity regulatory agencies. We guarantee that every penny of your donation will be open and transparent and implemented, she said as she opened the box herself. Lying quietly inside was a donation certificate printed in gold-plated letters and stamped with a bright red official seal, and a heavy Medal of Honor made of pure gold. That certificate is the most irrefutable and credible proof. It proves that Chu Fan's money is not black money of unknown origin, but clean money that can be used for charity in an open and above-board manner. Shin Yurua picked up the certificate and did not hand it to Chu Fan. Instead, she turned around and handed it to Sun Tao, who was completely dumbfounded. The corners of her mouth curled up in a playful arc, and her tone was half smile. Teacher, I heard that you seem to have some doubts about the source of our Mr. Chu's funds? Here, take this donation certificate. Please take a close look at every word and every official seal on it. If you still have questions, you can always raise your questions to our Qin Group's legal department, or directly to a higher-level regulatory department. Those words, spoken lightly, carried with them a suffocating, overwhelming momentum. Sun Tao looked at the certificate in front of him, which was more important than his life. His legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. In his hand, he still tightly grasped the anonymous letter of complaint that made him regret his decision. Chapter 21. Please ask Chu to give us a report. Looking at Sun Tao, who was lying on the ground with a deathly pale face, Shin Yurua's lips curled up into an imperceptible sneer. This is exactly the effect she wants. She came here in person today, firstly to further consolidate her relationship with Chu Fan, and secondly to use this most direct and powerful way to clear all obstacles for Chu Fan and deter all villains. She wanted to let everyone in the school and even the whole Jiangqing know that Chu Fan was someone that Qin Yurua and her Qin family wanted to protect. Anyone who dares to touch him is going against the Qin family. Dean Li Guodong is also a smart man. Looking at the dramatic scene in front of him, he immediately understood the cause and effect. The look he gave Sun Tao was no longer one of anger, but of complete coldness and disgust. Something that is more likely to cause trouble than to help. Because of his stupidity, the academy and the school's golden opportunity were almost ruined. Someone come here. Li Guodong shouted to the outside of the door. 2 administrative department staff members ran in immediately. Drag Sun Tao out. Li Guodong pointed at Sun Tao on the ground and said without any emotion, from today on, he is no longer the counselor of our School of Economics and Management. As for how to deal with him later, we will wait for the results of the investigation by the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Yes. Dean. 2 staff members picked up Sun Tao, who was already like a puddle of mud, and dragged him out. Sun Tao did not struggle or beg for mercy. He just looked distraught and kept repeating, I was wrong. I was really wrong. A farce caused by jealousy came to an end in the most thorough way. Peace returned to the office. Li Guodong put on an extremely enthusiastic smile and said to Chu Fan and Qin Yurua, President Qin and classmate Chu, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. There is something wrong with the management of our school, which allowed this black sheep to offend our distinguished guests. President Li, you are too kind. Qin Yurua smiled faintly. But I am very curious, who wrote the so-called anonymous report letter? Her words seemed casual, but in fact they were a reminder to Li Guodong. It's not over yet. The real culprit is still hiding in the dark. Li Guodong was startled and immediately understood. He said quickly, Don't worry, Director Qin. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I will never let go of any bad elements who try to slander and defame our outstanding students. I will give student Chu a satisfactory explanation. Chu Fan watched them singing in unison, and his mind was as clear as a mirror. He knew that he didn't even need to speak to these 2 people, they would get things done perfectly. This is the convenience that comes with power and status. He thought about it, then mentioned it casually. Actually, there's no need to check too much. His tone was very calm. I feel like someone in our dormitory seems to have a deep misunderstanding of me. This sentence is extremely clever. He didn't name any names, just offered a range. But for a shrewd man like Li Guodong, this is no longer a hint, but a clear statement. Okay. I understand. Li Guodong immediately understood. He nodded heavily, with a stern look in his eyes. Student Chu, don't worry. It will take at most half an hour. I will give you the result. After saying that, he found an excuse and hurried out to investigate. Chu Fan and Qin Yuruo were the only ones left in the office. Qin Yuruo looked at Chu Fan and shook her head helplessly and amusedly. Why do you always like to rely on others to solve problems that you can solve yourself? I'm just lazy. Chu Fan spread his hands and said confidently, with such a capable ally like Miss Qin, why should I do everything myself? Wouldn't that make you, Miss Qin, worthless? Slippery tongue. Qin Yuruo was amused by him and rolled her eyes at him. Her charming look was enough to make any man's heart beat. She paused, then continued, but this incident also serves as a reminder to us. Money alone is not enough. Sometimes a positive, officially recognized social identity can help you avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. So you donated at Chu Fan Building? Chu Fan said with a smile. That's right. Qin Yuruo admitted frankly, I want you to become the most shining name card of Jiangcheng University. I want everyone who wants to cause trouble for you to think twice before they do anything. To move you is to go against the entire Jiangcheng University and our Qin group. Miss Qin's handicraft is truly extraordinary. Chu Fan praised sincerely. Of course, don't you see who I am? Qin Yuruo raised her chin proudly, then changed the subject with a sly smile on her face. So, in order to consolidate your glorious image, I just agreed to a request from your deanly without authorization. What request? Chu Fan had a bad feeling. Qin Yuruo smiled like a fox that had stolen some meat. It's just that your college would like to invite you, an outstanding young alumnus, to be a special guest at the welcome meeting this Friday to give an inspirational speech on the outlook on life and values to all the freshmen in the school. Puff. Chu Fan almost spit out the tea he had just taken. Let me give a motivational speech? Share my outlook on life and values with a group of freshmen who are full of hope for the future? Isn't my value to spend money and then make more money? If this gets out, wouldn't these flowers of the motherland be thrown into the ditch? This is simply the most ironic thing in the world. Half an hour later. Dormitory 404. Zhang Wei was sitting in front of his new computer, refreshing the school forum anxiously. He was waiting for news about Chu Fan being investigated and punished. However, what he waited for were posts that made him shudder with fear. About Qin Group donated 500 million to build Chu Fan Building. Looking at the countless people praising and admiring Chu Fan under those posts, Zhang Wei felt his heart sinking little by little. He realized that he seemed to have failed, again. Just then the dormitory door was pushed open. Counselor Sun Tao was not the former Counselor Sun Tao. He walked in a dazed look. Behind him followed Dean Li Guodong, who had a sullen face, and several campus security guards in uniform. Zhang Wei. Li Guodong's gaze instantly locked onto Zhang Wei like a sharp sword. Zhang Wei's heart skipped a beat and a fear of impending disaster instantly gripped him. Did you write that anonymous letter of complaint? Li Guodong's voice was like icicles in the cold winter, without a trace of warmth. Zhang Wei's face turned pale in an instant. He subconsciously wanted to deny, it's not me. You still dare to quibble. Li Guodong slammed the table and threw a printed address query record on his face. The school information center has already checked. This letter was sent from the address on your computer. There is evidence, and you still want to deny it? Looking at the record, Zhang Wei's last psychological defense completely collapsed. He slumped in the chair like a dead man. Zhang Wei, Li Guodong's tone was full of disappointment and anger. Classmate Chu Fan paid out of his own pocket to improve the environment of your entire dormitory. Not only are you not grateful, but you are even jealous and use such despicable means to slander and frame your classmates. How can you be so vicious? Our school will never tolerate students like you who have corrupt morals and dark minds. From now on you are fired. Security. Take him away. Got fired. These 4 words were like a death sentence, completely shattering all of Zhang Wei's hopes. He was picked up by 2 security guards and dragged out the door. He did not struggle but stared blankly at his new computer that had just been installed and had not even had time to be turned on. That was what he had always dreamed of. But now, he is no longer qualified to touch it. How ironic. Chapter 22: The inspiring speech that attracted the whole school's attention. On Friday, Jiangcheng University's welcome ceremony was held in the school's largest auditorium. The auditorium was packed with thousands of freshmen from all over the country, chattering about the topic with curiosity and longing for college life on their faces. The whole venue was filled with youthful vigor. According to convention, in addition to the routine speeches by school leaders, the welcome ceremony will also invite some outstanding alumni or celebrities to give motivational speeches to the freshmen. In previous years, this part was usually a waste of time for freshmen who were drowsy or playing with their phones. But this year everyone knows that the finale guest will be the legendary figure known to everyone in Jiangcheng University and even in the entire Jiangcheng Chufan. The naming effect of Chufan Building and the 500 million yuan donation from Qin Group have already spread throughout the campus through various channels and even attracted widespread attention from social media. The name Chufan is no longer just a student, but also a symbol that represents youth, wealth, mystery, and vision. All the freshmen were extremely curious and expectant about this senior whom they had only heard of but never met. They all wanted to see with their own eyes what kind of person this legendary rich senior was. In the backstage lounge, Chufan looked at himself in the mirror helplessly. Today, he wore a low-key yet tasteful custom-made casual suit sent by Qin Yurua, and his hair was carefully groomed. With his golden ratio figure and handsome facial features optimized by the perfect body shaping pills, he looked really energetic and heroic. Am I being forced into this? Chufan said with a wry smile to Su Muqing, who was helping him adjust his tie. Su Muqing was also invited to attend the welcome ceremony today as an outstanding student representative, and was specially arranged by Qin Yurua to become Chufan's temporary assistant. Put. Su Muqing was amused by his hopeless expression. She patted his shoulder gently and encouraged him, "Don't be nervous. Just think of it as chatting with your juniors and sharing your experiences." Her fingertips accidentally touched Chufan's shoulder, bringing a slightly cool touch, which also made Chufan's heart move slightly. What experience can I have? Should I share with them how to spend money? Chufan said self-deprecatingly. Of course not. Su Muqing glared at him. Her cute look made Chufan a little distracted. She said seriously, "You can share with them how you can remain true to yourself and stick to what you think is right when facing difficulties and temptations. For example, you donated 100 million to help children in mountainous areas. This is a very positive thing. Also, you treated Zhang Wei equally when you replaced the computers in the dormitory. This is also a sign of broad-mindedness and vision." Hearing Su Muqing's sincere praise, Chufan felt a warm feeling in his heart. Perhaps in everyone's eyes, he is just a wealthy man who spends money like water. But in Su Muqing's eyes, he is still the kind and principled Chufan. Well, now that you mention it, I don't seem so bad. Chufan smiled. Just then the staff came over to remind him that it was his turn to go on stage. Chufan took a deep breath, and under Su Muqing's encouraging gaze, he walked onto the stage that everyone was paying attention to. The moment his figure appeared, the entire auditorium burst into thunderous applause and cheers. Senior Chufan! Senior Chufan! My God! I love you! The enthusiasm of the freshmen was like a tsunami, almost blowing the roof off the entire auditorium. Chufan stood under the spotlight, looking at the young and energetic faces in the audience, and the undisguised admiration and yearning in their eyes, with mixed feelings in his heart. He knew that every word he said today might affect these young people who were inexperienced in the world. He cleared his throat and spoke in a calm and sincere tone. Good afternoon, fellow juniors. I am Chufan. There are no fancy words, no deliberate sensationalism, just a simple opening statement. But the applause from the audience became even louder. I feel a little terrified standing here today. Because I know that in the eyes of many of you, I may be a so-called successful person, a super rich person. But what I want to tell you is that not long ago, I was just an ordinary student like you, and even poorer and more confused than many of you. Chufan's frankness made the freshmen in the audience quiet down and listen attentively. I have experienced the embarrassment of being humiliated in public because of having no money. I have also experienced the pain of losing love because of poverty. Those days were very difficult, but I never gave up working hard, and I never gave up my yearning for a better life. Later, I was indeed lucky and gained some, well, you can understand it as unexpected wealth. At this point, there was a good-natured laugh from the audience. Chu Fan also smiled and continued, but what I want to say is that money can indeed change a lot of things. It can allow you to live in a better house, drive a better car, and eat more delicious food. However, what it cannot change is your inner pursuit and your bottom line as a human being. I have seen many people who, after acquiring wealth, lose themselves, become arrogant, domineering, and even become unkind because of their wealth. But I always believe that wealth itself is not wrong, but the people who control it are. So I try to do what I think is right in the best way I can. For example, I donate to Build Hope primary schools so that more children who are as poor as I was can go to school. For example, I improve the living conditions of my classmates so that they can learn and grow in a better environment. What I do may seem insignificant or even silly to many people. But I think people should always have something to pursue and something to believe in. We should not forget who we are and where we come from just because we have money. I don't want to tell you any success stories or show off to you. I just want to share my little experiences with you guys. That is, no matter whether you are poor or rich in the future, no matter what difficulties and temptations you will encounter in the future, please always keep a kind heart, always stick to your bottom line as a human being, and never forget your original dream. Because this is our most precious wealth as a human being. My speech is over, thank you everyone. Chu Fan bowed deeply. The entire auditorium fell into a brief silence. Then there broke out applause that was warmer and more prolonged than any before. The applause was not only because of his identity, but also because of his heartfelt speech full of sincerity and positive energy. The school leaders present all showed gratified smiles. They knew the speech was a success. Chu Fan set a perfect example for all freshmen with his practical actions and sincere words. Backstage, Su Muqing looked at the radiant figure on the stage. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with pride and a hint of imperceptible admiration. She knew that from today on, the name Chu Fan would become an eternal legend of Jiangcheng University. Chapter 23: Qin Yurua's Business Empire. The speech at the welcome ceremony was undoubtedly a huge success. Chu Fan's remarks about keeping one's original heart and sticking to the bottom line not only won the resonance of the freshmen, but also won high praise from the school's faculty and leadership. For a time, Chu Fan's spirit became a hot word on campus, and various discussions and learning experiences about his speech content emerged in an endless stream on the school's forums and official accounts. Chu Fan has thus completely established his official identity as the son of Jiang University and an outstanding youth role model. Of course, all this excitement did not have much impact on Chu Fan himself. The day after the speech, he declined all media interviews and invitations to various business activities on the grounds that he needed to concentrate on his studies and did not want to be disturbed too much. He still went to class on time as usual and returned to the dormitory after class to study the new gadgets in the system mall, or drove his cool 7 for a spin on the streets of Jiangcheng to experience the speed and passion brought by the master-level driving skills. Life seemed to have returned to normal. But Chu Fan knew that this was only superficial calm. A bigger plan for his future has been quietly unfolding in secret. The one who planned this was none other than the woman who made him feel increasingly unfathomable, Qin Yurua. That afternoon, Chu Fan received a call from Qin Yurua. "Mr. Chu, are you free tonight? I would like to invite you to a private cocktail party." Qin Yurua's voice was still as lazy and magnetic as ever. "Cocktail party?" Chu Fan raised his eyebrows. "I'm not very interested in this kind of occasion. I know you don't like crowds." Qin Yurua chuckled and said, "But this cocktail party tonight is a little special. Those who come are all really well-known figures in the Jiangcheng business community. I think it may be of some help to your future development, Mr. Chu." "Oh?" Chu Fan became interested. He knew that Qin Yurua was intentionally bringing him into the circle she was in. "Okay, location and time? I'll send a car to pick you up at Hentang Manor at 7 p.m. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan began to think about Qin Yurua's intentions. His current wealth is enough for him to live any life he wants, but he knows that money is only the most basic thing. If you want to be truly invincible in this society, you also need to have corresponding social status and strong network resources. And Qin Yurua was undoubtedly paving such a path for him. This woman was not only smart, but also very ambitious. She seemed to want to make him more than just a wealthy person. At 6:30 in the evening, an elegant black Bentley stopped on time downstairs of Chu Fan's dormitory building. It was still the same capable assistant as last time, who respectfully opened the car door for him. "Mr. Chu and Miss Qin are already waiting for you at the manor." Yunding Manor is located on a hillside in the eastern suburbs of Jiangcheng. It is one of the top private manors in Jiangcheng. It is said that its owner has a mysterious background and great power. Being able to hold a cocktail party here is a symbol of status and strength. When Chu Fan's car slowly drove into the manor, he saw that the parking lot was already full of various top luxury cars. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Ferrari, Lamborghini, almost all the luxury brands that could be named were included. It is obvious that tonight's cocktail party is of extremely high standard. When Chu Fan walked into the brightly lit banquet hall, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. He was still wearing a casual suit today, but his tall figure, handsome appearance, and innate calmness and confidence made him stand out even among a group of gorgeously dressed business celebrities. More importantly, he came in with Jin Yuruwa's chief assistant. This in itself represents a special identity. Who is that young man? He looks unfamiliar. I have never seen him in Jiangqing's circle before. I don't know, but since Miss Qin's assistant can personally lead the way, he must be someone very important. Could it be that he is a descendant of a big family in the capital or the Magic City? The guests were whispering and guessing Chu Fan's identity. Just then, a graceful and radiant figure in a fiery red evening dress walked towards Chu Fan. It was the hostess of tonight, Jin Yuruwa. Mr. Chu, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Jin Yuruwa had a charming smile on her face. She naturally stretched out her hand and held Chu Fan's arm. This intimate action instantly made everyone around almost drop their eyes. Jin Yuruwa, the ice queen who was famous in the Jiangqing business community for her sharp eyes and strong hands and never getting too close to any man, actually took the initiative to hold the arm of a young man? This is even more incredible than Halley's Comet hitting the Earth. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chu Fan, filled with shock, jealousy, and disbelief. Chu Fan could feel countless complex gazes shining on him like searchlights. But he just smiled faintly and let Jin Yuruwa hold his arm. He was so calm and composed, as if he was born to be the focus of this cocktail party. Miss Qin, you are so polite. It is my honor to attend your cocktail party. Chu Fan said politely. Slippery tongue. Jin Yuruwa glared at him, then pulled him around the banquet hall, introducing him to the real bigwigs in Jiangqing's business community. Mr. Chu, this is the chairman of Tianhong Group, Mr. Li Tianhong. Hello, Mr. Li. Brother Chu is really young and promising, and he is a handsome man. If you need any help in Jiangqing in the future, just ask. This is the founder of Parkson Real Estate, Mr. Wang Parkson. Boss Wang, I have long heard of your name. Ha, little brother Chu is too polite. Miss Qin's friend is my friend, Wang Baishan. With Jin Yuruwa's introduction, Chu Fan got to know one business tycoon after another, whose stomping of feet in Jiangqing would shake the ground. Without exception, these people showed extraordinary enthusiasm and courtesy towards Chu Fan. They may not know Chu Fan's specific identity, but they all know one thing. The person who could make Jin Yuruwa introduce him so solemnly and in such an intimate manner was definitely not someone they could easily offend. What's more, the news about Chu Fan Lu and the 500 million donation had already spread among the upper-class circles. The background of such a young man who possesses such terrifying financial resources and vision at such a young age is simply unfathomable. No one is a fool. At this time, you will naturally try to make as many friends as possible. Chu Fan also behaved with ease. He did not deliberately curry favor with anyone, nor did he show any arrogance. He just talked to these business leaders in an equal and friendly manner. His calm demeanor, as well as his maturity and wisdom far beyond his age, made these old foxes who had seen countless people secretly shocked, and they dared not underestimate him anymore. After 3 rounds of drinks, Jin Yuruwa brought Chu Fan to a terrace on the second floor of the banquet hall. From here you can overlook the beautiful scenery of the entire manor and the bright lights of the city in the distance. How do you feel? Jin Yuruwa leaned on the railing with a glass of champagne in her hand. The evening breeze blew her long hair, making her look more charming and sexy. Not bad. Chu Fan said, at least I made a lot of friends. Ha, they don't become friends with you just for your sake. Jin Yuruwa said bluntly, they value the value that may exist behind you. I understand. Chu Fan nodded. But this is just the first step. Jin Yuruwa looked into the distance with deep eyes. Jiangqing is still too small. My goal, or my expectation of you, is not just to make you a local emperor of Jiangqing. She turned her head and looked at Chu Fan with burning eyes. Chu Fan, do you know? Although our Qin family is not the top wealthy family in the whole of China, we are also a powerful family. We control huge industries in many fields such as energy, real estate, finance, and technology. It is no exaggeration to say that our Qin family's business empire has an influence all over the country. As the future heir of the Qin family, I need a strong enough ally. An existence that can stand shoulder to shoulder with me, or even surpass me. Her voice was full of ambition and a hint of imperceptible anticipation. Chu Fan looked at her and finally understood. This woman is playing a big game of chess. And he is the most important chess piece on her chessboard. Or rather, he was the only person she thought was qualified to play chess with her. Chapter 24, A Sky-High Price for a Meeting. An existence that can stand shoulder to shoulder with me, or even surpass me. Qin Yurua's voice echoed on the silent terrace with a heart-pounding power. Chu Fan looked at her eyes burning with ambition and desire, and for the first time he felt that he had met his match in this woman. He had always thought that Qin Yurua approached him and tried to win him over because he was attracted by his status as a wealthy man and wanted to gain some benefits from him, or to use him as a tool. But now it seems that her vision is much bigger than she imagined. She didn't just want to use him, she wanted to invest in him, train him, or even start a bigger business empire with him. I'm flattered that Miss Qin thinks so highly of me. Chu Fan smiled faintly, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. This is not contempt, this is the truth. Qin Yurua's eyes were full of unquestionable confidence. Chu Fan, from the first time I saw you, I knew you were not an ordinary person. You have a quality that I have never seen in anyone else. The indifference to money, the mockery of rules, the calmness that seems to see through everything, these are not something an ordinary young man can possess. You are like a general existence that suddenly descended into this world. And I just happened to be the first person to discover this and be able to take advantage of it. Her words were bold and direct, almost revealing half of Chu Fan's cards. Chu Fan was also slightly surprised. This woman's insight is so sharp. He even wondered if she knew something about the system. However, there was no sign of abnormality on his face. Ms. Qin, you're joking. I'm just an ordinary person with better luck. He still looked calm and composed. Ordinary person? Qin Yurua sneered. She walked up to Chu Fan, almost sticking to his body. Her charming eyes stared straight into his eyes, as if she wanted to see through him completely. Chu Fan, you know what? The more mysterious you act, the more interested I am in you. Her voice was low and had a hint of hoarseness, and a faint, heart-pounding fragrance. The distance was so close that Chu Fan could even feel her warm breath and the soft and elastic touch of her body. This is a very provocative pose. Any normal man would probably find it difficult to control himself in this situation. But Chu Fan just looked at her calmly with clear eyes without any distracting thoughts. The more he did this, the more admiration and frustration in Qin Yurua's eyes became. This man is simply a rock that can't be warmed up. Well, it seems that Mr. Chu is still unwilling to open his heart to me. Qin Yurua took a step back and put on that lazy smile again on her face, as if the person who took the initiative to tease just now was not her. She picked up 2 glasses of champagne from the tray held by the waiter next to her and handed one to Chu Fan. But it doesn't matter. We have plenty of time. She raised her glass. Cheers to our future cooperation. Cheers. Chu Fan also raised his glass. The 2 crystal glasses touched lightly in the air, making a crisp sound. By the way, Mr. Chu. Qin Yurua took a sip of champagne, as if she suddenly remembered something. To celebrate our initial alliance tonight, I prepared a small gift for you. Oh? Another luxury car? Chu Fan joked. The car is too tacky. Qin Yurua shook her head, and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. And I believe that with your ability, Mr. Chu, it is just a piece of cake for you to get any car you want. She paused, then slowly said, what I'm giving you is an asset. Assets? That's right. Qin Yurua took out a beautifully bound document from her exquisite handbag and handed it to Chu Fan. This is a Grade A office building in the core area of Jiangchang, with all the property rights certificates. The World Financial Center has 38 floors above ground and 3 floors underground, with a total construction area of over 100,000 square meters. Currently, its market valuation is about 3 billion. It's yours from now on. Boom. Even though Chu Fan's state of mind had been cultivated to be as calm as a calm well, when he heard these words and saw this document, he couldn't help but feel as if a death bomb was thrown into his mind. 3 billion. A Grade A office building. Just give it to him? This is no longer just a meeting gift, it is simply a mountain of gold thrown directly in front of him. He looked at Qin Yurua with complicated eyes. This woman really spent a lot of money to win him over. Ms. Chen's gift is too valuable. I cannot accept it. Chu Fan took a deep breath and pushed the document back. Although he had a system and making money was easy for him, he didn't like owing others such a big favor. Is it expensive? Shin Yuruwa smiled. She did not take the document, but said in a matter-of-fact tone, Chu Fan, you have to understand one thing. In my eyes, 3 billion to buy an ally like you with unlimited potential is not expensive at all. I even think I got the upper hand. Moreover, she changed the subject and her eyes became meaningful. This asset is not just for you to play with. It is the first cornerstone of your future business empire. I hope you can use it to prove to me that my vision is not wrong. Her ambition is obvious. She not only wants to pull Chu Fan onto her chariot, she also wants to create a business legend for Chu Fan with her own hands. Chu Fan looked at her eyes full of confidence and expectation and fell silent. He knew that if he accepted this gift, it would mean that he would be completely involved in the Chen family's business empire, or even in a higher level game that he could not imagine now. This is an opportunity as well as a challenge. Ding! It is detected that the host is facing a major decision, triggering a hidden mission, the prototype of a business empire. Mission objective: accept Chen Yuruwa's gift, and use it as a basis to build a commercial company with a market value of over 10 billion within a year. Task reward: unlock the privileges of the advanced area of the system mall, and a mysterious gift package. Penalty for mission failure: system level permanently reduced by 1 level. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Chu Fan's eyes suddenly froze. The system actually issued a task? And the rewards and punishments are so tempting and cruel. It seems that the system also hopes that he is not just a rich man who knows how to spend money, but also hopes that he can use money to create greater value. Good. A smile appeared on Chu Fan's face. He picked up the document again, this time his eyes were full of determination and a hint of barely perceptible excitement. I accept this gift. And I promise you I won't let you down. Shin Yuruwa looked at him and smiled too. That smile is as bright as a summer flower, but also as dangerous as a poppy. She knew that from this moment on, a game full of unknowns and excitement about wealth, power and ambition had officially begun between her and this man. Chapter 25, Chu Fan's Financial Center. After the cocktail party, Chu Fan did not leave in the car arranged by Shin Yuruwa, but drove the 7 himself, carrying the gift worth 3 billion, back to school. It was late at night and the campus was silent. Chu Fan parked his car downstairs of the dormitory building, but did not go upstairs immediately. He sat in the car and looked at the thick document on the passenger seat, his heart still feeling a little turbulent. World Financial Center. One of the landmark buildings in Zhongchang. From today on, its surname is Chu. This feeling is so wonderful and so unreal. He even had an urge to drive to the building right now to see with his own eyes what the first cornerstone of his own business empire looked like. But reason told him that now was not the time. He took a deep breath, locked the documents in the glove box of the car, then took the car keys and returned to the dormitory. Shen Bin and the others had already fallen asleep in the dormitory. Chu Fan washed up quietly and lay on his bed, but he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Shin Yuruwa's words and the task issued by the system kept echoing in his mind. The prototype of a business empire. Build a company with a market value of 10 billion in 1 year. This sounds like an impossible task. After all, he is just a college student with huge wealth but no business experience. But there was no fear in Chu Fan's heart. Instead, he was filled with unprecedented excitement and fighting spirit. He has a system and he has endless money. For him, money is the most powerful weapon and the most solid backing. All he lacked was a direction, a point of entry. And now Shin Yuruwa, or the system, has pointed him in this direction. A market value of tens of billions, sounds like it's quite interesting. A confident smile appeared on Chu Fan's lips. He opened the system mall and began to carefully study the unlocked products. Since you want to do business, some business-related skills and knowledge are definitely essential. He quickly found his target in the intermediate area. Essential business insight, passive skill that increases the host's sensitivity and judgment to business opportunities, and enables preliminary analysis of market trends and risks. Price, 6,000 shock points. Negotiation expert junior, active skill, slightly improves persuasiveness, aura, and psychological game ability in business negotiations. Price, 4,000 shock value. Financial knowledge mastery, full set, knowledge product, including all financial knowledge from basic accounting to advanced capital operation, which can be mastered instantly. Price, 12,000 shock value. All these things add up to a shock value of 22,000. Chu Fan took a look at his remaining shock value, and there were still more than 18,000 points which were not enough. It seems that we have to find a way to shock the world again. But the most urgent task is to deal with the matter of the office building first. The next morning, Chu Fan received a call from Qin Yurua's assistant. Good morning, Mr. Chu. We have already prepared all the procedures for the transfer of ownership of the World Financial Center. When would it be convenient for you to go over and handle it? I'm free now. Chu Fan said. Okay, then we'll send a car to pick you up? No need. I'll drive there myself. Just text me the address. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan called Chen Bin, who looked confused. Where are you going so early, Brother Fan? Chen Bin asked with a yawn. Go and take over my small business. Chu Fan smiled mysteriously. When Chu Fan drove the Black 7 and took Chen Bin to the downstairs of the World Financial Center, Chen Bin's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Damn it! Brother Fan! You don't mean this building? Chen Bin pointed at the tall, majestic skyscraper in front of him and said stutteringly. This is the World Financial Center. It's the landmark of Jiangcheng. When he passed by here before, he only dared to look up from below. Well, it's mine from today on. Chu Fan's tone was as calm as if he was saying that I bought a bottle of water. Chen Bin. He felt that his brain capacity was completely insufficient. Brother Fan's awesomeness has repeatedly refreshed the upper limit of his cognition. Led by Qin Yurua's assistant, Chu Fan and Chen Bin walked into the financial center that belonged to him. The building's property management team and some major tenant representatives had been waiting in the lobby for a long time. When they saw Chu Fan, the new owner who was a little too young, their faces showed undisguised shock and a hint of doubt. At such a young age, you can own an entire office building worth 3 billion? Could this be a puppet launched by some big family for training? However, when the property handover ceremony officially began and when Chu Fan signed his name on the document symbolizing the ownership of the building, all doubts disappeared. Instead, there was deep awe and a hint of flattery. Hello, Mr. Chu. I am the property manager of the building, Zhang Mingyuan. Do you have any instructions for me in the future? Just speak up. Boss Chu is really young and promising, a rare talent. It is a great honor for our company to be able to settle in your treasured place. Boss Chu, this is a small token of our company's respect. I hope you will accept it. All of a sudden, all kinds of compliments and praises came to Chu Fan like a tide. Chu Fan just responded with a smile. His calmness and composure were totally inconsistent with his age. Chen Bin followed behind him, looking at those business elites who were usually seen on TV, but were now circling around Chu Fan like pugs. The shock in his heart was beyond words. He suddenly felt that Brother Fan seemed to have really become a great man. After the handover ceremony, Qin Yurua's assistant handed Chu Fan a thick tenant list and financial statements. Mr. Chu, this is the current tenant information of the World Financial Center, as well as the rental income and operating cost statements for the past 3 years. Currently, the building's occupancy rate is 95%, and the annual net rental income is approximately 150 million. 150 million. This means that even if Chu Fan does nothing now, he can still make a net profit of more than 100 million every year. Is this the world of the rich? Money really can make money. Chu Fan casually flipped through the report, then said to Zhang Mingyuan, the general manager of the property management company, Mr. Zhang, from today on, the operation of the building will still be in the charge of your team. I only have one request. Please speak, Mr. Chu. Zhang Mingyuan said hurriedly and respectfully. Clear the top 38th floor for me. Chu Fan's tone left no room for doubt. I want to set up my own company there. Company? Zhang Mingyuan was stunned. That's right. A confident arc appeared on Chu Fan's lips. It's called Future Capital. Chapter 26 Target 10 billion. It's called Future Capital. When Chu Fan said this name, there was a light of ambition in his eyes. As an old hand who has been in the business world for many years, Zhang Mingyuan can naturally see that the young man in front of him does not just want to be a landlord who sits on a mountain of gold and collects rent to make a living. He has bigger plans. Okay, Mr. Chu. Zhang Mingyuan immediately nodded and agreed, I'll do it right away. I guarantee that the 38th floor will be vacated for you in the shortest possible time, and it will be completely renovated and decorated according to your requirements. He knew that the building would probably undergo earth-shaking changes in the future because of its young new owner. As the person in charge of the property, whether he can hold on to this golden thigh depends on his future performance. After coming out of the World Financial Center, Chen Bin was still in a dreamlike state. "Brother Fan, are you really going to start a company?" he asked cautiously. "Of course," Chu Fan said in a relaxed tone while driving, "otherwise it would be a waste to leave such a big building empty." Chen Bin. It sounds as if the $3 billion office building is just a worthless warehouse. So what kind of business are you planning to do? Future capital. It sounds like financial investment? Chen Bin asked curiously. That's about right. Chu Fan smiled and didn't explain much. In fact, he doesn't have a clear idea about the company's specific business yet. But it doesn't matter. He has a system and he has endless money. For him, the purpose of establishing a company is not so much to make money, but rather to complete the system's tasks and enjoy the feeling of being in control of everything and changing the world. The first thing Chu Fan did after returning to the dormitory was to enter the system mall again. He took a look at his shock value. After last night's cocktail party and today's taking over of the office building, it had risen a lot and reached more than 25,000 points. It was enough to exchange for the things he had set his eyes on before. Exchange, Business Insight, Elementary, Negotiation Expert, Elementary, Financial Knowledge Mastery full set. Ding! Consumed 22,000 shock points, exchange successful. As the system prompt sounded, a huge and profound stream of information instantly flooded into Chu Fan's mind. About market analysis, risk assessment, negotiation skills, financial derivatives, capital operation. Countless business and financial knowledge that were like incomprehensible books to him became extremely clear at this moment, as if he had been immersed in this for decades. His eyes became deeper and wiser. If we say that Chu Fan before was just a local tycoon with nothing but wealth, now, he has the potential to become a real business tycoon. It feels not bad. A confident smile appeared on Chu Fan's lips. He knew that with this knowledge and skills as a foundation, coupled with the system's incredible money ability, it would be difficult for him not to succeed. Just then Qin Yuruwa called again. "Congratulations, Boss Chu. You've officially become the youngest landlord in Zhengcheng." Qin Yuruwa's teasing laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Miss Qin, please stop making fun of me." Chu Fan said with a smile, "Compared to a business queen like you, my little tricks are nothing." "Oh, Boss Chu, are you being modest?" Qin Yuruwa chuckled, then changed the subject and said in a serious tone, "But Chu Fan, I still have to remind you." "Oh? Go ahead." "Although you now own the World Financial Center, which can bring you a stable income of over 100 million yuan every year, this is still far from enough for your goal of a market value of 10 billion yuan a year." "I know." Chu Fan nodded. It is simply a fantasy to expect a new company's market value to reach 10 billion within a year just by collecting rent. So you have to find a way to make the money in your hands work. Qin Yuruwa's voice was full of instruction. You have to learn how to make money with money and use capital to leverage larger capital. This is the essence of finance, and it is also what your future capital should do. "Miss Qin, what do you think?" Chu Fan asked. He knew that Qin Yuruwa called not just to congratulate him. "It's not a great opinion, but just a small suggestion." Qin Yuruwa said, "Zhangcheng has a project recently that I think you might want to pay attention to." "What project?" Zhangcheng High-Tech Zone is planning to build a new artificial intelligence industrial park. Currently, the project is still in the initial stage of attracting investment. As far as I know, many domestic and foreign technology giants and investment institutions have expressed strong interest in it. Artificial intelligence? Chu Fan's eyes lit up slightly. This is indeed a future trend with great potential. That's right. Qin Yuruwa said, "Once this industrial park is completed, it will become one of the best AI research and development and application bases in the entire central China region and even the whole country. Its future commercial value is immeasurable." "You mean, let me have a share?" "It's not just about getting a piece of the pie." Qin Yuruwa's tone was a little bewitching. "Chu Fan, with your financial resources, you can definitely become one of the leaders of this industrial park. You can set up a special investment fund to incubate potential AI startups and control R&D teams with core technologies. You can even take the best land in the industrial park and build your own future technology center that integrates R&D, office, and exhibition. Use capital to control the future. Isn't this in line with the name of your future capital? Qin Yurua's words were like a key that instantly opened Xu Fan's mind. Before, he was still worried about the specific business direction of the company. And now Qin Yurua has pointed out a clear path for him that is full of imagination. Invest in AI industrial parks, incubate technology companies, and build technology centers. Each of these links requires huge capital investment. And this is exactly what Xu Fan has the most. What's more important is that once successful, the rewards it brings and the impact it will have on society will be immeasurable. This is also fully in line with the system's mission goal of achieving a market value of 10 billion yuan per year. Thank you for your guidance, Miss Qin. Xu Fan said sincerely. You're welcome. We are allies, aren't we? Qin Yurua chuckled. And I'm also very interested in the future technology center you mentioned. Perhaps, our Qin group will become your first and most important partner in the future. I'm looking forward to it. A confident smile appeared on Xu Fan's lips. He knew that his magnificent business journey had truly begun from this moment on. His goal is not just the 10 billion, but the Sea of Stars. Chapter 27 Top Talent Recruitment Fair. After determining the future development direction, Xu Fan immediately took action. His first step was to recruit people for his soon-to-be established future capital. For a company, especially a financial company centered on investment and capital operation like the one he planned, talent is the most core asset. He needs top traders, top analysts, top legal experts, and an outstanding CEO who can help him manage daily affairs. And it is obviously impossible to find these people among recent graduates. What he needs are elite talents who have proven their abilities in the industry and have rich experience. Such talents are hard to come by. Usually, they are already senior executives of major companies or private equity tycoons, and it is extremely difficult to poach them. But Xu Fan has his own way. That is spending money. He directly contacted several of the top headhunting companies in the country and offered conditions that made all the headhunters crazy. I don't care what method you use. I need you to give me a list of the top talents in the fields of finance, investment, law, and technology in Jiangcheng and even the entire central China within 3 days. I only have one requirement, and that is to be the best. There is no upper limit on the salary. As long as they are willing to come, the conditions I offer will definitely be 3 times, 5 times, or even 10 times their current salary. And I will also give them options and shares in the company's future. This will make them not just employees, but partners of the company. Xu Fan's words quickly caused an uproar in the entire industry through the headhunting company. Future Capital? What new company is this? Why is it so arrogant? Who is the boss? So rich? He asked for 10 times the salary right away? I heard that the boss is a very young mysterious rich man who just bought the World Financial Center and cleared out the top floor to use as his headquarters. Oh my god. World Financial Center? Isn't that the landmark of Jiangcheng? How much money must the boss have? For a time, the entire financial and technological circles of Jiangcheng were abuzz with discussions about the unfamiliar name Future Capital. Countless elites who consider themselves capable are beginning to stir. After all, faced with such tempting conditions, few people can remain unmoved. 3 days later, a thick list of talents was placed on Xu Fan's desk. This desk was not at his headquarters on the 38th floor, but in a small conference room in the World Financial Center that he had temporarily rented. Xu Fan looked at the glittering resumes on the list and nodded with satisfaction. These headhunting companies are really efficient. The people on the list include almost all the core members of Jiangcheng's well-known companies and institutions. There are former public fund leaders, investment bank bosses who have led multi-billion mergers and acquisitions, top lawyers who have won international intellectual property lawsuits, and young scientists who have published highly influential papers in the field of artificial intelligence. Behind each name lies a brilliant career. It's them. A confident smile appeared on Xu Fan's lips. He asked his assistant to send a sincerely worded invitation letter to everyone on the list in the name of Xu Fan, the founder of Future Capital. Invite them to attend a small, private recruitment reception for top talents hosted by Future Capital in 3 days. The location is on the top floor of the World Financial Center, the headquarters of Future Capital, which is being renovated and decorated at an astonishing speed. 3 days later, night fell. The 38th floor of the World Financial Center is brightly lit. This place has been transformed into a luxurious office space with a modern and technological feel. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlook the dazzling night view of the entire Jiangcheng. Every detail reveals the luxury of being well off. Chu Fan stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bustling city night scene outside the window, with a feeling of great pride in his heart. He knew that tonight would be the moment when his business empire would truly set sail. One after another, elites who were considered influential figures in Jiangqing's business community walked into this strange yet tempting place with curiosity, expectation, and a little trepidation. When they saw the extremely young founder of Future Capital and the luxurious office environment behind him, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. Especially when they learned that Chu Fan was the legendary mysterious tycoon who donated the construction of the Chu Fan building, bought the entire World Financial Center, and was preparing to spend tens of billions to invest in the Jiangqing AI Industrial Park. The way they looked at Chu Fan had completely changed. It is no longer about looking at an ordinary young boss, but looking at a future business giant with unlimited possibilities. The atmosphere of the cocktail party was relaxed and warm. Chu Fan did not make long speeches in a condescending manner like traditional bosses. He just held a glass of wine, walked among the crowd, and had in-depth communication with every talent that interested him. He used his profound professional knowledge, which had been enhanced by mastery of financial knowledge, to discuss the changing dynamics of the global capital market with those financial giants. He used his keen business sense, which was enhanced by business insight, to work with those technology elites to envision the infinite future of artificial intelligence. He used his persuasive language, which was enhanced by his experience as a negotiation expert, to analyze the opportunities and risks in business mergers and acquisitions with the legal elites. Every time he spoke, he got to the point accurately, demonstrating maturity, wisdom, and impressive professionalism far beyond his age. Those elites who originally held a bit of doubt and wait-and-see attitude were all deeply attracted by his unique personal charm and grand vision for the future after communicating with him. They realized that the young man in front of them was more than just rich. He is smarter, more ambitious. Following such people, the future is promising. Halfway through the cocktail party, Chu Fan walked up to the makeshift small podium. He picked up the microphone and looked at the elites with burning eyes in the audience, revealing a confident smile. Everyone, I know that you all came here today and must have a lot of questions in your mind. You want to know who I am, Chu Fan? What exactly do Future Capital want to do? I can give you a clear answer right now. I, Chu Fan, am just a little dreamer who wants to use capital to change the world and create the future. And Future Capital is the platform for us to realize this dream together. I can't guarantee that if you join Future Capital, you will be successful and financially independent. But I can assure you that you will have the broadest stage here to display your talents. Here you will participate in a great cause that will change the course of the entire era. Every dream of yours can come true here. I can't give you too many empty promises. I can only give you the most real things. He paused, then announced in a shocking tone. In the early stage of Future Capital, I will invest 10 billion renminbi. This money will be used entirely for the investment and construction of the Jiangqing AI Industrial Park, as well as to support the future careers of everyone here. I have only one request, which is that within 1 year we must make Future Capital the most influential technology innovation investment platform in the entire Central China region and even the whole country. Do you have the confidence to accomplish this goal with me? 10 billion. This number exploded like a nuclear bomb in everyone's heart. Everyone's breathing became rapid. Their eyes burned with an unprecedented fire. It is not just a desire for wealth, but also an infinite yearning for a magnificent future. I don't know who was the first to shout out. Then, thunderous shouts resounded throughout the entire top floor. At this moment, everyone's hearts were completely ignited by Chu Fan's passionate and inspiring speech. They know that a great business legend that belongs to them and to this era is about to begin. Chapter 28: Qin Yurua's Little Trouble. A successful recruitment reception laid a solid talent foundation for the future launch of capital. Inspired by Chu Fan's 10 billion investment and grand blueprint, almost all the elites attending the cocktail party chose without hesitation to join this newly established company that was full of infinite possibilities. Li Mingxian, once the top public fund manager, has been appointed as the chief investment officer of Future Capital. Investment banking tycoon Zhao Dihai serves as the company's chief financial officer. Top lawyer Lin Wani became the company's chief legal officer. There are also a large number of analysts, traders, and project managers who have rich experience in their respective fields and have joined in to form a luxurious entrepreneurial team. The only thing that gives Chu Fan a headache is the selection of CEO, which has not been decided yet. He needs a steward who has comprehensive capabilities, understands management and capital operations, and can keep the situation under control and help him manage the company's daily affairs. It is really hard to find such talents. But Chu Fan was not in a hurry. You have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. The company was just starting out, so he had plenty of time and energy to personally take charge of the overall situation. In the next few days, Xu Fan devoted almost all his energy to the preparation and establishment of future capital. He first used the traceless withdrawal function of the system bank to inject 10 billion yuan of funds into the company account of future capital in batches. This process, under the perfect operation of the system, did not attract the attention of any financial institution, and the source of each fund seemed so legal and compliant. Then, he worked with Li Mingxian, Zhao Dihai, and others to formulate the company's initial investment strategy and risk control system. Their goal is very clear, which is to target the huge cake of Jiangqing AI Industrial Park. What they need to do is not just simple financial investment, but also to deeply participate in the planning and construction of the industrial park. Through the power of capital, they need to incubate and integrate those potential AI projects and teams to ultimately create a complete AI industry chain belonging to future capital. This plan is ambitious and full of challenges. But Xu Fan was full of confidence in this. Because he has money, systems, and a group of top professionals. He believes that nothing is impossible as long as the direction is right. Just when Xu Fan was busy building his business empire, Qin Yuruwa seemed to have encountered some trouble. That afternoon, Xu Fan received a call from Qin Yuruwa. Her voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little tired, with a barely perceptible hint of a grievance. Xu Fan, are you free now? What's wrong, Yukong? Your voice sounds a little strange. Xu Fan asked with concern. Nothing, just, something bothers me. Qin Yuruwa sighed, my dad is coming from Beijing. Your father? Xu Fan was stunned. He knew that Qin Yuruwa was the future heir of the Qin family, but he didn't know much about her family situation. Yeah. Qin Yuruwa's voice was a little deeper. He came to Jiangqing this time specifically for my marriage. Marriage? Xu Fan's heart skipped a beat. That's right. Qin Yuruwa smiled bitterly, the marriages of children from so-called wealthy families like us are often just bargaining chips for exchanging interests. My father came this time just to get me engaged to a man I don't like, or even hate. The other party is the heir of an old family in Beijing, and it is said that he can bring huge commercial benefits to our Qin family. So what do you think? Xu Fan asked. Of course I don't want to. Qin Yuruwa's tone became excited. Why should my marriage be manipulated by others? Why should I become a victim of family interests? But my father's attitude is very firm. He said that if I don't agree, he will take back all my power in the Qin group and even deprive me of my status as heir. When Qin Yuruwa said this, there was a hint of helplessness and despair in her voice. She has always presented herself as a strong businesswoman, as if she is omnipotent and indestructible. But at this moment in front of Xu Fan, she took off all her disguises and revealed her most vulnerable side. Xu Fan was silent. He could understand Qin Yuruwa's situation. Marriages between wealthy families to exchange interests are very common in their circle. He also knew how proud and ambitious Qin Yuruwa was. Asking her to give up her hard-earned career and marry someone she didn't love would be more painful than killing her. Where are you now? Xu Fan asked. My father, that man, and their family are at Hentang Manor tonight. They will have an ultimatum-style negotiation with me at the manor. Qin Yuruwa's voice was full of fatigue. I understand. Xu Fan nodded, I'll be there soon. Xu Fan, you. Qin Yuruwa seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she sighed, even if you come, you can't change anything. This is our Qin family's family affair, and the other party's power is far greater than you think. How do you know if you don't try? Xu Fan raised his lips with a confident smile. Ms. Qin, have you forgotten? We are allies. Your trouble is my trouble. What's more, he paused and said meaningfully, what I hate most is when someone touches my partner. After hanging up the phone, Xu Fan's eyes instantly became cold and sharp. An old family from Beijing? Is that so great? Dare you touch the person that Xu Fan likes, dare you destroy his business layout? Then don't blame him for being ruthless. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number he had never thought he would use so soon. That was the phone number that Qin Yuruwa had given him. It was said to be the head of a secret department of the Qin family that handled some special matters. Hello, is this Director Blackstone? Chu Fan's voice was calm. Mr. Chu? Why are you calling me? A middle-aged man's surprised and respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. I have a small matter and need you to help me check a few people. Please give me your orders. There is a family in Beijing that is planning to marry into the Qin family and their heir. I want all their information, the more detailed the better. Including their family's industries, scandals, enemies, everything. Mr. Chu, this. The Blackstone manager hesitated. This involves the core secrets of the Qin family and the other party's identity. I know it's difficult. Chu Fan interrupted him, his tone unquestionable, but I just want the result. If you do it well, I'll owe you a favor. If you don't do it well, you will bear the consequences yourself. The cold tone made the Blackstone manager on the other end of the phone shiver. He knew that although the young man in front of him was not a member of the Qin family, his importance in Qin Yurua's heart was even more important than that of many core members of the Qin family. The consequences of offending him are disastrous. Yes. Mr. Chu. I'll do it right away. I'll make sure all the information is sent to your email before you arrive at Hentang Manor. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan's mouth curled up in a cold arc. The game is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 29: The Powerful Qin Family Master. The banquet hall of the main building of Hentang Manor. The banquet hall at this moment was different from the lively and noisy scene the last time Chu Fan came to attend a cocktail party. The atmosphere seemed unusually depressing and solemn. There were only a few people sitting at the long dining table. Sitting on the main seat was an old man in a tang suit with a dignified and imposing face. He was Qin Yurua's father, Qin Tianhai, the actual controller of the Qin group. On the left side of Qin Tianhai sat a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. He looked gentle, but there was a sinister look in his eyes. He was Song Jiangong, the current head of the Song family in Beijing. Next to Song Jiangong was a young man who looked 70% similar to him, but with a more frivolous and arrogant temperament. He was the male protagonist of this marriage, Song Haoyu, the eldest son of the Song family. Qin Yurua, on the other hand, sat alone on the right-hand side of Qin Tianhai. She was still wearing a smart professional suit and had delicate makeup on her face, but her tightly pursed lips and slightly pale face revealed her inner unrest. The table was filled with all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, but no one picked up their chopsticks. Uncle Yurasong and nephew Haoyu have come all the way from the capital, showing great sincerity. As the host, how come you don't have any hospitality skills? Qin Tianhai spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but with an unquestionable majesty. Qin Yurua took a deep breath, suppressed the anger and grievance in her heart, raised the wineglass toward Song Jiangong and Song Haoyu, and shook it. Uncle Song, Mr. Song, you must have had a long and hard journey. I hope you can forgive my niece for not hosting you well. Her tone was polite yet distant. Ha, niece Yurua is too polite. Song Jiangong said with a fake smile, we came to Jiangqing this time with full sincerity, hoping to form a good story with the Qin family and niece Yurua. Song Haoyu, who was beside him, looked Qin Yurua up and down with an undisguised, naked possessive look, a smug smile on his lips. Sister Yurua, you are even more beautiful than in the photo. It is my great honor to marry a daughter of heaven like you. The frivolous tone and explicit look made Qin Yurua feel physically disgusted. She tried hard not to get angry, and just said coldly, Mr. Song, you are too kind. I am afraid that my appearance is not worthy of a young talent like Mr. Song. Hey, niece Yurua, that's wrong. Song Jiangong interrupted her immediately. He glanced at Qin Tianhai, then said slowly, Brother Qin, the cooperation between our two families can be said to be a strong alliance, mutually beneficial and win-win. The marriage between Haoyu and Yurua is a closer relationship, which will have immeasurable benefits for the future development of both families. I think that niece Yurua is so smart and has such a big picture perspective that she should be able to understand the interests involved, right? These words seemed to be praising Qin Yurua, but in fact they were using family interests to force her to submit. Qin Tianhai nodded after hearing this. He looked at Qin Yurua and said in a heavy tone, Yurua, I know you may have some ideas about this marriage. But you have to understand that as a descendant of the Qin family, your marriage is not just your personal matter, but also related to the rise and fall, honor and disgrace of the entire family. The Song family's influence and connections in the capital are urgently needed for the Qin family's next step of development. This marriage is of vital importance to our Qin family and cannot be lost. I have decided to hold your engagement ceremony on the 8th day of next month. As for the wedding, it must be completed before the end of the year. Qin Tianhai's words were like an unquestionable imperial decree, directly sentencing Qin Yuruwa to death. Qin Yuruwa's face turned pale in an instant. She stood up suddenly from her seat, her body shaking slightly with anger. Dad! Who are you to make decisions for me? Her voice was filled with a hint of despair. Why should my marriage and my life become the sacrifice of family interests? How dare you? Qin Tianhai slammed the table in anger. I'm doing this for your own good. For the good of the family. It's hard to find a family as well matched as the Song family. What else are you dissatisfied with? I'm not satisfied. Qin Yuruwa's eyes were red, and she looked at her father stubbornly. I don't like him. I don't even know him. I can't marry someone I don't love. Nonsense. Qin Tianhai was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Marriage is a matter of parents' decision and matchmakers' words. How can a junior like you butt in on it? Feelings can be cultivated slowly. As long as you get married and fall in love over time, everything will be fine. I don't want it. Qin Yuruwa's attitude was extremely firm. Dad, if you insist on forcing me, then I can only give up everything in the Qin family and leave here. How dare you? Qin Tianhai was furious. He pointed at Qin Yuruwa and trembled with anger. You unfilial daughter! Are you going to betray your family and the father who gave birth to you and raised you just for the sake of so-called love? I didn't betray you. Qin Yuruwa couldn't hold back her tears. I just wanted to pursue my own happiness. Is that wrong? Seeing that the father and daughter were about to have a complete falling out, Song Jianon, who was standing by, hurried out to smooth things over. Hey, Brother Qin, please talk to niece Yuruwa nicely if you have something to say. Don't hurt the relationship. He advised hypocritically, it's normal for niece Yuruwa to have a little temper when she is young. We in the Song family are not unreasonable people. He paused and a barely perceptible coldness flashed in his eyes. But Brother Qin, the cooperation agreement between our two families has already been signed. If something unexpected happens to this marriage, then I'm afraid our Song family will have no choice but to follow the breach of contract clause in the agreement. A naked threat. Qin Tianhai's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. He knew that the penalty for breach of contract in the Song family's agreement was an astronomical figure that was enough to cause great damage to the Qin family. He stared at Qin Yuruwa, his eyes filled with disappointment and a hint of pleading. You Rusin, I'm begging you, okay? Just think of it as for the family, for my old face. Qin Yuruwa looked at her father's old and tired face, and listened to his almost pleading tone. The defenses in her heart began to collapse little by little. On one side is the freedom and love that he longs for, and on the other side is the survival of his family and his father's expectations. How should she choose? Just when she was torn between inner conflict and in unbearable pain, the door of the banquet hall was suddenly kicked open by someone from outside. Bang! The loud noise startled everyone present. I saw a young figure in a casual suit and with an upright posture walking slowly in against the light. There was a cynical smile on his face, but his eyes were as sharp as a knife. Excuse me for interrupting you all. I heard that someone here is forcing my woman to marry someone she doesn't like. The person who came was Chu Fan. His earth-shattering opening remarks instantly plunged the entire banquet hall into silence. Chapter 30. Who dares to touch my woman? I heard that someone here is forcing my woman to marry someone she doesn't like. Chu Fan's voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples in the silent banquet hall. Everyone's eyes were focused on this uninvited guest. Qin Tianhai's brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes were full of scrutiny and displeasure. Song Jianong and Song Haoyu, father and son, were stunned, and then an undisguised jealousy and hostility emerged on Song Haoyu's face. And the moment Qin Yuruwa saw Chu Fan appear, the light of hope instantly rekindled in her originally dull eyes. She couldn't even believe her eyes. Why is he here? What did he mean by that sentence just now? Who are you? How dare you trespass in a henteing manner? And how dare you speak nonsense here? Qin Tianhai was a hero who had experienced many storms. He was the first to react and shouted in a deep voice. He didn't know Chu Fan, he just felt that this young man looked unfamiliar, acted too arrogantly, and didn't know any rules. It doesn't matter who I am. Chu Fan walked slowly to the center of the banquet hall, looking calmly at Qin Tianhai. His calm and composed aura was not inferior at all. The important thing is that Qin Yuruwa is my woman. When did it become your turn to interfere in her marriage? Shocking. If Chu Fan's first sentence only surprised everyone, then this second sentence was like a slap in the face of Qin Tianhai and the Song family. How dare you? Qin Tianhai was furious. He slammed the table and stood up. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? Yuruwa is my daughter, so her marriage will naturally be decided by me as a father. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you speak nonsense here? Dad. Qin Yuruwa was anxious. She wanted to explain, but Chu Fan stopped her with a look. Chu Fan looked at the furious Qin Tianhai, still with that cynical smile on his face. Oh? Can a father decide his daughter's marriage? What if the daughter doesn't want to get married at all? Besides, Chu Fan turned his gaze to Song Haoyu, who had a gloomy face, and raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth. With this kind of stuff, you think you are worthy of my woman? Mr. Qin, your vision is too poor, isn't it? You are looking for death. Song Haoyu was completely enraged by Chu Fan's contemptuous look and tone. He has always been the center of attention since he was a child. How could he have ever suffered such humiliation? He suddenly stood up from his seat, pointed at Chu Fan's nose, and cursed. Where did you come from, you wild boy? How dare you snatch my woman? Do you know who I am? Who is my father? Believe it or not, with just one word from me, you will never be able to survive in Jiangcheng, or even in the whole of China. Oh? Really? Chu Fan raised his eyebrows, with an exaggerated expression that said I'm scared. Then I want to hear who you are. Humph. You are so ignorant. Song Haoyu raised his chin proudly and said arrogantly, listen carefully, I am the only heir of the Song family in Beijing, Song Haoyu. My father is the chairman of the Song group, Song Jianon. Our Song family is a well-known and top-notch wealthy family in Beijing and even in the whole country. How dare you, an ad like you who is not even worthy of carrying our shoes, act so presumptuously in front of me? After he said this, he waited to see Chu Fan get so scared that he pissed himself and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. In his opinion, as long as he told his family background, no one would dare to go against him. However, Chu Fan's expression did not change after hearing this. He just said oh lightly, and then looked at Song Haoyu as if he was an idiot. The Song family in Beijing? The Song group? Never heard of it. Puff. Even though Qin Yuruo was in a heavy mood at the moment, she couldn't help laughing when she heard Chu Fan's understated yet powerful words. When this man gets angry with others, he really shows no mercy at all. Song Haoyu's face instantly turned purple. How dare you say you haven't heard of our Song family? He was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and the fingers he pointed at Chu Fan were trembling. This is such a great shame. The family background that he was so proud of was actually worthless in the eyes of this wild boy? I really haven't heard of it. Chu Fan spread his hands and said innocently, maybe your Song family is too, inconspicuous. I'm going to kill you. Song Haoyu was completely enraged. He waved his fists like a mad bull and was about to rush towards Chu Fan. Stop. Song Jianon, who had remained silent, finally spoke. His face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. He stared at Chu Fan intently, his eyes full of scrutiny and a hint of imperceptible vigilance. He is not as impulsive as his son. The young man in front of him dared to appear in this way on such an occasion, and he remained calm in the face of the reputation of their Song family. This in itself shows that he is definitely not an ordinary person. Or, he's a complete lunatic. Or, he has a terrifying background that is enough to look down on the Song family. Young people should be responsible for their words. Song Jianyong's voice was low and hoarse with a sense of oppression from being in a superior position for a long time. Today, in front of so many of us, you said that Yuruwa's niece was your woman, and you openly humiliated our Song family. We have a grudge against each other. I don't care who you are or what your background is. Today you either kneel down and kowtow to our Song family to apologize, or disappear from niece Yuruwa forever. Or. He paused, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes, then don't blame our Song family for bullying you and your family to pay a painful price. Naked threat, undisguised murderous intent. The temperature in the entire banquet hall seemed to have dropped by several degrees. Qin Tianhai watched the scene, his expression changing constantly, but he did not speak to stop it. He wanted to see how capable this brat who suddenly showed up and dared to flirt with his daughter was. If he is just a young man who doesn't know his place, then I can just use the Song family to get rid of him and save myself the trouble. Facing Song Jianyong's powerful aura and threats, Chu Fan remained calm and composed. He even chuckled. Price? The thing I, Chu Fan, am least afraid of in my life is paying a price. He took a step forward and swept his sharp eyes over everyone present, finally landing on Chin Yurua's face, which was tearful but full of expectation. He reached out and gently took her into his arms. Chin Yurua's body trembled slightly, but she did not resist. Instead, she snuggled tightly in his arms like a little bird that had found a harbor. This action undoubtedly announced their relationship to everyone. Song Haoyu's eyes turned blood red in an instant. I'll say it again. Chu Fan's voice became cold and domineering, full of unquestionable majesty. Chin Yurua is my woman. Who dares to touch her hair? I will destroy his family and make him disappear from this world completely. Those powerful words, like thunder, exploded in everyone's ears. The entire banquet hall fell into silence. Everyone was completely shocked by Chu Fan's terrifying aura, which looked down upon the world and would kill any god or Buddha who stood in his way. Chapter 31: The Song Family's Scandal. I will destroy his family and make him disappear from this world completely. Chu Fan's extremely domineering declaration was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone present. Especially Song Jiangong and Song Haoyu, father and son. When they looked at Chu Fan's cold and sharp eyes, an emotion called fear surged from the bottom of their hearts for the first time. The young man didn't seem to be joking. If he can say it, he can definitely do it. Who are you? Song Jiangong's voice was trembling. He has been in the business world for decades and has seen many ruthless people, but this is the first time he has met someone as young as Chu Fan who possesses such a terrifying aura and decisive killing momentum. This is definitely not something an ordinary rich second generation or young man can pretend to be. You will soon know who I am. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Chu Fan's mouth. He took out his cell phone and glanced at the email he had just received, then said to Song Jiangong in a playful tone, Chairman Song, it seems that your song group has not been having a good time recently. Song Jiangong's heart skipped a beat and an ominous premonition came over him. What do you mean? It's nothing. Chu Fan smiled and began to read slowly. Song Group, mainly engaged in real estate and energy chemicals. It owns 3 listed companies with a total market value of about 80 billion yuan. But as far as I know, the debt ratio of your Song Group seems to be a bit high. It has exceeded the warning line of 70%? Besides, several of your overseas energy projects have suffered losses for 3 consecutive quarters due to local political unrest and the plunge in international oil prices, with cumulative losses exceeding 5 billion. In order to fill this hole, you did not hesitate to embezzle public funds from your listed companies, and even falsified accounts to deceive shareholders and regulatory agencies, right? With every sentence Chu Fan read, Song Jiangong's face turned paler. When Chu Fan finished reading, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat and his eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. These are the most core business secrets of their Song Group. They are even some illegal operations that are enough to ruin them forever. This young man, how did he know? Oh, yes, there's more. Chu Fan seemed to think it was not enough. He changed the subject and looked at Song Haoyu, who was already scared silly next to him. Master Song, your private life in recent years has been quite exciting. During college, you dated 7 girlfriends at the same time, and caused 3 of them to have abortions for you. After graduation, you were even more addicted to private sex with young models in various clubs, and you also organized some unsightly parties and shot a lot of short videos, right? Even 3 years ago, you killed an innocent passerby in a car race in the suburbs of Beijing. Afterwards, your father spent a lot of money to find someone to take the blame for you and blocked all the news. This matter was handled very cleanly. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. When Song Haoyu heard this, he screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on. These are the darkest and dirtiest secrets deep in his heart. Once it was exposed, not to mention the marriage, his Song family would become the laughingstock of the entire upper-class society in Beijing. He himself would be ruined and even thrown into prison. Am I talking nonsense? Chu Fan sneered. He pressed his phone, and clear recordings, disgusting photos and videos began to play in a loop on the surround sound system and projection screen in the banquet hall. That was a recording of a secret meeting of the top executives of the Song Group, discussing how to falsify accounts and embezzle public funds. Those were intimate photos of Song Haoyu with different women at various extravagant parties, and even some action movie clips that were not suitable for children. What's more, there are also photos of the scene of the car accident and the transfer records of money transactions between Song Jiangong and the family of the person who took the blame. The evidence is irrefutable. Every recording, every photo, and every video are like sharp knives, stabbing into the hearts of Song Jiangong and Song Haoyu, father and son. It is like a loud slap in the face, slapping them hard on their self-righteous faces. The entire banquet hall fell into deathly silence. Shin Tianhai looked at the things on the screen, his face turned livid. He had never expected that the son-in-law he had carefully selected would turn out to be such a filthy villain with a glamorous appearance but a rotten heart. After a brief shock, Shin Yuruo looked at Chu Fan with a strange look in her eyes. She knew that Chu Fan had power, but she didn't expect Chu Fan's power to be so great. In such a short time, they were able to thoroughly investigate the Song family and even get their hands on the most secretive black material. This can no longer be explained simply by having money. The power behind this man is simply unfathomable. How is it? Chairman Song, young Master Song. Chu Fan turned off the projection, still with that cynical smile on his face. Are you satisfied with these gifts? Plop. Song Haoyu could no longer bear the tremendous pressure and fear. His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. His crotch was wet again. He was frightened again. Although Song Jianong was still standing, his face was as pale as paper and his body was shaky, as if he had aged by 10 years in an instant. He stared at Chu Fan intently, his eyes filled with resentment, fear, and a hint of despair. He knew it was over. The Song family is completely finished. Once these scandals are exposed, not to mention the marriage, the Song group will immediately face a catastrophe. Stock prices plummeted, banks demanded debts, regulators investigated, and jailed. The business empire he had worked hard to build up his entire life would collapse in an instant. And all this is just because they have offended this young man in front of them, who looks harmless but is actually as terrifying as a devil. What do you want? Song Jianong's voice was hoarse and weak with a hint of his final struggle. What do I want? Chu Fan smiled. In Song Jianong's view, that smile was more terrifying than the devil. It's very simple. First, disappear from my woman's sight immediately. Never appear in front of her again, and don't even mention this bullshit marriage again. Second, Chu Fan's eyes turned cold. Take out the so-called cooperation agreement that you just used to threaten Mr. Qin. Tear it up in front of me. As for the third one. Chu Fan paused, then walked up to Song Haoyu, who was lying on the ground, looked down at him, with a cruel smile on his face. Didn't you just want to break my legs? Now I'll give you a chance. He broke both of his own legs. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you can walk out of this manor intact today. Chapter 32 Qin Tianhai's Shock and Compromise. He broke both of his own legs. Chu Fan's cold and emotionless words were like the sharpest ice pick, piercing Song Haoyu's heart fiercely. He collapsed on the ground, shaking like a sieve, looking at the devil-like young man in front of him, his eyes filled with extreme fear and despair. Break your own legs? This is more painful than killing him. He is the eldest son of the Song family in Beijing. He has lived a life of luxury since childhood. How could he have ever suffered such a hardship? No. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, let me go. Song Haoyu cried, crawling at Chu Fan's feet like a pug, and called out desperately for mercy. That humble appearance formed an extremely ironic contrast with his previous arrogance and domineering look. Chu Fan looked at his ugly appearance. There was no mercy in his eyes, only cold indifference. Any mercy towards such scum is a blasphemy against kindness. I'll only give you 10 seconds to think about it. Chu Fan's voice was still calm, but it carried an unquestionable pressure. 1918. The countdown begins. Every number was like a heavy hammer, hitting Song Haoyu's heart hard. He knew Chu Fan was not joking. If he still doesn't do as he is told after 10 seconds, what awaits him will definitely be a fate 100 times more miserable than a broken leg. Dad! Save me! Dad! Song Haoyu desperately asked his father, Song Jianong, for help. Song Jianong looked at his son's cowardly appearance and felt angry, distressed, and helpless. He wanted to beg for mercy, but when he saw Chu Fan's cold eyes, all the words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't utter a single word. He knew that today, their Song family was completely doomed. They fell into the hands of a young man whom they had never even heard of before. And he was defeated so thoroughly, without any chance of fighting back. 3, 2. Chu Fan's countdown continues. Song Haoyu's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He doesn't want to die, and he doesn't want to be disabled. I'll hit him. I'll hit him. I'll hit myself. He screamed, got up from the ground, picked up a heavy silver candlestick used for decoration on the dining table next to him, then closed his eyes and used all his strength to smash his left knee hard. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bone cracking was clearly heard in the silent banquet hall. Ah! Song Hao-yu let out a shrill scream, hugged his left leg, and rolled on the ground in pain. The severe pain almost made him faint on the spot. But he didn't dare stop. Because Chu Fan's gaze was still like two sharp swords, nailed on him. He gritted his teeth and endured the heart-wrenching pain, raised the candlestick again, and hit his right knee again. Crack! Another sound of bone breaking. Song Hao-yu's screams suddenly stopped. His eyes rolled back and he fainted from the pain. The entire banquet hall fell into deathly silence. There was only Song Hao-yu's heavy and painful breathing, and the creepy crackling sound of broken bones. Qin Tianhai looked at this scene, his face turned pale, his lips trembled, and he couldn't say a word. He has lived for most of his life and considers himself a man who has seen many ups and downs. But this was the first time he had personally experienced a scene as bloody, violent, and filled with extreme oppression as today's. The young man in front of me is so cruel. It was so cruel that even this old tycoon who was decisive and ruthless in the business world felt a chill in his heart. Although Qin Yuruo was also shocked by the bloody scene, she felt an indescribable sense of pleasure and security in her heart. This man actually dared to let the eldest son of the Song family break his legs in public for her. This domineering, this strong, and this desperate protection made her originally cold and desperate heart become hot again. Chu Fan didn't even look at Song Hao-yu, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. His gaze turned to Song Jiangong. "Chairman Song, I see your son's sincerity. Now it's your turn." Song Jiangong's body trembled violently. He knew that Chu Fan was referring to the cooperation agreement. He struggled to take out the agreement from his pocket, which represented the Song family's future hope and also his humiliation, and handed it to Chu Fan with trembling hands. Chu Fan didn't answer. He just said calmly, "Tear it up in front of me." Song Jiangong's face turned pale and blue and finally turned into a long sigh full of unwillingness and despair. He closed his eyes and used all his strength to tear the thick agreement into pieces. The sound of tearing paper was particularly harsh in the silent banquet hall. It also seemed to be announcing that the Song family's ambition to marry the Qin family and then get involved in the Qin group had been completely shattered. Very good. Chu Fan nodded with satisfaction. Now you can go away. Take your good-for-nothing son and the pitiful dignity of your Song family and completely disappear from Jiangcheng and from my sight. If I find out that you dare to do something behind my back again. A hint of cold murderous intent flashed in Chu Fan's eyes. I don't mind having your Song family completely wiped out of this world. Song Jiangong trembled all over. He had no doubt about the truthfulness of Chu Fan's words. He didn't dare to say another word. He quickly called the frightened bodyguards behind him, lifted up the unconscious Song Hao-yu on the ground, and fled in a panic from this nightmare-like manner that he would never forget. Only when the Song family members completely disappeared from sight did the entire banquet hall finally regain a bit of life. Qin Tianhai looked at Chu Fan with extremely complicated eyes. There was shock, fear, and anger, but more of a feeling of powerlessness. He knew that from today on, he, as a father, would probably no longer be able to control his daughter's life. And the fate of their Qin family also took an unpredictable turn because of the sudden appearance of this young man. He opened his mouth to say something, but all that came out was a tired sigh. "You are very good, young man." He looked at Chu Fan deeply, then looked at his daughter, who was looking at Chu Fan with eyes full of admiration and love, shook her head, turned around and silently left the banquet hall. His back looked somewhat desolate and lonely. His era seemed to be over. And a new and more magnificent era is about to begin. Chapter 33: Qin Yuruo's true feelings revealed. When Qin Tianhai's lonely figure disappeared at the door of the banquet hall, Chu Fan and Qin Yuruo were the only two people left in the entire space. The air seemed to still be filled with the tension brought about by the fierce conflict just now, as well as a faint smell of blood. Qin Yuruo looked at Chu Fan, her beautiful eyes filled with complex and intense emotions. There was shock, gratitude, admiration, and even a hint of a deep love that she herself hadn't even noticed. She walked slowly to Chu Fan step by step, and then made a bold move in front of Chu Fan's somewhat surprised eyes. She stretched out her arms and hugged him tightly. The soft and elastic body pressed tightly against Chu Fan's chest, and the familiar and intoxicating fragrance lingered at Chu Fan's nose. "Thank you." Qin Yuruo's voice, with a hint of sob and trembling, sounded softly in Chu Fan's ears. "Thank you, Chu Fan. If I didn't have you today, I really don't know what I would do." She buried her head deeply in Chu Fan's arms, like a little girl who found a safe haven in the storm. She took off all her strength and disguise, revealing the softest and most vulnerable side of her heart. Chu Fan could feel her slightly trembling body and the collar of her shirt soaked with tears. He reached out and patted her back gently, saying softly, "Silly, we are allies, aren't we? Your business is my business." Ally. Shin Yurua murmured the word again, then she raised her head abruptly, her tear-stained eyes staring into Chu Fan's eyes, and said firmly, "No. Chu Fan, from today on, we are more than just allies. My life, Shin Yurua, belongs to you. From now on, as long as you say a word, I, Shin Yurua, will never frown, no matter if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire." Her eyes were so sincere and so hot that they seemed to melt Chu Fan completely. When Chu Fan looked at her like this, his heart was slightly moved. He knew that this proud and strong woman had truly opened her heart to him after everything that had happened tonight, and even had fallen in love with him. He gently wiped the tears from her cheeks, a gentle smile on his lips. "What nonsense are you talking about? I can't bear to let you go through fire and water. I just want you to be the most dazzling and capable queen in my business empire." Queen. Shin Yuruo's cheeks flushed with a touching blush. She looked at Chu Fan's deep and charming eyes and her heart beat faster involuntarily. She knew that she might really fall in love with this man in front of her, who was several years younger than her but stronger, more domineering, and gentler than any other man. The atmosphere at this moment became somewhat ambiguous and charming. The two of them just hugged each other quietly, feeling each other's heartbeat and warmth. After a long time, Shin Yurua came out of Chu Fan's arms reluctantly. She tidied up her messy clothes and hair, and her face regained the competence and confidence of a businesswoman. However, the tenderness and dependence on Chu Fan in her eyes could no longer be concealed. "Chu Fan, what are you going to do next?" she asked. Although the Song family has been badly damaged, it is still a well-established family in Beijing. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. I'm worried that they won't just give up and may retaliate against you or future capital in secret. Revenge? Chu Fan sneered, his eyes full of disdain. "If they dare, I, Chu Fan, will fight them anytime." However, he changed the subject and raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. "I think they are probably too busy to take care of themselves now." Oh? Shin Yurua was a little curious. "The gift I just sent to them is not just to scare them." Chu Fan's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. "Those things should have been placed on the desks of certain disciplinary departments and financial regulatory agencies in Beijing." "What did you say?" Shin Yurua's beautiful eyes widened instantly when she heard that, and her face was full of disbelief. She didn't expect Chu Fan's methods to be so powerful and leaving no room for any trouble. He not only wants to defeat the Song family, he wants to destroy the Song family. "I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will root them out." Chu Fan's tone was calm, but it carried a chill that made people's hearts tremble. "I, Chu Fan, have never been a good man. Since they dare to set their sights on my woman, they should be prepared to bear my wrath." Shin Yurua was so shocked when she looked at Chu Fan's handsome face, which was also a little evil and cold. This man, his character, his methods, and his courage are simply the signs of a natural-born hero. She suddenly felt that she had underestimated him before. He is not just a fierce dragon with unlimited potential, he is more like a prehistoric beast that can destroy the world once enraged. "Chu Fan, you." Shin Yurua opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end it just turned into a helpless yet sweet sigh. She knew that her life was probably completely ruined by this man. "And I am willing to do it, and I enjoy it." She reached out and took Chu Fan's hand again, clasping their fingers together. "Whatever decision you make, I support you. Everything I have, including the Qin family, is also your backing." Her eyes were firm and determined. When Chu Fan looked at her, a warm feeling surged in his heart. It feels really good to have such a confidant, a powerful ally, supporting you by your side. "Don't worry." Chu Fan held her hand tightly with his backhand, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "It's just the Song family. There's no need for you, Miss Qin, to take action personally. Next, let us enjoy this wonderful drama of the downfall of a wealthy family directed by me, Chu Fan." There was a godly light in his eyes that showed he was in control of everything. Chapter 34, Chu, Returning to Nature. After the thrilling engagement break incident at Hentang Manor, Chu Fan's life seemed to have strangely returned to a normal track. The subsequent events of the Song family were just as Chu Fan had expected. After the scandal was exposed to the relevant departments in Beijing, it quickly caused an uproar. The stock price plummeted, banks withdrew loans, and regulatory investigations. A series of chain reactions caused this once invincible family to fall into a precarious situation in just a few days. As for Song Jiangong and Song Haoyu, they are said to have been restricted from leaving the country and are being questioned by relevant departments. It is foreseeable that what awaits them will be severe punishment by law and the complete downfall of their family. Chu Fan, the instigator of all this, acted as if nothing had happened. He still drove his 7 to school on time every day. After class, he went to the cafeteria to eat with Chen Bin and others, or played games in the dormitory. The World Financial Center, worth $3 billion, and the future capital with an initial investment of $10 billion seemed to be just toys he threw aside, without leaving too many traces of a domineering president on him. He was still wearing an ordinary t-shirt and jeans, and using the latest model of mobile phone without any luxurious decoration. Apart from the fact that his means of transportation was slightly more advanced, he didn't seem to be much different from any ordinary college student in Jiangcheng University. This return to simplicity left many students who had originally kept their distance from him or were curious about him a little confused. God Chu, is this the end of your life experience? No way? Were all those things before fake? Now you have no money? How is that possible? Chu Fan building is still standing there. The donation from Qin Group is also real. Then why did he become the same as before? Could it be the legendary Great Hermit hiding in the city? The discussion about Chu Fan on the campus forum was still as heated as ever. But this time, instead of shock and admiration, there was more confusion and a sense of inexplicable intimacy. Chu Fan was happy to see this happen. He didn't like the feeling of being treated like a rare animal wherever he went. What he enjoys more is that when others think he is just so, he can inadvertently complete a small dimensionality reduction attack in a way that they cannot understand. For example, this noon, Chu Fan and Chen Bin had just come out of the cafeteria after lunch and were preparing to return to the dormitory. When I passed by the school basketball court, I happened to see a group of boys playing half court. One of them was a tall and strong boy wearing a set of branded basketball equipment, but his basketball skills were average. He was complained about by his teammates because of a mistake and he immediately became unhappy. Why are you arguing? It's just a broken ball. If you lose, it's my fault. I have plenty of money, how about I treat you to a big meal to atone for your sin, the boy said arrogantly, and deliberately showed the expensive sports watch on his wrist. His name is Zhao Kai. He is a well-known rich second generation in the sports department. His favorite thing to do is to show off his equipment and financial resources. Although his teammates were unhappy, they didn't say anything more because he was rich. What's so great about being rich? Your basketball playing is like shit. Chen Bin muttered quietly to the side. Chu Fan smiled when he heard that. He recognized Zhao Kai. In the past, he had been ridiculed by Zhao Kai overtly or covertly on the basketball court because his equipment was inferior to others. At this moment, Zhao Kai and his group were short of one person and could not fight anymore. Zhao Kai saw Chu Fan and Chen Bin standing on the sidelines at a glance. He first glanced at Chu Fan's ordinary sportswear with contempt, and then his eyes fell on the pair of ordinary-looking domestic sneakers on Chu Fan's feet. Hey, the guy wearing anta over there, can you play basketball? Come over here and join the crowd. Zhao Kai shouted in a condescending tone. He deliberately emphasized the word anta in order to mock Chu Fan for wearing cheap shoes. Chen Bin got angry when he heard this and was about to refute, but was stopped by Chu Fan. Okay. Chu Fan walked over with a smile, but I'm not very good at fighting, please don't be disgusted. I don't think you can do anything fancy. Zhao Kai curled his lips in disdain, don't cry if you lose. Chu Fan smiled and walked onto the court silently without saying anything. The game begins. Zhao Kai relied on his tall stature and well-equipped equipment to act aggressively from the beginning. Chu Fan, on the other hand, seemed a bit amateurish. Chu Fan had indeed not played basketball for a long time, and his touch was a little rusty. He just ran slowly, defended the pass, and occasionally shot a few random balls that seemed harmless. Zhao Kai looked at his clumsy appearance, and the mockery on his face became even stronger. Hey, brother Anta, are you able to do this? If not, go down and change someone else. Don't waste everyone's time here. He dribbled the ball while using trash talk to provoke Chu Fan. He even deliberately showed off some fancy dribbling moves in front of Chu Fan and almost dribbled the ball to his own feet. This caused laughter from the sidelines. Chu Fan still looked calm and composed, as if he was not affected at all. At the end of the first half, Chu Fan and his team were far behind. Zhao Kai walked up to Chu Fan with a proud look on his face, wiped his sweat with a towel, and said condescendingly, "How is it? Brother Anta, do you know what the gap is?" Basketball is not a sport that poor people like you can afford to play. He even deliberately waved the famous watch on his wrist in front of Chu Fan. See? Patek Philippe Nautilus, over $500,000. Your pair of Anta watches can't even afford a fraction of the price of my watch strap. Chu Fan looked at his smug face and just smiled faintly. The watch is indeed nice. He nodded, and then said in a casual tone, but playing basketball is mainly about the feel of the hand. After saying that, he picked up the basketball and walked outside the three-point line. In the surprised eyes of everyone, he didn't even aim, but just casually threw the ball out with one hand. The basketball drew an extremely strange, almost straight arc in the air. Then with a whoosh, hollow into the net. The whole audience was silent. The smile on Zhao Kai's face froze instantly. I guess, he muttered to himself. Chu Fan ignored him, picked up another ball from the ground, and threw it again from the same position and in the same posture. Swish. Another hollow. Swish. 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 Next, under everyone's stunned gaze, Chu Fan was like a shooting machine. No matter where he is, no matter what posture he uses, even no matter whether he is looking at the basket or not. As long as he throws the ball, the damn basketball will definitely go into the basket. Three-pointer. Long three-pointer. Behind the back shot. Shoot with eyes closed. All kinds of incredible ways of scoring goals made the people on the sidelines almost fall out of their eyes. The 100% hit shot card has been used once automatically. Current remaining shock value. In Chu Fan's mind, reminders of the system consuming shock value kept ringing. He had been bored in the mall and exchanged a lot of these disposable skill cards, just to show off in such casual occasions. The effect is outstanding. Zhao Kai was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Chu Fan, who was wearing ordinary Anta shoes but scoring goals like a god, and felt that his worldview had been impacted like never before. Is this guy still a human being? When Chu Fan made his 20th three-pointer in a row, and it was an extremely difficult goal with his back to the basket and he casually threw the ball backwards. Zhao Kai could no longer withstand this dimensionality reduction attack. He sat down on the ground with a plop, his eyes dull, and muttered to himself, impossible. This must be an illusion. How can he be so strong? The Patek Philippe on his wrist, worth more than $500,000, looked so pale, powerless, and ridiculous in front of Chu Fan's amazing ball skills. Chu Fan walked up to him and picked up the basketball, still with that harmless smile on his face. Classmate, do you want to continue? Zhao Kai watched his lips tremble for a long time and couldn't say a word. He felt like he had encountered a monster today. A monster wearing Anta. Chapter 35 accidentally became popular again. The incredible continuous rain of three-pointers on the basketball court, like a tsunami, quickly swept across the entire campus network of Jiangcheng University. I don't know who recorded Chu Fan's miraculous shooting performance with a mobile phone, and also gave it a very gimmicky and misleading title. Shocking. The mysterious Anta guy made the rich second generation who spent millions of dollars on equipment cry on the court. With such skills, even Jordan would kneel down. Once the video was released, it immediately went viral on school forums, bulletin boards, and various student groups. What the hell? What kind of magical operation is this? Isn't this three-point shot too accurate? Is this guy cheating? He never misses a shot. He's in human form. Wait, this figure wearing Anta looks familiar. Damn. Isn't this senior Chu Fan? What? Chu Shin? Isn't he the super rich man who donated $100 million and owns Chu Fan Building? Why would he wear Anta when playing basketball? And he's such a good fighter? This is unscientific. Aren't rich people supposed to be lazy and ignorant? Your thinking is too outdated. Haven't you heard of this saying? People who are better than you often work harder than you. Chu Shin is a typical representative of this. Wow, he's handsome, rich, and good at studying. He was able to get into Jiang University, and now he's even so good at playing basketball. Is there any way for ordinary people like us to survive? For a time, Chu Fan's name once again became the focus of the campus. But this time, everyone's focus is no longer on his astonishing financial resources, but on his equally incredible football skills. Also, his simple and natural attitude towards life. Even though he has everything, he is still as low-key as an ordinary student. This kind of cute contrast makes Chu Fan's image more three-dimensional in everyone's mind, and more charming. Especially those girls who had kept their distance from him before because of his wealthy status were now completely conquered by him. Ah! Senior Chu Fan is so handsome. He looks so stylish even in Anta. This is the real male god. He is low-key, capable, and doesn't show off. No, I want to go to the basketball court and run into my senior. Even if I can't talk to him, it would be nice to just see him from a distance. However, Chu Fan, the instigator of all this, was completely unaware of it. After torturing the rich second-generation guy named Zhao Kai, he returned to the dormitory with Chen Bin. As for the video, he had never seen it at all. He is now busy studying some newly unlocked daily leisure skills in the system mall. For example, God-level cooking, home cooking, passive skill, instantly master the perfect cooking methods of all home cooking dishes, and the deliciousness of the dishes made is plus 500%. Price, 500 shock points. Musical instrument mastery, guitar, passive skill, instantly master all guitar playing techniques and reach the level of a professional performer. Price, 800 shock value. Heavenly voice, primary, passive skill, optimizes the host's vocal conditions, greatly improving the pitch, timbre, and emotional expression when singing. Price, 1000 shock points. These skills seem to be of little use. But for Chu Fan now, it just fits his mentality of experiencing life and enjoying daily life. He is not short of money, fame, or so-called career now. What he lacks is to find something that can truly make him happy and relaxed in this bizarre world. And these seemingly useless daily skills may bring him unexpected surprises. Let us exchange this god-level cooking skills first. Chu Fan thought about it. Food is the most important thing for people. Being able to eat delicious food made by yourself is a kind of happiness in itself. And maybe in the future I can show off my skills on some special occasions and give some special people a little surprise. Ding! Consume 500 shock points in exchange, god-level cooking skills, home cooking, successfully. A huge stream of information about food processing, heat control, and seasoning instantly flooded into Chu Fan's mind. He felt that he could prepare a home-style banquet with his eyes closed. Brother Fan, what are you grinning about? Shenbin asked curiously when he saw Chu Fan sitting there alone with an inexplicable smile on his face. Nothing. Chu Fan came back to his senses and smiled mysteriously. I just suddenly want to eat braised pork. Braised pork? Shenbin swallowed his saliva. The braised pork in the cafeteria is too greasy and not tasty. How about we go out to eat tonight? What restaurant do you want? Chu Fan patted his shoulder and said, Today, I will show you my skills. You? Cooking? Chen Bin's face showed the same suspicious expression as when Chu Fan said he wanted to play basketball. But he knew that Chu Fan couldn't even cook instant noodles when he was in the dormitory. Don't believe it? Chu Fan raised his eyebrows, just wait and see. Having said that, he dragged the confused Chen Bin to the vegetable market near the school. Half an hour later, the dormitory 404 was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of rich meat. Chu Fan, wearing a makeshift apron made from a bed sheet, was holding a spatula in his hand and was busy in front of the stove on the induction cooker that was secretly hidden in the dormitory. I saw him flipping the wok, stir-frying, seasoning. His movements were so smooth and skillful that he was even more professional than the chef in a 5-star hotel. Shenbin next to them and the other two roommates who came because of the smell, including the completely wilted Zhang Wei, were like three hungry chicks, staring at the bright red and fragrant braised pork in the pot, their saliva almost dripping onto the ground. They never dreamed that Chu Fan, who in their impression was a lazy and ignorant rich man, actually had such amazing cooking skills. When the plate of braised pork that embodied the essence of god-level cooking skills was finally out of the pot and placed in front of them, the three of them howled like wolves almost at the same time, and then started to scramble for things frantically. Oh my god! It's so delicious! This braised pork is fatty but not greasy and melts in your mouth. It's 100 times better than what my mom cooks. Brother Fan, when did you secretly go to New Oriental for further studies? Your skills are amazing. Wow, I don't want to eat in the cafeteria anymore. Brother Fan, please support me and feed me. Even Zhang Wei, who had always been full of resentment towards Chu Fan, was completely conquered by this plate of braised pork. While he was wolfing down the food, he was crying silently in his heart. He felt that his heart, which had been twisted by jealousy, was healed a little bit by this damn delicious food. Chu Fan looked at their starving appearance and a relieved smile appeared on his face. This feeling of conquering people's hearts with delicious food seems to be quite good. Just then Chu Fan's cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Chu Fan? A clear and sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. May I ask who you are? Hello, Senior Chu Fan. I'm the secretary of the arts department of the student union. My name is Ling Xiaoxiao. Next Saturday our school is going to hold the annual campus singing competition. We would like to invite you to be our special guest performer. Is that okay? Campus singing competition? Guest performers? Chu Fan was stunned for a moment, then remembered the other two skills he had just exchanged. Musical instrument mastery, guitar, and essentials of heavenly sounds. This system is really considerate. If you feel sleepy, I will give you a pillow. Okay. A playful smile appeared on Chu Fan's lips. He suddenly felt that this feeling of occasionally using some small talents to surprise others inadvertently seemed to be quite addictive. Chapter 36, Rich Second Generation's Birthday Party. Chu Fan didn't take the campus singing competition too seriously. To him, it was just a small change in his daily life. What he enjoys more now is the state of hiding in the city and finding fun in ordinary life. For example, research new dishes to improve the meals for roommates. Or when it is late at night and everyone is asleep, you can take out the guitar you just bought, play a few songs you like, and enjoy the pleasure of playing smoothly as a result of mastering your instrument. This peaceful and pleasant life was broken by an unexpected invitation after just a few days. The invitation came from Wang Song, the rich second generation who was repeatedly bullied by Chu Fan with his money and power and almost had a mental breakdown. Logically speaking, these two people should never have any contact with each other again. But Wang Song's father, Wang Jiangwo, is a ruthless character who can bend and stretch. After learning about the unfathomable background behind Chu Fan, mainly the support of the Qin family, some of his own imagination, and the tragic end of the Song family, Wang Jiangwo immediately made the wisest choice to repair his relationship with Chu Fan at all costs. He first went to Chu Fan's door in person to apologize, with a very humble attitude, and he almost kowtowed to Chu Fan on the spot. Then, he found out through various channels that Chu Fan seemed to be interested in Jiangqing's AI Industrial Park project, so he immediately transferred a piece of prime land owned by the Wang family, located in the core area of the high-tech zone, which was originally intended to be used for commercial real estate development, to future capital at a price that was almost free. This gift is indeed a great one. Although Chu Fan had no good feelings towards Wang Jiangwo, a small-time opportunist, he still didn't want to offend a smiling person, and that piece of land was indeed a good choice for the future technology center he was planning. So he went with the flow and accepted Wang Jiangwo's kindness. The two families thus reached a superficial reconciliation. This invitation was for a birthday party hosted by Wang Song in the name of celebrating his recovery and thanking Lord Chu Fan for not bearing grudges. The location is in a luxurious villa owned by the Wang family in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. Brother Fan, is this the home and banquet? Can Wang Song be so kind? Shenbin said with a skeptical look on his face as he looked at the gold-embossed invitation. Whether it is the Hongmen banquet or not, you will know if you go there. Chu Fan smiled, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He could probably guess what Wang Jiangwo and his son were planning. They simply wanted to take this opportunity to completely repair the relationship and show the outside world that their Wang family has already embraced Chu Fan, the golden thigh. Chu Fan didn't mind this favor that came to his door, and he went to cooperate with them in putting on a show. After all, more friends are better than more enemies. Although in his eyes, this friend was not even qualified to be his younger brother. On the night of the birthday party, Chu Fan was still dressed casually and drove the 7 to take Chen Bin to the party on time. The Wang family's villa is located on the riverside and covers a large area. It is decorated in a magnificent and luxurious manner. The parking lot was already filled with various luxury cars. It was obvious that Wang Jiangwo had spent a lot of money on today's banquet and had invited many prominent figures in Jiangcheng. When Chu Fan and Chen Bin got off the cool-looking 7, they immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Isn't that Chu Fan? Why is he here too? I heard that the Wang family has been very close to Chu Fan recently. It seems to be true. TSK, Wang Jiangwo, this old fox, really knows how to judge the situation. As soon as the Song family fell, he immediately tried to curry favor with Chu Fan, who was a stronger thigh. The guests were talking among themselves, looking at Chu Fan with eyes full of awe and curiosity. Wang Jiangwo and his son Wang Song had been waiting at the door early. When they saw Chu Fan appear, they immediately came up to him with smiles on their faces like pugs. Oh, Mr. Chu. Your presence really brings honor to our Wang family. Wang Jiangwo shook Chu Fan's hand with such enthusiasm. Brother Chu, thank you for coming to my birthday party. Wang Song stood aside, also looking cautious and respectful. After experiencing the social death and mental trauma last time, he now feels genuine fear and admiration for Chu Fan. Mr. Wang, you are too polite. Happy birthday, Mr. Wang. Chu Fan smiled faintly, took a beautifully wrapped gift box from Chen Bin and handed it to Wang Song. It's just a small token of my respect. Oh, Mr. Chu, it's enough for you to just show up. Why do you need to bring any gifts? You're so polite. Although Wang Jiangwo said this, the smile on his face became even brighter. He knew that Chu Fan's willingness to accept his land, attend his son's birthday party, and give gifts was in itself a gesture and a recognition. Wang Song was flattered and took the gift box, saying repeatedly, "Thank you, Brother Chu. Thank you, Brother Chu." He couldn't wait to open it and see what kind of small gift a rich man like Chu Fan would give him. However, when he opened the gift box and saw what was inside, he was stunned. What lay quietly in the gift box was not a famous watch, not a luxury item, nor a cash check. It was a brand new textbook on morality and civic cultivation. And a set of 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation. Wang Song? Wang Jiangwo? The guests around were also confused when they saw the scene. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Their expressions were distorted. What kind of magical operation is this? Giving birthday gifts to the rich second generation, should we give them ideology and morality and May 3rd? This Mr. Chu is really unconventional, isn't he? Wang Song felt like crying as he held the 2 sacred books that exuded the fragrance of ink. He felt that Brother Chu's gift would be more impressive than just beating him up. Chu Fan looked at his wonderful expression, a warm smile appeared on his face, and he patted his shoulder earnestly. Master Wang, even if you have recovered physically, you must also improve your ideological awareness. Young people, you still need to read more and learn more in order to make continuous progress and make greater contributions to society, don't you think? Books contain golden houses and beautiful women. Read these 2 books carefully. I believe they will be of great help to your future life. After saying this, he walked leisurely into the banquet hall amidst the guests who were trying to hold back their laughter and the complicated gazes of Wang Jiangwo and his son, who were both amused and helpless. Wang Song was left holding the 2 sacred books, which were disheveled in the wind. He suddenly felt that Brother Chu wasn't such a big shot who didn't remember the little guy's mistakes. This way of revenge is so fresh and unconventional, yet so heartbreaking. Chapter 37, Low-key display of wealth is the most deadly. In the banquet hall, people were drinking and chatting. Chu Fan's arrival undoubtedly became the focus of the whole audience. Countless celebrities from Jiangqing's business community came over with wine glasses in hand to greet him and get close to him. Chu Fan also performed with ease, chatting and laughing with them. His calm and composed demeanor, as well as his maturity and wisdom that far exceeded his age, made everyone secretly shocked and increasingly afraid to underestimate him. Only a few young second generations who were unaware of the truth or who thought highly of themselves looked at Chu Fan's ordinary casual clothes and harmless smile with a hint of disdain and contempt in their eyes. In their opinion, Chu Fan's current status is just due to luck or because of his relationship with the Qin family. There was nothing remarkable about him himself. The one who behaved most obviously and arrogantly was a young man named Lu Feng. Lu Feng is the young master of an established real estate company in Zhangcheng. His family is rich and he likes to show off everywhere by inviting his friends. Today he specially wore a newly bought Richard Miller watch worth more than 2 million yuan, a flashy Versace suit, and his hair was combed into a shiny oily state. He thought he was handsome and rich, and was the focus of the whole audience. When he saw Chu Fan, a country bumpkin who was only wearing ordinary casual clothes but was surrounded by everyone like a star, the fire of jealousy in his heart began to rise. He's just a gigolo who relies on women to get to the top. What's so great about him? Lu Feng held a glass of red wine and whispered to a few of his friends around him, "Look at how poor he is. He can't even afford a decent suit, and he still has the nerve to attend such a high-end banquet. That's right, Brother Feng, your outfit shows real taste. That Richard Miller watch is so cool." The lackey next to him quickly flattered him. Of course. Lu Feng shook his wrist proudly, then his eyes rolled and a plan came to mind. He deliberately accidentally bumped into a passing waiter while holding his wine glass. Ouch! The tray in the waiter's hand tilted and several glasses of red wine spilled out. One of the glasses landed right on Chu Fan's ordinary t-shirt. Ah! I'm sorry. Sir, I didn't mean it. The waiter was so scared that his face turned pale and he apologized quickly. Before Chu Fan could say anything, Lu Feng immediately jumped out, pointed at the waiter, and shouted, "What are you doing? You are so clumsy. Do you know who this is? This is Mr. Chu. If Mr. Chu's clothes are soiled, can you afford to pay for it?" His words seemed to be speaking up for Chu Fan, but in fact he was trying to take the opportunity to humiliate Chu Fan, implying that the clothes he wore were worthless. The guests around also looked over, and many of them had expressions of watching a good show on their faces. Chu Fan sneered in his heart as he looked at Lu Feng's smug face. This kind of low-level frame-up is too uncreative. He ignored Lu Feng and picked up a napkin from the table next to him. He casually wiped the wine stains on his shirt and smiled gently at the waiter, who was so scared that he was about to cry. "It's okay, just a little accident, don't take it to heart." The waiter thanked him repeatedly with tears of gratitude. Seeing that Chu Fan was so magnanimous, Lu Feng was not angry at all, but rather a little unhappy. He rolled his eyes and came up with another good idea. He walked up to Chu Fan and said with pretended concern, "Mr. Chu, your clothes are all wet and uncomfortable to wear. How about I lend you my spare suit jacket? Although it is not a famous brand, it is at least handmade in Italy. It is better than your wet t-shirt, right?" As he spoke, he deliberately took off his flashy Versace suit, revealing the equally expensive shirt underneath and the glittering Richard Miller watch on his wrist. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. He was just showing off and implying that Chu Fan was not as well dressed as him. The people around him also saw his intention, and many of them looked at him with contempt. Lu Feng is too petty. It is really not decent for him to use this method to put others down and elevate himself in such an occasion. However, Chu Fan just glanced at the suit in Lu Feng's hand and shook his head. "No need. I appreciate Mr. Lu's kindness." He paused, then said to Chin Bin beside him in a casual tone, "Bin, I think I have a few sets of clothes in my car. Can you help me get one?" "Oh, right." He seemed to suddenly remember something and added, "Just take the white t-shirt in the black paper bag with the logo on it, which is on the passenger seat. The others are too formal and not suitable for this occasion." When this word came out of Chu Fan's mouth lightly, the entire banquet hall fell into an eerie silence in an instant. Everyone's eyes, as if attracted by a magnet, were focused on Chu Fan. Hermes. That is the luxury among luxury goods. Any t-shirt costs tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. And from what Chu Fan said, there was more than one in his car. This is the real, low-key way of showing off wealth. The smug smile on Lu Feng's face froze in an instant. He looked at Chu Fan's seemingly ordinary white t-shirt, and then thought about the Versace shirt he was so proud of, and suddenly he felt like a clown. Especially when he saw Chen Bin quickly walked in from outside carrying a huge black paper bag with a print on it, and took out a white t-shirt from it, which looked ordinary, but anyone who knew the business could tell at a glance that it had an extraordinary texture. Lu Feng felt a burning pain on his face. Although the Hermes shirt did not have any fancy patterns, the top-grade fabric, the perfect tailoring, and the luxurious feel it inadvertently revealed made his so-called Italian handmade custom suit look as cheap as a street stall item. Chu Fan just casually took the t-shirt, walked into the lounge next door, and changed after a few minutes. He still looked calm and composed, as if what he had just changed into was just an ordinary set of clothes worth a few $dozen. But the feeling in the eyes of others was completely different. This is the real top tycoon who doesn't show off his talents. Lu Feng looked at the refreshed Chu Fan, then looked at the despised Versace in his hand, and wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He originally wanted to step on Chu Fan to get to the top today, but he was crushed by the other party in a way he could not even imagine. This invisible pretense was the most deadly feeling, and it made him so frustrated that he almost vomited blood on the spot. The guests around looked at Chu Fan with more awe and envy. They finally understood what it meant to keep real wealth hidden. He finally understood why a woman like Qin Yuruo, who was so arrogant, would look at him differently. Because this young man's rank is really too high. So high that they don't even have the right to be jealous. Chapter 38: Uninvited Guests at the Class Reunion. Wang Song's birthday party finally ended in a weird atmosphere where Chu Fan invisibly suppressed the entire place. Lu Feng, who tried to provoke Chu Fan, became the biggest laughingstock of the night. It was said that he left early in disgrace without even finishing his drink. Chu Fan didn't care too much about it. To him, this level of slap in the face was just a small episode in daily life, and it didn't even cause him much emotional fluctuation. What he enjoys more now is the feeling of having everything but still being able to experience all kinds of life as an ordinary person. Like attending a high school reunion. We invited the high school monitor from Chu Fan, a quiet and pretty girl named Li Shui. Shu Fan's high school years were not very happy. Because of his poor family background, he was always marginalized in the class and even looked down upon by some people. He had no interest in this kind of class reunion filled with comparison and showing off. But when Li Shui invited him, her tone was very sincere. She said that many old classmates wanted to meet him, and that Mr. Wang, his homeroom teacher who had taken good care of him back then, would also be present. Shu Fan thought about it and finally agreed. He didn't want to show off, he just wanted to meet those people who had once given him warmth, and also see what those people who once looked down on him had become. The venue for the class reunion was set at a fairly good star-rated hotel in Jiangchang. Shu Fan was still wearing low-key casual clothes and arrived on time in the 7, which others thought was his standard configuration. When he walked into the box, there were already quite a few people sitting inside. Most of the boys and girls who were once young and innocent have now lost their childishness, put on various professional attires, and their faces have become more sophisticated in vicissitudes of life. When Shu Fan came in, the atmosphere in the box froze for a moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. There was surprise, curiosity, scrutiny, and of course, some jealousy and disdain. "Hey, isn't this the talented Chu from our class back then? What? Has he become rich? He drives an Audi?" A sarcastic voice sounded first. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a slicked back hair, a beer belly, and a big gold chain. Shu Fan recognized him as Ma Jun, the school bully who loved to bully honest students in the class. It is said that he is now living in society, opened a small company and made some money, and no one knows his last name. "Ma Jun, I haven't seen you for a long time, you've gained a lot of weight." Shu Fan smiled faintly and responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Ha, that's because you're naturally fat and happy." Ma Jun patted his beer belly proudly, then his eyes fell on Shu Fan's ordinary clothes, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. "Shu Fan, I'm telling you that you've made it to the point where you can drive an Audi, but why are you still dressed so plainly? If you don't know, you'd think you were here to eat for free." As soon as he said this, there was a burst of laughter in the box. Many classmates who liked to hang out with Ma Jun back then looked at Shu Fan with eyes that showed they were waiting for a good show. They had all heard some legends about Shu Fan, such as he donated 100 million yuan and owned the Shu Fan building. But they didn't quite believe it. In their opinion, for someone like Shu Fan, who was born in poverty, to be able to drive an Audi worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, he was already very lucky. As for those more exaggerated rumors, they were definitely false and were just bragging. Today, they want to take this opportunity to expose Shu Fan's true face. Seeing this, class monitor Li Shui quickly came out to smooth things over. "Hey, Ma Jun, stop talking. Shu Fan just arrived, and we are all old classmates, so let's catch up. Reminisce about the past? What old times do I have to reminisce about with him?" Ma Jun sneered. He just wanted to make fun of Shu Fan today and get back at the fact that he was suppressed by Shu Fan's academic performance. He pointed at the shiny gold Rolex watch on his wrist and boasted loudly, "See? Shu Fan, this is a Rolex worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm afraid your broken Audi 4 can't even afford my watch, right?" He deliberately said 7 is 4 in order to belittle Shu Fan. Shu Fan looked at his smug face and just found it funny. In his eyes, this level of showing off wealth was as childish and ridiculous as a kindergarten kid showing off his newly bought lollipop. He didn't even bother to correct the other party's misunderstanding of the value of his car model and watch. Because there is no need. Arguing with such people will only lower your own status. He just smiled faintly and took out his cell phone from his pocket. It was the latest model of mobile phone, with an extremely simple design entirely in black. It looks ordinary, even a bit like a copycat phone worth a few $100s. "Boss Ma has a good eye." Shu Fan put his phone on the table and said in a casual tone, "But I'm not used to wearing watches. I always feel that they are a bit uncomfortable. I still prefer to check the time on my phone," he said as he lightly pressed the side button of his phone. The next second, the dark screen of the phone suddenly lit up. What is shown above is not an ordinary mobile phone desktop, but an extremely complex dynamic dial filled with various precision gears and tourbillon structures. The dial is exquisitely designed and ingeniously crafted, exuding a low-key, luxurious, and breathtaking mechanical beauty. More importantly, in the lower right corner of the dial, there is a small, extremely hidden diamond inlaid ring. That is Patek Philippe's Maltese cross. Moreover, people who know the business can tell at a glance that this is definitely not an ordinary Patek Philippe, but a one-of-a-kind work of art that is privately customized for the world's top VIP customers. Its value cannot be measured by money. At the very least, it is hundreds or even thousands of times more valuable than the Rolex gold watch on Ma Jun's hand. The moment when the phone dial lights up, the entire box fell into silence again. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the small mobile phone screen as if drawn by a magnet, their eyes filled with disbelief and extreme shock. The smug smile on Ma Jun's face froze instantly. He looked at the dial of the mobile phone, which was countless times more luxurious than his gold Rolex watch, and felt his face burning as if it had been scalded by boiling water. The wealth that he was so proud of seemed so vulnerable and ridiculous in front of this poor Chu Fan. What the hell is this, a magical operation? Using Patek Philippe's unique custom movement as a mobile phone screensaver? This was no longer just showing off their wealth, this was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. It was telling them that they and Chu Fan were not from the same world at all. Chu Fan seemed not to notice the expressions of the crowd as if they had seen a ghost. He just casually glanced at the time on his phone, then smiled and said to Ma Jun, "Well, it's almost time. Teacher Wang should be here soon, right? Let's order the food first. It's my treat today, so feel free to order whatever you want. Don't be polite." That nonchalant tone, that harmless smile. But it was like the sharpest knife that stabbed fiercely into the heart of everyone present who had once looked down on him or was jealous of him. Low-key display of wealth is the most deadly. Chapter 39 Teacher's Little Trouble. Chu Fan's words, "I'll treat you, order whatever you want," combined with his Patek Philippe phone screensaver instantly made the atmosphere in the entire class reunion box become extremely weird. Those students who originally wanted to laugh at Chu Fan or show off their success in front of him, now acted like ducks with their necks strangled, not daring to even breathe. They looked at Chu Fan's calm face, with only one thought in their minds. What the hell is this monster? Ma Jun looked even more pale. The gold Rolex watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on his wrist felt like a hot potato at the moment, and he wished he could hide it immediately. Compared with the big guys who use unique Patek Philippe watches as screensavers, his wealth is simply a joke. Squad leader Li Shui looked at the awkward situation and quickly came out to smooth things over. "Oh, Chu Fan, you are too polite. We agreed to make it today. It's a rare opportunity to get together with old classmates, so I should do so." Chu Fan smiled, then picked up the menu and handed it to a girl next to him who looked a little uneasy. "Zhang Qian, you order first. You sat in front of me back then and took the best notes. I copied a lot from you." The girl named Zhang Qian blushed slightly and took the menu somewhat embarrassedly. With Chu Fan's deliberate efforts, the atmosphere in the box finally eased a little. Although everyone was still a little restrained when ordering food, they kept glancing at Chu Fan's magical mobile phone from time to time. But at least no one dared to provoke him anymore. Just when the dishes were almost served, the door of the private room was pushed open. An old man with gray hair, but vigorous and elegant appearance, walked in with the support of Li Shui. It was Chu Fan and his classmate's high school homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang Mingyuan. "Teacher Wang." "Hello, Teacher Wang." When they saw Teacher Wang come in, all the students in the box stood up and greeted him respectfully. Chu Fan was no exception. He walked up quickly with a sincere smile on his face. "Teacher Wang, it's been a while since I last saw you. You're still in good health." Wang Mingyuan's eyes lit up when he saw Chu Fan. He patted Chu Fan on the shoulder and said with satisfaction, "Chu Fan, you have made it. I heard that you are a big boss now. Teacher Wang, you are too kind. I just got lucky and got along well." Chu Fan said modestly. "Ah, you kid, you're still so modest." Wang Mingyuan laughed heartily, then glanced around the box and said with emotion, "Seeing that all of you kids have grown up and become successful, as a teacher, I'm so happy." Everyone surrounded Teacher Wang and sat down in the main seat. The atmosphere at the table gradually became more lively as people toasted each other. Everyone toasted to Teacher Wang and recalled the interesting things that happened in school with laughter. Chu Fan also talked a lot with Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang took good care of him, a student from a poor family but a hard-working student. Not only did he help him a lot in his studies, he also paid for his tuition fees out of his own pocket. Chu Fan always remembers this kindness in his heart. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Teacher Wang's face also turned red, and he started to talk more. He looked at the room full of students and said with satisfaction, "My children, seeing that you are all doing so well now, I am relieved as a teacher. I have not achieved much in my life, but my greatest pride is that I have taught excellent students like you." However, when he changed the subject, there was a barely perceptible hint of melancholy and helplessness in his tone. "Teacher, I've also encountered some small troubles recently. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this and looked at Teacher Wang with concern. Teacher Wang, what trouble have you encountered? Tell us and we will all help you find a solution. Class monitor Li Shui said immediately. Yes, Teacher Wang, just tell me if you have anything to say. Other students also echoed. Wang Mingyuan waved his hand and smiled bitterly. Well, it's not a big deal. It's just that my disappointing son was cheated in business some time ago and owed a lot of debts. Now those debt collectors come to my house every day to make trouble. My house is almost mortgaged by them. My pension is not enough to fill the hole. When he said this, Teacher Wang's eyes became red. He lived his life as an honest man and had many students all over the world, but he never expected that when he was old, he would still have to worry about his son's affairs and suffer so much. The atmosphere in the box suddenly became a little heavy. Everyone knows that Mr. Wang's son, Wang Xiaojun, is a man with high aspirations and unrealistic goals. A few years ago, he quit his stable job and insisted on going into business. As a result, he not only did not make any money, but lost everything. Now it has even owed a huge foreign debt. Teacher Wang, how much money does your son owe? A classmate asked cautiously. Wang Mingyuan sighed and held up 5 fingers. 500,000? Wang Mingyuan shook his head, a trace of bitterness on his face. If it were 500,000, it's 5 million. 5 million. As soon as this number came out, there was an uproar in the box. For ordinary office workers who have just entered the society for a few years or are still worried about mortgage and car loans, 5 million is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. The students who had just vowed to help Teacher Wang find a solution now all looked embarrassed and lowered their heads. It's not that they don't want to help, it's just that they want to but they don't have the ability. Even Ma Jun, who had been so arrogant and domineering before, showing off his gold Rolex watch, now frowned and kept guzzling the wine in his glass, not daring to say another word. The assets of his small company are only about 1 or 5 million at most, and even if he sells the company, he won't be able to make up the difference. The atmosphere in the box was extremely awkward for a moment. Wang Mingyuan looked at the embarrassed expressions of the crowd and realized that his trouble was indeed too big. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, forcing himself to say, forget it. It's all my fault that I'm an unfilial son. I've caused trouble for everyone. Come on, let's stop talking about these unhappy things and drink. He picked up his glass to lighten the mood. But everyone was still uninterested and the scene was deserted. Just then a calm voice broke the awkwardness. Teacher Wang. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Chu Fan holding a glass of wine and looking at Wang Mingyuan with a smile. It's just 5 million. It's not a big deal. I paid back the money on behalf of Brother Xiaojun. Chu Fan's tone was so nonchalant, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But to everyone's ears, it was like a blockbuster bomb. 5 million. He said he would pay it back? This is too arrogant, isn't it? Everyone looked at Chu Fan as if he were a monster, including Teacher Wang Mingyuan, who also had a look of disbelief on his face. Chu Fan, what did you say? Wang Mingyuan's voice was trembling. I said I'll pay the 5 million for you. Chu Fan smiled and took out a checkbook and a pen that looked very expensive from his pocket. He didn't even ask who Wang Xiaojun owed the money to, nor did he ask about the specific interest and repayment method. He just lowered his head and quickly wrote down a string of numbers on the blank check. Then he tore it off and handed it to Wang Mingyuan. Teacher Wang, here is 5 million. The password is 6 zeros. Take it for emergency use first. If it's not enough, tell me anytime. That nonchalant posture, those casual and free-spirited movements. It was as if what he handed over was not a huge sum of 5 million yuan, but a worthless napkin. The entire box fell into silence again. Everyone was completely stunned by Chu Fan's earth-shattering move. Chapter 40, Ordinary Family Gathering. The class reunion finally ended in an extremely weird and shocking atmosphere. Teacher Wang Mingyuan held the check for 5 million and burst into tears. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. He just kept holding Chu Fan's hand and kept repeating, "Good boy." The other students seemed to have lost their voices, looking at Chu Fan with eyes full of awe, envy, jealousy, and a deep sense of powerlessness. They finally understood that the huge gap between themselves and Chu Fan was no longer just in money. What's more, his pattern and bearing are the kind that regards millions of money as dirt, a godlike state. Ma Jun lowered his head the whole time, not even daring to look at Chu Fan. His gold Rolex watch had long been quietly stuffed into his pocket like a joke. Chu Fan didn't care too much about it. To him, the 5 million was just an insignificant number behind a long string of decimals in his system bank. Why not use this little money to repay Teacher Wang's kindness and pretend to be a big shot at the same time? After solving Teacher Wang's little trouble, Chu Fan's life returned to the peaceful state of being a hermit in the city. He still attended classes on time every day, and occasionally went to Future Capital's headquarters, the 38th floor of the World Financial Center, to listen to Li Mingxian and others' progress report on the AI Industrial Park project, and then left all matters to these professional elites to handle. He himself is content to be a hands-off boss and enjoy the simple and unpretentious university life. Chu Fan's mother called that weekend. "Xiao Fan, are you free this weekend? Your second aunt's cousin is having a birthday. Our family and your second aunt's family are going to go out for dinner and have a get-together," Mother Chu said on the other end of the phone. Second aunt's house? Chu Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't have a very good impression of his second aunt's family. A typical snob who despises the poor and loves the rich. In the past, when Chu Fan's family was not well off, the second aunt often mocked and bullied them. She was even reluctant to hang out with them during the Chinese New Year. Now that Chu Fan has won the lottery and become rich, although he deliberately keeps a low profile, the news has more or less reached the ears of some relatives. The second aunt suddenly invited them to a dinner party so enthusiastically and specifically mentioned the cousin's birthday. Her intention was self-evident. "Mom, I might be a little busy this weekend." Chu Fan was just about to find an excuse to refuse. Chu's mother on the other end of the phone interrupted him immediately, with a hint of pleading in her tone. "Xiao Fan, Mom knows you don't like your second aunt and her family. But, no matter what, we are relatives and we will see each other every day. It won't look good if we don't go to your cousin's birthday party." Mother Chu paused and lowered her voice a bit. "Your second aunt seems to have had a hard time recently. Her husband's company ran into some problems and lost a lot of money. She also wanted to take this opportunity to talk to your father and see if she could help out." Chu Fan sneered in his heart when he heard this. It was just as expected. This is not his cousin's birthday at all, it's clearly a home and banquet, and they are trying to beg for alms from him. However, since his mother said so, he couldn't refuse. "Okay, Mom, I get it. Send me the time and place and I'll go there then." "Oh, good son. Mom knew you were the most sensible." Mother Chu's tone suddenly became a lot more relaxed. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan shook his head. He originally didn't want to bother with such a snobbish relative. But since they came to him on their own initiative, Chu Fan didn't mind having some fun with them. On Saturday night, Chu Fan followed the address his mother sent him and came to an old restaurant called Jufulu in Jiangcheng. This restaurant is quite famous in Jiangcheng. It mainly serves local home-cooked dishes with moderate prices and elegant environment. Chu Fan was still wearing low-key casual clothes, driving the car that others thought was his only means of transportation. When he parked his car in front of the hotel and was about to go in, he happened to see his second aunt and her family of 3 getting out of a domestically produced car that looked a bit old. Chu Fan's second aunt Lu Yan was a middle-aged woman with a slightly plump figure, curly hair, and heavy makeup on her face. As soon as she saw Chu Fan, a trace of greed and calculation flashed in her shrewd triangular eyes. "Hey! Isn't this our nephew, Chu Fan?" Lu Yan immediately put on an extremely warm and friendly smile and walked over to him quickly. "Oh my, you are getting more and more handsome. This car isn't bad either. It's an Audi, right? It must cost hundreds of thousands." Although she was praising the car, there was a hint of contempt in her eyes. In her opinion, even if Chu Fan won a little prize and could afford an Audi worth hundreds of thousands, that was the best he could do. Compared to their family's former glory, it was still far behind. Chu Fan's second uncle Zhao Jianghua was a man who wears glasses and looks a bit gentle, but with a hint of decadence between his eyebrows. He just nodded to Chu Fan and didn't say much. It was obviously the company's business that made him anxious and he was in no mood to socialize. Chu Fan's cousin Zhao Lily was a young girl who was dressed up in fancy clothes and covered in fake brand name clothes. She looked Chu Fan up and down, and when she saw Chu Fan's ordinary clothes, she couldn't help but curl her lips, her eyes full of disdain. "Mom, is this the cousin who won the lottery you mentioned?" Zhao Lily said to Lu Yan in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, with a tone full of disdain. "He's dressed too shabby, isn't he? He doesn't even have a decent brand name. His car is just so-so, not even as good as my boyfriend's BMW 4. Her boyfriend is a small business owner she just hooked up with. It is said that his family owns several supermarket chains and has some money. Recently, Zhao Lily has been showing off the various brand name bags and cosmetics her boyfriend gave her in her circle of friends every day. Lu Yan glared at her and told her not to talk nonsense. Then, she immediately put on a smile and said to Chu Fan, "Hey, Xiao Fan, don't listen to Lily's nonsense. Children don't know anything. Come in quickly and invite your parents in. They are here." Chu Fan looked at the hypocritical and greedy faces of the family of three and felt only amused. He didn't point it out but just smiled faintly and followed them into the hotel box. Chu Fan's parents have arrived in the box. Seeing Chu Fan come in, Chu's mother hurriedly pulled him and introduced him to the other people at the table. In addition to their two families, Lu Yan also kindly invited several of their wealthy relatives to join them. There is a cousin who is a small boss in a bank, a cousin who runs a decoration company, and a distant cousin who married a wealthy boss. These people were all dressed up nicely, either in brand name suits or jewels. When they saw Chu Fan coming in, they all looked him up and down with scrutinizing and critical eyes. The meaning is very clear, that is, he wants to see what kind of person this poor relative who is said to have won the lottery is. A family gathering full of hypocrisy, showing off, and calculation began. Chu Fan knew that today's meal might not be peaceful. But he didn't care. He wanted to see what kind of show these so-called relatives could put on in front of him. Chapter 41, Unintentional Dimensionality Attack. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. The atmosphere in the box gradually became lively due to the deliberate efforts of second aunt Lu Yan. Of course, this enthusiasm mainly revolves around one core theme showing off. "Oh, big brother and sister-in-law, you don't know that our Lily is very successful now," Lu Yan said to Chu Fan's parents with a glass of wine. With a proud face, the boyfriend she found, Xiao Wang, has a family that owns a chain of supermarkets and is worth tens of millions. He is so good to our Lily. Just 2 days ago, he bought her a bag that cost tens of thousands. As she spoke, she deliberately touched the arm of Zhao Lily next to her. Zhao Lily immediately understood what he meant and pushed her brand new bag, which anyone who knew about the business could tell was a high-end imitation, to the middle of the table with an expression of casual pride on her face. "Mom, what are you talking about? It's just an ordinary bag." Although she said this, she couldn't hide her raised chin and the boasting in her eyes. Then the cousin who was a small leader in the bank also started his performance. "Well, come to think of it, I've been quite busy lately. The bank just promoted me to deputy section chief, and I'm in charge of more than a dozen people. Every day I'm either in meetings or socializing, and I don't even have time to spend with my wife and children." He rubbed his temples pretending to be tired, but he couldn't hide the sense of superiority in his tone. "You are really capable, brother. You have become a leader at such a young age." Lu Yan immediately flattered him. Then the cousin who ran a decoration company cleared his throat and joined the army of showing off. "My company has received several big orders recently. One of them is to do the overall luxury decoration for a villa area in the city. The design fee alone has been close to 1 million. After this project is completed, I plan to buy a new car, the BMW 7 Series. How about it? Is it classy enough?" "It's classy. It's really classy." For a moment, the box was filled with all kinds of subtle boasting and tacit business flattery. Chu Fan's parents looked a little awkward and embarrassed sitting there. They were honest people, not used to such occasions, and didn't know what to say. Chu Fan, like an outsider, sat there quietly, drinking tea and enjoying the wonderful performances of his relatives with great interest. He felt like he was not attending a family gathering, but watching a, not very high-quality, real-life version of The Birth of an Actor. Finally, after everyone had shown off enough, Lu Yan turned her eyes to Chu Fan. She had a friendly smile on her face, but her tone was full of temptation and a hint of subtle calculation. "Hey, Xiao Fan, look at your cousins, they are all so promising. You are now the most capable person in our Chu family. I heard that you won a big prize and made a fortune. I wonder what big business you are doing now. Can you also let us elders broaden our horizons?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes in the box were focused on Chu Fan. They all wanted to see what earth-shaking great cause this legendary rich man could come up with. Chu Fan put down the teacup, looked at his second aunt's face which was full of the words, "Tell me how much money you have," and smiled faintly. "Second aunt, you are too kind. I don't have any big business. My main priority right now is my studies. After all, I'm still a student." "Student?" This answer stunned everyone present. The smile on Lu Yan's face also stiffened a little. "Student?" She repeated in disbelief. "Xiao Fan, stop joking with your second aunt. You've won so much money, why do you still want to go to school? Isn't that a waste of time? In her opinion, once you have money, you should enjoy life and invest to make money. What's the point of going to school? You can't say that, second aunt. Chu Fan's expression remained calm. You can learn as long as you live. Knowledge is the most precious wealth of mankind, isn't it? This statement is very reasonable and flawless. But to the ears of these snobbish relatives, they sounded hypocritical and ridiculous. You say it better than you sing it. Zhao Lili muttered softly at the side, but Lu Yan stopped her with a look. Xiaofan, did you save all the money you won from the lottery? Lu Yan continued to ask without giving up. Her main purpose today was to test Chu Fan's background and see if she could borrow some money from him to help her husband's company that was on the verge of bankruptcy. Well, I saved some of it. Chu Fan nodded, then as if he suddenly remembered something, he took out a card from his pocket. It was an ordinary-looking black bank card. There are no fancy patterns or any banks. Only in the lower right corner of the card, printed in an extremely low-key dark gold, was a small, almost invisible crown logo. I don't spend much on a daily basis, so I put all my money into this card, and the interest is pretty good. Chu Fan casually placed the black card on the turntable on the table, as if it was just an ordinary bus card. Then, he picked up the teacup and continued to drink his tea slowly, seemingly unaware of the huge storm his unintentional action had caused in the eyes of others. This card. Although many people present did not know him. But when my cousin, who was a small boss in the bank, saw this card, especially the small crown logo, his pupils suddenly shrank. His breathing became rapid. Universal Bank, unlimited black gold card? How is this possible? It is said that there are only a few cards of this level issued in Jiangcheng, let alone in the whole of China. Every cardholder is a godlike existence, whose stomping of feet can shake the global financial market. And Chu Fan, who looked harmless and dressed in ordinary clothes, actually had such a card. Moreover, he described it in a tone like all the money is put into this card, and the interest is quite good? It's amazing. The credit limit of this card is unlimited. There is no need to consider such low-level issues as interest. My cousin felt that his worldview was completely overturned at this moment. He looked at Chu Fan with eyes full of disbelief and a kind of awe that came from the depths of his soul. He finally understood how ridiculous and presumptuous the so-called wealth and status that they showed off in front of Chu Fan were. This is the real dimensionality reduction attack. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, no words came out. Because he knew that he and Chu Fan were no longer on the same level. The other people in the box didn't know where this card came from. But when they saw their uncle's expression as if he had seen a ghost, and Chu Fan's nonchalant attitude, they also vaguely felt that this seemingly ordinary black card might be very unusual. The smile on Lu Yan's face also completely froze. She looked at the black card on the turntable, which was spinning along with the dishes, and the thought of borrowing money in her mind disappeared in an instant. She had a strong premonition that if she really spoke up, what would await her would definitely not be the help from relatives, but self-humiliation. For a moment, the entire box fell into a strange, suffocating silence again. Only Chu Fan still looked calm and composed, as if the unintentional action just now was really just unintentional. Chapter 42, Encountering Green Tea and Scumbag. A family gathering that was originally full of calculations and showing off ended abruptly under the dimensionality reduction attack of Chu Fan's mediocre infinite black gold card. Second Aunt Lu Yan's family no longer had the arrogance they had before. They all looked like eggplants hit by frost, with their heads drooping and not even daring to breathe. As for borrowing money, they didn't even dare to mention it. Chu Fan was happy to see this happen. He had no intention of really falling out with these snobbish relatives. It's enough to give them a proper beating to let them know who they can and cannot mess with. After all, he now just wants to live a quiet life as an ordinary college student. After the storm, Chu Fan's life returned to its boring and tedious daily routine. Go to class, eat and return to the dormitory. Occasionally, he would drive his 7, which was becoming less and less of a sole means of transportation, to the top floor of the Shanghai World Financial Center to listen to Li Mingxian and his team's latest developments on future capital. Thanks to Chu Fan's 10 billion investment and the grand blueprint of the AI industrial park, as well as the full efforts of a group of top talents, the development momentum of future capital will be extremely rapid. In just a few weeks, it has successfully invested in and acquired controlling stakes in several highly promising startups in the field of artificial intelligence. It has also acquired the largest and best located piece of land in the AI industrial park, preparing to build the headquarters building called the Future Technology Center. Shu Fan only had a general understanding of all this, and then he became a hands-off manager again. He now seems to be more obsessed with exchanging all kinds of strange daily leisure skills in the system mall. For example, painting mastery, sketching, oil painting, passive skill, instantly master professional painting skills, and write with divine power. Price, 1,500 shock value. Musical instrument mastery, piano, passive skill, instantly master all piano playing techniques and reach the level of a world-class performer. Price, 2,000 shock value. Language proficiency, introduction to multiple languages, passive skill, initially mastering 8 commonly used foreign languages including English, French, Japanese, and Korean, and being able to conduct simple daily communication. Price, 3,000 shock value. Shu Fan felt that although these skills could not help him make money, they could make his life more colorful and more interesting. That afternoon, Shu Fan had just come out of the library and was about to go to a cafe near the school to have a cup of afternoon tea and practice his newly acquired painting mastery skill. He had just walked into the cafe and found a seat by the window when he heard a familiar yet somewhat disgusting voice coming from the side. "Oh dear, the environment of this cafe is really nice. It's much better than those slutty girls in the school cafeteria." The person who spoke was a girl who was dressed up gorgeously and had a voice so sweet that it could drip water out of her. Shu Fan knew without looking back that it was Lu Feifei, his materialistic ex-girlfriend, who treated him as a poor man's ATM and kicked him away because he had no money. The dear she mentioned was naturally the rich second-generation Wang Tsong who once hit Shu Fan in the face with money and was finally scared to the point of peeing his pants by Shu Fan using 100 million in cash. Shu Fan was speechless. This Jiangcheng is really small. Just go out for a cup of coffee and you'll run into these two old acquaintances. He didn't want to bother with them and was ready to change places. But before he could stand up, Lu Feifei's sharp voice, with a hint of surprise and contempt, rang out. "Ha! Isn't that Shu Fan?" She obviously saw Shu Fan as well. And he looked at him with an expression of enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road and watching a good show. Shu Fan sighed, knowing that he would probably not be able to have a peaceful afternoon tea today. He turned his head to look at Lu Feifei and Wang Tsong and smiled faintly. "What a coincidence, you two." The moment Wang Tsong saw Shu Fan, his body trembled subconsciously. There was no way out. The shadow Shu Fan left in his heart was too big. However, when he saw that Shu Fan was still wearing ordinary casual clothes today and holding a cheap-looking sketchbook in his hand, his heart, which had shrunk due to fear, quietly swelled up again. Humph, this kid must have spent all the money he won last time, right? Otherwise, why is he still so poor? He forgot that the last time he thought the same thing, Shu Fan slapped him in the face with an Audi 7 and a bunch of Hermes t-shirts. Sometimes people's memory is just so bad. Especially when faced with facts that you don't want to admit. "Shu Fan? Why are you here?" Lu Feifei's tone was full of superiority. "This kind of place is not cheap. Can you afford it?" She looked Shu Fan up and down as if she was looking at a beggar who had mistakenly walked into a luxury store. In her opinion, a poor guy like Shu Fan was only worthy of drinking pearl milk tea at a roadside stall for $1 a cup. Coming to such a high-end place with exquisite decoration and where a cup of coffee costs dozens of dollars is simply an insult to this place. Shu Fan looked at her smug face and found it funny. He was too lazy to get angry with such a person. "I'm just passing by and came in to paint for a while." Shu Fan raised the sketchbook in his hand and said calmly. "Painting?" Lu Feifei sneered as if she had heard a big joke. "When did our great talent Shu start to pursue an artistic career? What? Do you think working is too hard and want to rely on painting to earn a living? I advise you to forget about it." She glanced at the sketchbook in Shu Fan's hand with disdain. "With your level, the things you draw may not even be as good as those of kindergarten children? You still want to be a painter? Stop daydreaming." She deliberately raised her voice, wanting everyone around her to hear her mockery of Shu Fan. Wang Song, who was also standing nearby, chimed in sarcastically, "Feifei, don't say that. Shu Fan might be a hidden master of painting. We can't judge a person by his appearance, ha ha ha." His exaggerated laughter attracted many people in the cafe to look at him sideways. Shu Fan looked at these two clowns, who were singing the same tune in front of him, without any ripples in his heart. He even felt like laughing. He originally just wanted to quietly paint a picture to cultivate his sentiments. I didn't expect that there would always be such blind people who would come to his doorstep and provide him with material to slap his face. In that case, it would be disrespectful for him to refuse. He smiled and said to Lu Feifei, "Student Lu, you seem to have some misunderstanding about my painting level." Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could I have? Lu Feifei crossed her arms and said with disdain, "Can you draw the Mona Lisa?" "I can't draw Mona Lisa." Chu Fan shook his head, and then said in a casual tone, "But drawing you, or this, Mr. Wang, should be no problem." "Draw me?" Lu Feifei was stunned for a moment, then a smug smile appeared on her face. She thought Chu Fan was impressed by her beauty and wanted to use painting to please her and pursue her again. "Humph, you have some vision. But I am no longer someone you, a poor fellow, can afford to marry." "Okay." Lu Feifei pretended to be reserved and said, "Since you are so sincere, I will give you a chance. Now, draw a picture for me. If the picture is good, I might even give you a little money if I am in a good mood." Her condescending tone almost made Chu Fan laugh out loud. "Okay." Chu Fan nodded, then picked up the sketchbook and pencil on the table and began to draw Lu Feifei seriously. His movements still looked so casual and unprofessional. Lu Feifei looked at his clumsy strokes, and the mockery on her lips became even stronger. She had even begun to think in her mind about what harsh words she would use to humiliate Chu Fan's appalling painting after he finished it. However, what she didn't know was an artistic dimensionality reduction attack that will make her and everyone present unforgettable has quietly begun. Chapter 43, A Sensation Caused by a Painting. The lights in the cafe are soft and the music is soothing. Everyone's eyes were vaguely focused on the seat near the window. A young man in ordinary clothes was lowering his head and drawing something seriously with an ordinary pencil in an ordinary sketchbook. Sitting opposite him was a young girl who was dressed seductively and had an undisguised look of contempt and sarcasm on her face. Next to the girl stood a rich second-generation man with slicked back hair and a look of anticipation. No matter how you look at it, this scene looks like a bloody drama that is about to be staged, in which a loser fails in his counterattack and is humiliated instead. Lu Feifei struck a pose that she thought was the most perfect and photogenic, her heart filled with pride and anticipation. She had already decided that after Chu Fan finished painting, she would devalue his shoddy painting in front of everyone, and make him give up the idea of eating swan flesh. Wang Song was also standing by, waiting to see the show with a gloating look on his face. He had even begun to think about what vicious words he would use to help Lu Feifei humiliate Chu Fan. Time passes by every second. Chu Fan's pen rustled on the sketchbook quickly, yet with an indescribable rhythm. His expression was focused and calm, as if the whole world had nothing to do with him. At first, Lu Feifei looked at him with interest. But gradually, the smugness and sarcasm on her face began to disappear. Because she found that Chu Fan's painting speed was really too fast. Moreover, his seemingly random brushstrokes always inadvertently outlined some lines that make her feel a little frightened. It was a kind of precision and charm that she could not describe in words. It was as if Chu Fan was not painting, but using a magic pen to replicate her soul onto that small piece of paper. This feeling made her feel inexplicably panic. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Chu Fan put down the pen in his hand. He closed the sketchbook gently. "Okay, the painting is done." He raised his head and looked at Lu Feifei, who still had that harmless smile on her face. "So fast?" Lu Feifei was stunned for a moment, then she resumed her superior attitude. "Humph, it must not be good if you draw it so quickly. Show it to me. If it's too ugly, I'll be angry." As she spoke, she was about to reach for the sketchbook. Chu Fan shook his head and put the sketchbook back. "Don't be anxious, Lu." He smiled and then did something that no one expected. He stood up with the sketchbook and walked to the center of the cafe, to a small stage used to showcase talents for customers. There is an easel on the stage. Chu Fan opened his sketchbook and carefully placed it on the easel. Then he took a few steps back and gave a polite smile to all the customers present. "Excuse me for interrupting you all. I just had the urge to paint a small portrait of this beautiful lady. My skills are so rudimentary that I cannot show my respect. I hope you can give me some advice." He said this and bowed slightly to everyone. That humble and polite attitude formed a sharp contrast with his previous bold words. Lu Feifei and Wang Song sneered at him when they saw him like this. "Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? How dare you put the paintings out for everyone to see? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself?" Lu Feifei thought viciously in her heart. The other customers in the cafe were also aroused by Chu Fan's actions. They all stretched their necks to see what kind of masterpiece this young man in ordinary clothes had painted. However, when their eyes really fell on the sketch on the easel, The entire cafe fell into deathly silence in an instant. Everyone's face showed the same expression of seeing a ghost as when they saw Chu Fan's Patek Philippe phone screensaver at the class reunion. Shock. Unbelievable. And a kind of worship for the ultimate art from the depths of the soul. What a stunning painting. On the drawing paper, a girl appeared who looked 70% similar to Lu Feifei, but had a completely different temperament. Chu Fan did not deliberately beautify Lu Feifei's face, which looked a little vulgar due to long-term heavy makeup. On the contrary, he used an extremely realistic yet compassionate brushstroke to depict the anxiety caused by vanity, the innocence lost because of materialism, and the unwillingness and confusion hidden under the layers of disguise in the depths of Lu Feifei's eyes, all of which were portrayed vividly and vividly. This is no longer a simple sketch. This is simply a portrait of the soul that can see into people's hearts. The use of light and shadow, the precision of lines, the capture of expressions. Every detail is perfect to the extreme, there is no flaw to be found. This is not the level that an amateur can draw. This is definitely a master level, not a god level work. Is this something that a human can draw? A girl who looked like an art student covered her mouth and exclaimed in a dreamy voice. It's so similar. No, it's more soulful than the real person. Another literary young man wearing glasses was shaking with excitement. Oh my god. If this painting is put up for auction, it will at least fetch 7 figures, right? A middle-aged man who looked like a successful person stared at the painting as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. Lu Feifei, the protagonist in the painting, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. She stared blankly at the painting that exposed all her inner shame to everyone, and felt as if her face was being stabbed by countless needles. Shame, anger, unwillingness, and a hint of inexplicable fear. She never dreamed that Chu Fan, the poor guy whom she always looked down upon, actually possessed such horrifying talent in painting. This is no longer just a slap in the face, it is simply a public execution of her soul using art. Wang Tsong was also stunned. He looked at the painting and then at Chu Fan and felt that his brain was no longer enough. What the hell is this Chu Fan? Why can he crush ordinary people just by showing off his skills? Just then, an old man with gray hair, wearing a tang suit but looking vigorous, tremblingly squeezed out of the crowd. He walked up to the painting, looked at it carefully for a long time, then suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Fan with an expression of great excitement and awe. My friend! This painting is from your hand? The old man's voice was trembling. Chu Fan recognized him as the vice chairman of the Jiangcheng Artists Association and a well-known Chinese painting master in the country, Mr. Zhou Wenhai. He happened to be in this cafe today, drinking tea with friends. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I'm sorry to show you my poor performance. Chu Fan said modestly. No. 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 This is not a shameful show. This is a stroke of genius. This is true art. Zhou Wenhai was so excited that tears streamed down his face. He grabbed Chu Fan's hand as if he was holding a rare treasure. My friend. No. Master. Please forgive my poor eyesight. May I ask your name? Where did you learn from? My name is Chu Fan. I'm a student at Jiangcheng University, and I've never had a master. Chu Fan said helplessly. What? Self-taught? Such a talent? Zhou Wenhai was extremely shocked. The way he looked at Chu Fan was as if he was looking at a banished immortal who walked out of a painting. Master Chu. I have an unwelcome request. Zhou Wenhai suddenly knelt down in front of Chu Fan. Chu Fan was startled and quickly supported him. Mr. Zhou, what are you doing? Let's talk nicely. Master Chu. Zhou Wenhai said with tears in his eyes, I dare to ask you to accept me as your disciple. Or, even if you can just give me some pointers, I will be very grateful. A highly respected master of traditional Chinese painting actually wants to be a disciple of a young boy in his early 20s? This is absolutely ridiculous. But at this moment, no one present found it funny. Because they were all completely conquered by Chu Fan's painting. Lu Feifei looked at this scene and felt that she had no place to put her face. She wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into and never come out again. She wanted to humiliate Chu Fan today. As a result, she was crushed by Chu Fan in a way that she could not even imagine and turned into scum. Moreover, in front of so many people, he was made into a joke by a master of Chinese painting. Chapter 44 Another Small Goal. What was originally just a daily routine of just wanting to have a quiet cup of afternoon tea and practice a new skill, ended up turning into an art event that shocked the entire coffee shop and even alarmed the Jiangcheng art world because of the provocation of the two uninvited guests, Lu Feifei and Wang Song. The news that Zhou Wenhai, a master of traditional Chinese painting, was publicly going to take a college student in his early 20s as his teacher was even more explosive than Chu Fan donating 100 million. Chu Fan went to great lengths to politely decline Mr. Zhou's request to become his disciple, and under the almost pilgrim gazes of the cafe owner and other customers, he fled the scene with the sole portrait in Chen Bin, who had come to watch the fun after hearing the news, who also looked confused. As for Lu Feifei and Wang Song, it was said that after that, they no longer had the face to appear near Jiangcheng University. Especially Lu Feifei, her sketch that was reproduced by Chu Fan's soul, although Chu Fan did not make it public, many people present at the time took photos of it with their mobile phones. These photos quickly spread in some small circles and became the latest art memes and emoticons of Jiangcheng University. As a result, Lu Feifei became completely socially useless and became the subject of everyone's laughter. Chu Fan didn't feel much about this. He just thought that these people who came to him on their own initiative to be slapped in the face were really cute. Without them, those seemingly useless daily skills he had just exchanged would have little chance of producing such amazing results. After returning to the dormitory, Chu Fan casually threw the sketch of Lu Feifei into the drawer. For him, this was just a small test, not an achievement to be proud of. He now has a new small goal. That is to get all the advanced daily leisure skills in the system mall that he is interested in but cannot be exchanged for the time being due to insufficient shock value. For example, Heart of the Chef Global Cuisine, passive skill, instantly master the top cooking skills of all mainstream cuisines in the world. Any dish made can reach the level of Michelin 3-star chef, and there is a certain chance to make spiritual food with special effects. Price, 50,000 shock value. The god of music descends and masters all instruments, passive skill, instantly master the playing skills of all known instruments, reach the level of the world's top performing masters, and be able to create original music with soul resonance effects. Price, 80,000 shock value. Language Oracle knows all races, passive skill, instantly master all known human languages on Earth, including various dialects and ancient languages, and can have simple spiritual communication with animals. Price, 100,000 shock value. These skills seem to be more outrageous and more expensive than each other. But Chu Fan was full of yearning for this. He is not short of money or shock value now. What he lacks is the top-notch capital to show off, which can make his daily life more colorful and more magical. It seems like I need to go out more recently to see if I can meet some more helpful friends like Lu Feifei and Wang Kong. Chu Fan touched his chin and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. At the same time, in the office of the president of Jiangcheng University, President Li Jianguo and several leaders of the college, as well as representatives of the Qin Group, including Qin Yuruwa herself, were studying the follow-up plans for Chu Fan Building in Jiangcheng AI Industrial Park. Just then the principal's secretary knocked on the door and walked in with a strange look on his face. There is an old man named Zhou Wenhai outside the principal, with a group of painters who are said to be from the Jiangcheng Artists Association. He specifically wants to see classmate Chu Fan. Zhou Wenhai? Li Jianguo was stunned by the name. He seemed to have heard it somewhere. The dean of the College of Arts next to him quickly reminded him, Principal Zhou Wenhai is a famous Chinese painting master in Jiangcheng. He is also the vice chairman of the Provincial Artists Association and is very famous throughout the country. Oh, I remember now. Li Jianguo slapped his head. Why did he come to see Chu Fan? Could it be that he wanted to ask Chu Fan to write a calligraphy for their art association's exhibition? In his opinion, although Chu Fan is rich and talented in public speaking, he should have nothing to do with art, right? The secretary's expression became even stranger. He hesitated for a moment, but still whispered. Principal Zhou and others said that Chu Fan is a rare painting genius in a century, and is the rising star of their Jiangcheng art world. They came here this time to collectively worship Chu Fan as their teacher and learn painting techniques. Puff cough cough cough. Li Jianguo just took a sip of tea and it came out immediately, choking him and causing him to cough violently. The several college leaders nearby were also stunned, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Even Qin Yuruwa, who was always well informed and could remain calm even when faced with a huge crisis, now had disbelief in her beautiful eyes, and a hint of inexplicable pride. A painting wizard? Collective apprenticeship? How many unknown little surprises does Chu Fan have hidden? Li Jianguo finally stopped coughing. He looked at his secretary and asked in a dreamy tone, Are you sure they want to pay homage to the one in our school who donated 100 million to own the Chu Fan building and is planning to invest 10 billion to build an AI industrial park, Chu Fan? Yes, principal. The secretary nodded with difficulty. They also said that classmate Chu Fan casually drew a sketch in a cafe near the school yesterday afternoon. The high artistic level of the sketch has surpassed all the known contemporary painting masters. They came today to admire the masterpiece and beg Master Chu to give them some advice. Li Jiangguo. College leaders. Xin Yuruwa. They felt that at this moment, their worldview was once again pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly 100 times by this young man named Chu Fan. This guy, how many ordinary hobbies does he have? Chapter 45: The Mysterious Guest of the Campus Singing Competition. The controversy over apprenticeship in Jiangqing's art world, which had been sparked by a casual doodle by Chu Fan, was eventually temporarily calmed down thanks to Chu Fan's firm refusal and the school leader's amusing mediation. Although Zhou Wenhai and other veteran artists still did not give up, they sent people to wait downstairs of Chu Fan's dormitory every day, or in the cafes and libraries where he often appeared, hoping to meet this rare painting genius and get a word of advice or two. But Chu Fan seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth and completely entered the invisible mode. He has temporarily lost interest in the skill of painting. His latest favorites are the ones that can also cause a sensation inadvertently: mastery of musical instruments, guitar, piano, and heavenly sounds. The best place to test the practical effects of these new skills is undoubtedly the annual Jiangcheng University Top 10 Campus Singers Finals to be held this Saturday night. Chu Fan, as a special guest performer invited by the school student union, will perform on stage during the halftime break of the competition. This news has already spread to every corner through various campus channels. Everyone is extremely curious and expectant about what kind of ordinary little talents this legendary senior, who can donate buildings to bring peace to the world with his literary talent, decide the outcome of the world with his martial arts on the court, and can paint so well that it shocks the heavens and makes the gods cry, will display. On Saturday night, the Jiangcheng University auditorium was packed and the atmosphere was lively. The lights on the stage are bright and the sound is booming. 10 campus singers who stood out from the preliminary and semi-finals took turns to perform and show off their talents. There was a folk singer holding a guitar and singing softly. A cool rock girl with a loud and passionate voice. There is also the prince of affectionate, tear-jerking love songs. The wonderful performance drew thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. However, the most special judge on the jury, Chu Fan, seemed a little absent-minded. He was still dressed in low-key casual clothes today, sitting there quietly, occasionally giving a few bland comments like "not bad, you have potential, keep it up" after the contestants' performances. His lack of interest made several professional music college professors and judges nearby feel uncomfortable. "Student Chu, it seems that you are not very committed to today's game?" An old professor with gray hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and looking quite elegant, said with a forced smile. The old professor's surname was Fong. He was the vice president of the Conservatory of Music and a well-known music critic in Jiangcheng. He always thought highly of himself, and what he couldn't stand the most was an amateur like Chu Fan who relied on unprofessional gimmicks to steal the limelight from professionals like them. In his opinion, Chu Fan's being a judge was purely a gimmick created by the school to take advantage of his popularity. As for Chu Fan himself, he definitely knew nothing about music. Professor Fong is joking. Chu Fan smiled faintly. Everyone's performance was wonderful. I listened very carefully. Oh? Really? Professor Fong's mouth curled up with a barely perceptible sarcasm. Then I wonder what professional comments Chu has on the female student who sang Qinghai Tibet Plateau just now. Her high notes are so good that even an old guy like me feels inferior to her. He was deliberately making things difficult for Chu Fan. The song Qinghai Tibet Plateau is extremely difficult, and the female student sang it very well, especially the high notes, which amazed everyone. He just didn't believe that Chu Fan, an outsider, could come up with any profound insights. The judges around were also looking at Chu Fan with interest, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan just smiled calmly. He picked up the microphone on the table and said in a casual tone that students' vocal condition is indeed excellent, and the high notes are also very explosive. There is no doubt about this. But he changed the subject. If I heard correctly, when she sang Ileso, the highest note of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, her breath was a little unstable, causing the pitch to be slightly lower, about 0.25 semitones. Moreover, when she dealt with the emotional expression of the song, she paid too much attention to the display of skills and neglected the song itself, the inner emotion of piety and yearning for the snowy plateau. So it sounds a bit too much showmanship and not enough soul. As soon as Chu Fan said this, the entire judging panel fell into silence. The sarcastic smile on Professor Fong's face froze there, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at Chu Fan in disbelief, then looked at the other professors from the music conservatory who were also stunned. The pitch is 0.25 semitones low? Unstable breathing? Is the emotional expression more showy than soulful? Is this something a human can actually hear? This is no longer professional, this is simply a human tuner and a soul music critic. These so-called professional judges just felt that the female students' singing seemed to have a little flaw, but no one could tell exactly where it was. I didn't expect that Chu Fan, an amateur, would point it out so accurately. Moreover, it was said so accurately, so incisive and irrefutable. Professor Fong, do you think my comments are professional? Chu Fan looked at Professor Fong's expression as if he had seen a ghost, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Professor Fong's old face turned red instantly. He opened his mouth to say something in rebuttal, but in the end, no words came out. Because he knew that what Chu Fan said was absolutely right. He, as well as all the professors present at the music school, were completely and utterly defeated by this ordinary-looking young man. And all this is just the beginning. Because soon, it will be the turn of the mysterious guest Chu Fan to perform on stage. Everyone wants to see what kind of heavenly sound the singing of this senior Chu, whose commentary is so godlike, will be like. Chapter 46, The Song of the God made the audience cry. When the halftime bell rang, and the host announced in a tone of great excitement and anticipation, "Now, please welcome our most mysterious and most anticipated special guest performer tonight, Senior Chu Fan, to make his shining appearance." The entire Jiangchang University auditorium was in an uproar. Screams, cheers, and whistles flooded the entire venue like a tsunami. Countless glow sticks gathered into a brilliant sea of stars in the darkness, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the stage that was about to rise. They were all looking forward to what kind of surprises the legendary man would bring them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the lights on the stage slowly lit up. There is no gorgeous stage design and no cool special effects. There was only a handsome young man in a simple white shirt, holding an ordinary-looking wooden guitar and sitting quietly on a high stool in the center of the stage. It was Chu Fan. There was a faint warm smile on his face, and his deep eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, giving people an inexplicable sense of stability and trust. "Hello everyone, I'm Chu Fan." It is still the same opening line that couldn't be simpler. But the applause from the audience was louder than any time before. I feel very honored to have the opportunity to stand here today and sing a song for my fellow juniors, teachers, and classmates. This song is an original song I wrote recently. The song is called Ordinary Road. Original song? Ordinary Road? The audiences in the audience were all stunned for a moment. They thought Chu Fan would choose to sing some popular songs, or some high-end songs that could show off his wealthy status. But I didn't expect that he would choose an original song that sounded so plain. Even Professor Fong and others on the judging panel frowned slightly, thinking to themselves, original? And with a name like that? Could it be that Chu Fan was trying to be mysterious and ended up making things worse? However, when Chu Fan's slender fingers gently plucked the guitar strings, and when the first ethereal and pure chords slowly flowed out from the speakers, all the doubts and noises disappeared in an instant. The whole world seemed to have quieted down. Only the clean and healing guitar sound, like a clear spring in the valley, gently echoes in everyone's ears. Then Chu Fan's clear and magnetic voice, which had been optimized by Sound of Nature, slowly sounded. "Wandering on the road, are you going to leave? Fragile and proud, that was also my appearance. There are no fancy techniques, no deliberate show of skill. It's just the simplest and purest singing." But that song, like a magic key, easily opened the long-closed hearts of everyone present. That slightly hoarse voice seemed to be telling an extraordinary story of an ordinary person. The melodious melody seems to depict a journey of youth that is full of confusion and struggle, but never gives up hope. "I have crossed mountains and seas, and I have walked through crowds of people. Everything I once had disappeared like smoke in the blink of an eye. I was once lost, disappointed, and lost all direction, until I realized that mediocrity was the only answer." The singing became louder and louder, and more powerful. It is a kind of enlightenment that returns to simplicity and ordinariness after experiencing the vicissitudes of life and seeing through the vanity, fame, and fortune. The audience in the audience had stopped cheering and clapping without realizing it. They just listened quietly, staring at the boy on the stage who seemed to have become one with the guitar. His singing was like a pair of gentle hands that gently soothed their inner anxiety and restlessness. His melody was like a warm light, illuminating their path and direction. Many sentimental girls couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. They seemed to see their own shadows, their past confusion, and their hope for the future in the singing. Professor Fong and other Music Academy professionals sitting on the judging panel were already mesmerized and dumbfounded by the performance. They never dreamed that an outsider could write such a soul-touching and resonant song. This melody, this lyrics, this expression of emotion. It is simply a masterpiece of master level, not just God level. Especially Chu Fan's guitar playing, which seemed casual but was actually so skillful that it was outrageous, made these so-called professionals feel ashamed and embarrassed. Before, they still had some resentment towards Chu Fan because of his abnormally accurate comments. Now, they just want to say, "Master Chu, please accept our knees." The song ends, but the sound lingers in the air. The entire auditorium fell into deathly silence for dozens of seconds. Everyone was immersed in the deep emotion and shock brought by the song and couldn't extricate themselves for a long time. Until Chu Fan stood up from his seat, holding his guitar and bowed deeply to the audience. "Thank you, everyone." The audience, awakened from their dream, finally burst into thunderous applause that was crazier, more prolonged, and more heartfelt than ever before. The applause lasted so long that it seemed to blow the roof of the entire auditorium off. Chu Fan! Chu Fan! One more! Ordinary Road. It's so beautiful. I want to play it on repeat 10,000 times. Wowo Chushin, you are the eternal champion of the top 10 singing singers on campus in our hearts. Chu Fan walked off the stage with a smile amid thunderous cheers. He knew that from today on, his legend at Jiangcheng University had a new chapter. And in his ordinary daily life, he now has a new skill that he can use to amaze the world anytime and anywhere. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed a phenomenal public performance, which has aroused resonance among the audience and caused violent emotional fluctuations. The shock value is 15,000 points. Ding! The song Ordinary Road has been included in the system and automatically promoted on all platforms. It is expected to bring you continuous shock value benefits. Hearing the system prompt sounding in his mind, Chu Fan's mouth curled up into a satisfied smile. It seems that being high profile occasionally is very helpful in collecting shock value. I just wonder, next time, there will be someone so blind or helpful who will come forward and give him the opportunity to perform? Chu Fan is waiting to see what happens. Chapter 47, A Blind Date. After the campus singing competition, Chu Fan's original song Ordinary Road quickly became popular all over the internet like a virus. This song has been flooding almost all major music platforms and short video websites. There are countless cover versions and instrumental versions. Even many professional musicians and music critics have given high praise to this song, calling it a rare masterpiece in the Chinese music scene in recent years that can resonate with the whole nation. As the original creator and singer of this song, Chu Fan became popular again because of this. Invitations from various entertainment companies and management agencies for music shows came to Jiangcheng University like snowflakes. But without exception, Chu Fan declined all of them on the grounds that study is more important and I am not considering entering the entertainment industry for the time being. Now he just wants to live quietly as an ordinary college student and enjoy his boring and tedious daily life. This indifferent attitude, which regards fame and fortune as nothing, has made countless netizens have a very favorable impression of him. God Chu is truly a god. He could have made a living with his talent, but he chose to rely on, it seems like he doesn't need to rely on anything to make a living. This is a true idol. Not moved by fame or fortune, but only by the passion in their hearts. Wow, I'm a fan. God Chu, you are the eternal light in my heart. Of course, Chu Fan still doesn't care about the noise on the internet. He recently developed a new hobby. That is blind date. That's right, it's a blind date. The cause was Chu Fan's mother. Seeing that her son had reached the age of marriage, although he was only a junior, and Chu Fan was now successful and famous, she wanted to quickly arrange a good marriage for her son. So with the enthusiastic help of relatives and friends, one blind date after another was arranged. Chu Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He originally wanted to refuse, but he couldn't resist his mother's nagging, and he really wanted to experience this traditional way of socializing that was full of the flavor of life, so he reluctantly agreed. However, he had one request. That is, when going on a blind date, he will not reveal his true identity and financial resources. He wanted to see what kind of people those so-called blind date candidates were like as an ordinary college student. He wanted to see if there were any pure girls who didn't care about material things but only about feelings in this materialistic society. Or in other words, he wanted to experience the pleasure of getting slapped in the face inadvertently again. That afternoon, Chu Fan came to a fairly elegantly decorated coffee shop as agreed. This is his first blind date today. According to the introducer, she is a sweet-looking and gentle girl who works in a bank. Chu Fan was still dressed in low-key casual clothes and arrived a few minutes early. He had just found a seat to sit down when he saw a young girl wearing a professional suit and delicate makeup, but with a hint of arrogance and scrutiny between her brows, walking towards him. "Hello, are you Mr. Chu Fan?" The girl's tone was polite yet distant. "Hello." Chu Fan nodded and motioned for her to sit down. The girl's name was Lin Sijia, and she was indeed, as the introducer said, pretty and with a nice figure. But Chu Fan had keenly caught a hint of disdain and impatience from the look she inadvertently revealed as she looked at his clothes and mobile phone. It seems that he is another person who judges people by their appearance and wealth. Chu Fan smiled secretly in his heart and calmly cooperated with her to start this awkward conversation. "Where is Mr. Chu working?" Lin Sijia took a sip of coffee and asked straight to the point. "I'm still a junior at Jiangcheng University." Chu Fan answered truthfully. "Oh, student." Lin Sijia frowned slightly. Obviously, this answer disappointed her. In her opinion, at this age, if he is still in school and has no proper job, he is probably a person who has no ambition and lives off his parents, or a potential stock, a derogatory term. Then, what does Mr. Chu's family do? She continued to probe from a different angle. "My parents are ordinary working class people, nothing special." Chu Fan's answer was still so plain and simple. This time, the disappointment on Lin Sijia's face was no longer concealed. She had originally been counting on Chu Fan. Even if he didn't have any abilities, at least his family had some foundation. As a result, after all this time, she found herself to be a complete 3-0 youth, no money, no house, and no car. She really wasted her precious afternoon tea time today. Mr. Chu, Lin Sijia's tone became a little impatient. "Excuse me, I think we may not be suitable." "Oh? Why?" Chu Fan asked in surprise. "Because." Lin Sijia cleared her throat and began to lay out her blind date standards. "My ideal partner must first be in Jiangcheng and have at least a fully paid for house of more than 120 square meters in a good location. Secondly, he must have a car worth no less than 300,000 yuan. That's the minimum requirement. Then, his annual income after tax must not be less than 500,000 yuan. As for savings, he must have at least a few million yuan. After all, when we get married and have children, there will be many places to spend money." She said all this in one breath, and then looked at Chu Fan with a look that said, "A poor guy like you can never meet my requirements." "Mr. Chu, do you think you meet these small requirements of mine?" After hearing her remarks, Chu Fan almost laughed out loud. This is not a blind date, this is clearly targeted poverty alleviation. Moreover, I still want to find a long-term meal ticket. He suppressed his smile, shook his head and said with a guilty look on his face, "Ms. Lin, I'm really sorry that I can't seem to meet any of your requests." "I knew it." Lin Sijia's face showed undisguised contempt and disdain. She picked up her bag, stood up, and looked down at Chu Fan. She said in a condescending tone, "Mr. Chu, I know it's not easy for a guy like you to gain a foothold in a big city like Jiangcheng. But as a person, you should have some self-knowledge and don't always think that a toad can eat swan meat. Consider this coffee as my treat. From now on, let's stop contacting each other." After saying that, she walked away in her high heels like a proud peacock without looking back. Chu Fan was left sitting there alone, and looking at her graceful back, he finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Interesting, really interesting. He pulled out his cell phone and checked the time. Well, there is still half an hour left before the appointment time for the next blind date. This is a good opportunity for him to appreciate the scenery outside the window and think about how to accidentally slap the next destined person in the face in an ordinary way. Chu Fan was full of expectations for this. He found that this incognito game, in which he could experience the real life of various people in daily life, was really addictive. Chapter 48, Ordinary Black Card and Ordinary Hobby. After seeing off the first arrogant Miss Lin Sijia, Chu Fan did not leave the cafe. He calmly ordered another cup of expensive hand-brewed coffee, then took out his sketchbook and pencil and began to sketch the street scene outside the window. He has now developed a kind of sickening enjoyment for this kind of blind date model, where he has to sit back and wait for the next destined person to come and provide material for him to slap in the face. Sure enough, not long after, the second blind date came in gracefully wearing high heels and twisting her slender waist. This lady, namely Jojo, is obviously at a higher level than Lin Sijia just now. She did not rush to question Chu Fan about his family background at the beginning, but took the initiative to start talking incessantly, showing off her own excellence. Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm Li Jiajiao. Nice to meet you. She stretched out her hand and shook hands with Chu Fan gently. The diamond manicure on her nails almost blinded Chu Fan's titanium dog eyes. I'm currently working as a marketing director in a foreign company. My annual salary is not high, only about 1 million before tax. She said modestly, but she couldn't hide the pride in her tone. I usually have a wide range of hobbies. I like to travel around the world and experience different customs and cultures. I just came back from diving in the Maldives last month, and I plan to go skiing in Switzerland next month. Oh, and I also like to collect some small things, such as limited edition bags, jewelry, etc. After all, girls should always treat themselves better, don't you think? As she spoke, she casually dangled the Cartier blue balloon on her wrist, the Van Cleef Arpels 4-leaf clover necklace on her neck, and the huge pigeon egg moissanite on her finger in front of Chu Fan. The meaning is very clear: I am an independent woman with money, taste, and experience. If you don't have some ability, you are not worthy of me. Chu Fan looked at her with her peacock spreading its feathers like the most beautiful and richest woman in the world, and he just felt funny. Director Lee probably doesn't know that all the luxury goods she is so proud of may not even be enough to buy a tire on Chu Fan 7. Not to mention that Chu Fan is now an invisible tycoon who owns an entire office building and a 10 billion level investment company. But Chu Fan didn't point it out. He still looked like an ordinary, harmless college student, smiling as he listened to Li Jiaojiao bragging about her wonderful life. From time to time, they would also utter one or two meaningless exclamations like, "Wow, you're so awesome. I really envy you." Li Jiaojiao was pleased by his admiring look of a country bumpkin coming to the city. She felt like a god in front of this inexperienced college student. As a result, she became even more complacent and began to make suggestions about Chu Fan's future. "Mr. Chu, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Boys should be ambitious and have a sense of career. You can't stay in an ivory tower and rely on your parents for your whole life, right? Look at me. Although I'm a girl, I've worked hard to get to where I am today. If you want to gain a foothold in a big city like Zhangcheng, you have to learn from me, okay? You are still in school, it is a good time to build up your network and improve yourself. Don't always think about dating, spend more time on internships and participating in some meaningful social activities to broaden your horizons." She preached incessantly, with the attitude of a life mentor, as if Chu Fan could work 20 years less if he listened to her wise advice. Chu Fan maintained a polite smile throughout the whole process, nodding from time to time to show that he had learned his lesson. Until Li Jiaojiao was so thirsty that she picked up the coffee cup to moisten her throat. Chu Fankai finally found an opportunity to interrupt. "Ms. Li, what you said makes sense." He first affirmed her, then changed the subject, "But I think that in addition to pursuing career and money, people should also have some, relatively pure hobbies that can make themselves happy, right?" "Hobby?" Li Jiaojiao was stunned for a moment, then a look of disdain appeared on her face. In her opinion, those who have a hobby of such things are only worthy of being possessed by people who are rich and have free time. What a poor student like Chu Fan should do most is to work hard to make money instead of doing those meaningless things. "Mr. Chu, what you call hobbies, don't you mean playing games, reading novels, etc.?" she asked in a teasing tone. "That's not the case." Chu Fan shook his head, then took out his ordinary unlimited black and gold card and a Mont Blanc fountain pen that looked very expensive from his pocket. He casually pressed the black card onto his sketchbook to use as a paperweight. Then pick up a pen and start sketching quickly on the blank page of the sketchbook. This time he painted neither people nor landscapes. Rather, they are some extremely complex drawings of watch parts that are full of mechanical beauty. There is a tourbillon, a perpetual calendar, and a minute repeater. Each part is drawn with such precision and ingenuity that it seems as if it could be taken directly off the paper and assembled into a truly top-notch watch. Li Jiaojiao looked at his smooth and miraculous painting skills, as well as the expression on the black card's face that was faintly glowing with dark golden light in the sun, and gradually something became wrong. Although she was not like her cousin from the bank, she could recognize the origin of the infinite black gold card at a glance. But at least she has worked in foreign companies and has seen some of the world. She could feel that the card and the pen in Chu Fan's hand were definitely not ordinary stuff. Especially when she saw that after Chu Fan finished drawing those complicated drawings of watch parts, he wrote lines of code like notes next to them in an extremely chic and elegant cursive script that she could not understand at all. The feeling of uneasiness in her heart became even stronger. "Mr. Chu, what are you drawing?" She couldn't help but ask carefully. "Oh, this." Chu Fan raised his head and gave her a warm smile. "It's just some of my little hobbies. I prefer to collect and study some, well, more sophisticated and complex gadgets. For example, Patek Philippe's 5002, Lang S.L., Brigitte Queen of Naples. I have disassembled all of them and studied their movement structures. I think these fruits of human wisdom are much more interesting than those so-called limited edition bags. Chu Fan's tone was so nonchalant, so casual. But to Li Jiaojiao's ears, it was no less than the 9 heavenly thunders. Patek Philippe 5002? Lang Ao? Brigitte Queen of Naples? These are all legendary god-level collections in the watch industry. Each piece is worth millions, or even tens of millions, and it's the kind that cannot be bought even with money. And this poor student in front of me actually said he had taken apart all these watches and studied them? This fucking. Li Jiaojiao felt her head buzzing and went blank. She looked at Chu Fan's handsome face with a plain smile, and suddenly felt like a naked clown performing a clumsy play in front of her. Her $1 million annual salary and her limited edition bags that she was proud of were simply a piece of shit in front of this kind of little hobby. Miss Li, what's wrong with you? You don't look well. Chu Fan looked at her distraught appearance and asked with pretended concern. I'm fine. Li Jiajiao's lips trembled and she felt like she was about to suffocate. She couldn't stand being in the same space with this monster anymore. She stood up suddenly and fled from this unforgettable cafe 10 times faster than when she came. Chu Fan looked at her fleeing back and shrugged helplessly. Why are people's mental qualities so poor nowadays? I just want to quietly share my ordinary hobby. Chapter 49, Encounter with a Snob Teacher. After inadvertently scaring away the second materialistic blind date candidate, Chu Fan became more and more enjoying this game of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. He found that using this seemingly ordinary way to expose the hypocritical masks of those people, watching them go from being arrogant at the beginning, to feeling good about themselves in the middle, and then to being shocked, stunned, and embarrassed when they finally discovered the truth, this process was simply more interesting and relaxing than directly throwing money at their faces. Of course, Chu Fan also knew that this kind of incognito game should not be played too much. If he really meets a treasure girl who doesn't care about material things but only about feelings, then he will be in trouble. So after inadvertently scaring away several blind date candidates with impure motives, Chu Fan temporarily suspended this entertainment activity. He decided to return to his boring and tedious college life. After all, his most important identity now is that of an ordinary junior student at Zhengzheng University. That afternoon, Chu Fan finished a marketing course and was preparing to go to the cafeteria to eat with Chen Bin. As soon as he walked out of the teaching building, he ran into someone he didn't want to see. It was Professor Ma with gold-rimmed glasses who had tried to make things difficult for him in a mobile phone store but was finally slapped in the face by him using an Audi 7 and master-level drifting skills. Professor Ma has been holding a grudge against Chu Fan ever since he was humiliated by him last time. However, due to Chu Fan's special status in the school, as the namesake of Chu Fan Building and a guest of honor of Qin Group, he no longer dared to cause trouble for Chu Fan blatantly. But every time he met Chu Fan on campus, he would use a sarcastic look and a sour tone to disgust Chu Fan. Today is no exception. Hey, isn't this our great Chu genius, great Chu rich man? Professor Ma pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and said with a fake smile, why didn't you drive your multi-million sports car to class today? Are you afraid of being too high profile, or is it out of gas? His words were sharp and full of sarcasm. Chen Bin got angry when he heard this and was about to refute, but Chu Fan stopped him with a look. Chu Fan looked at Professor Ma's smug face and just smiled faintly. Hello, Professor Ma. He greeted politely, and then said in a casual tone, the car was recently sent for maintenance. After all, it is a limited edition and the parts are not easy to find. It is also quite troublesome to maintain it. Limited edition? Is it troublesome to maintain once? When Professor Ma heard this, he felt even more upset. Is this guy showing off to me on purpose? He snorted coldly and decided to change the angle to continue to disgust Chu Fan. Student Chu, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Professor Ma put on a teacher's posture and said earnestly, although you have a little money now and are somewhat famous in school, you still have to be down to earth and not be too impetuous. Especially those of you who study marketing, you will have to work hard in the business world in the future. You won't get far just by relying on luck, winning the lottery, or relying on other people's connections. True success depends on your own real talents, hard work and sweat, accumulated little by little. Do you understand? His words seemed to be teaching Chu Fan, but in fact he was implying that Chu Fan was a nouveau riche with connections and had no real ability. Chu Fan just felt funny when listening to his profound remarks. This Professor Ma is really, he won't cry until he sees the coffin. It seems that the lesson I taught him last time was not profound enough. Professor Ma, what you said makes sense. I have learned a lot. Chu Fan was still humble and polite. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he took out something that looked like a concert ticket from his pocket. It was a beautifully designed card full of artistic atmosphere. The material of the card is also unusual. It feels as smooth as silk, and there are some dark patterns printed on it that Chu Fan cannot understand but feel very high-end. By the way, Professor Ma. Chu Fan handed the ticket to Professor Ma with a warm smile on his face. These are 2 VIP box tickets for the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra's New Year's concert, which was given to me by a friend of mine, to be held at the National Grand Theatre next weekend. I don't really understand this kind of high art. I can't find anyone suitable to go with me for the other ticket. Professor Ma, you are well informed and have a refined taste. You should be more interested in this kind of concert, right? I'll give you this ticket as a small token of my respect as a student. I hope you don't mind. Vienna Philharmonic? National Theatre? VIP box tickets? When these key words came out of Chu Fan's mouth lightly, the expression on Professor Ma's face froze in an instant. He looked at the ticket in Chu Fan's hand, which exuded the fragrance of RMB, and his eyes almost popped out. He certainly knows what the Vienna Philharmonic New Year's concert means. That is the world's top music feast, and tickets are hard to come by. Not to mention VIP box tickets, even ordinary grandstand tickets have to be booked half a year in advance, and the prices are ridiculously high. He once wanted to use his connections to get a ticket to show off his elegance and improve his image as a cultured person. In the end, I couldn't even get the scalper tickets. And now, this poor student whom he had always looked down upon actually took out a VIP box ticket and wanted to give it to him? This is even more shameful and humiliating than just slapping him in the face. The taste and knowledge that he was proud of were simply a joke in the face of such level of social skills. Student Chu, what are you doing? Professor Ma's voice was trembling. He looked at the ticket that was so close to him and felt his hands shaking unconsciously. He wanted to take it, but felt it was too hot. Don't accept? That's a VIP box ticket for the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra. He dreams of going there. Professor Ma, please don't be polite to me. Chu Fan smiled and stuffed the ticket directly into Professor Ma's hand. My friend has a good relationship with the director of the National Grand Theatre. He has plenty of tickets like this. If you like, I'll ask him to get a few more next time so you and your wife can listen to them together. Your friend has a good relationship with the director of the National Center for the Performing Arts? Are there a lot of tickets like this? When Professor Ma heard this, he felt like his heart was about to stop. He finally realized that the gap between him and Chu Fan, which was like a chasm, was not just in money. Even more so in terms of network of contacts and social status. The so-called connections and knowledge that he was proud of were nothing but kindergarten kids playing house in front of these real top players. Student Chu. Professor Ma opened his mouth and wanted to say something, holding the thin but heavy ticket, but in the end, he couldn't utter a word. He felt that his heart, full of prejudice and jealousy, was completely crushed by Chu Fan in a way that he could neither understand nor resist. If Professor Ma has nothing else to do, I'll go eat first. Chu Fan smiled at him, then walked towards the cafeteria with Chen Bin, who also looked confused. Professor Ma was left standing there alone, holding the VIP ticket that would allow him to brag about it for the rest of his life, looking disheveled in the afterglow of the setting sun. He suddenly felt that his previous so-called teaching and guidance to Chu Fan were so ridiculous and presumptuous. I finally understood what it means that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Chapter 50: The Accidentally Exposed Mansion. After inadvertently using a VIP box ticket for the Vienna New Year's concert to teach the snobbish Professor Ma a lesson once again, Chu Fan became more and more adept at this daily routine of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. He discovered that the highest level of slapping someone in the face is often not a direct conflict or showing off, but rather demonstrating a strength and realm far beyond the other person's imagination in a nonchalant and even somewhat innocent way in the area that the other person is most proud of or wants to show off in front of you. The shock and aftereffect brought about by this invisible dimensionality reduction attack are far more lasting and more interesting than those simple and crude methods. The days passed one by one in this ordinary daily routine and unintentional pretense. In the blink of an eye, it is final exam week. Although Chu Fan spent most of his time and energy on experiencing life and exchanging various system skills, he was not doing his job properly. But thanks to his supercomputer-like brain enhanced by photographic memory, intermediate, dealing with these university final exams is a piece of cake for him. He didn't even need to review deliberately. As long as he quickly flipped through the textbooks and handouts before the exam, like reading a novel, he would be able to remember all the knowledge points firmly in his mind, and he would be able to apply what he had learned to other situations. So when other students were in the library, worrying about their final exams and studying late into the night, Chu Fan, however, still ate, drank and played as usual. He even had the leisure time to go to the school's artificial lake to feed the swans and play the guitar to enjoy the boring and tedious college life. This illogical leisurely state, which was a combination of the aura of a genius student and a wealthy man, naturally aroused the envy, jealousy, and hatred of countless classmates. Fuck. Is Chushan a human being? We are working so hard to memorize the textbooks, but he still has the mood to play guitar and pick up girls? It can't be helped. He's smart and rich. This world is just so unfair. Wow, in my next life I want to be the Chu God. No, I want to be the leg pendant of the Chu God. Chu Fan still turned a deaf ear to these discussions. He is now completely immersed in, enjoying this low-key luxury and the ordinary great pleasure of life. After finishing the last exam, Chu Fan, Chen Bin, and two other roommates in the dormitory, including Zhang Wei, who had been completely conquered by Chu Fan's personal charm and money, and had become Chu Fan's loyal follower, went to a small restaurant in front of the school to have a meal to celebrate the end of the exam and the beginning of summer vacation. Brother Fan, what are your plans for the summer vacation? Are you going home? Chen Bin asked after eating and drinking. Well, I'll go home for a few days and spend time with my parents. Chu Fan nodded, then I might go out for a trip to relax. Travel? Brother Fan, where are you going? Take me with you. I'll be your bag carrier. Chen Bin said excitedly immediately. Get lost. I don't want to be a light bulb. Chu Fan scolded with a smile, besides, I may have to go to some special places this time, so it's not convenient to take you with me. A special place? Where is it? Chen Bin's curiosity was aroused. Keep it secret for now. Chu Fan smiled mysteriously. He did have some special plans. For example, go skiing in the Swiss Alps and take over the antique clock collection that you bought at the Sotheby's auction. Or you can go to Bordeaux, France to taste red wine and inspect the several wine estates that you own, which are said to be quite good. Or you can go to a private island in the Pacific Ocean to sunbathe and dive, and test drive that super yacht you just bought, which is comparable to a luxury cruise ship. These were some small investments he had previously made on the books of future capital in the name of reasonable tax avoidance and asset allocation. After all, the astronomical amounts of money in the system bank must have a reasonable flow. Of course, Chu Fan would not tell Chen Bin and the others about these little hobbies. He just wanted to continue to maintain his low-key personality in front of them. I'm lucky, I won the lottery a few times, but I'm essentially an ordinary college student. At the beginning of summer vacation, Chu Fan went back to his hometown. He did not directly tell his parents how much money he had now. He simply used the money he won to make some small investments and earn a little money, and bought his parents a large flat with the best environment in his hometown county, and bought them a safe and comfortable car. In addition, he set up a small charity fund in their name to specifically support students from poor families but with good character and academic performance. Chu Fan's parents had been honest people all their lives. When they suddenly saw their son taking out so much money, they were shocked at first, thinking that their son had done something illegal outside. It was not until Chu Fan produced the legal and compliant investment income certificates forged by the system and the Charity Foundation approval document with a red seal that they finally felt relieved and felt extremely proud that they had such a successful son who still remembered his roots. After spending a few days with his parents in his hometown, Chu Fan said goodbye to his parents on the pretext of attending an important academic exchange event and prepared to start his luxurious and pretentious trip around the world. However, just as he returned to Jiangcheng and was about to take some necessary business documents for his overseas inspection from his future capital headquarters on the top floor of the World Financial Center, an unexpected little trouble came to me. That day, Chu Fan had just parked his 7 in the underground parking lot of the World Financial Center. Just as I was about to go upstairs, a group of well-dressed men and women who looked like urban white-collar elites came towards me. The leader was a young man wearing a designer suit, slicked back hair and gold-rimmed glasses. He looked respectable, but his eyes revealed arrogance and shrewdness. Around him, there were several men and women who were equally fashionably dressed but whose temperament was obviously inferior to his. It was obvious that they centered around him. As they walked, the group of people were talking loudly about topics like financing, listing, and valuations of hundreds of billions. They looked like they were pointing fingers at the world and writing inspiring articles, as if they were the next Jack Ma or the next Pony Ma. Chu Fan didn't want to pay attention to them and was ready to take a detour. Unexpectedly, the man with gold-rimmed glasses who was in the lead suddenly noticed Chu Fan in the car behind Chu Fan, which still exuded an expensive aura under the dim lights of the parking lot. The man with gold-rimmed glasses' eyes lit up slightly. He was obviously a connoisseur and could tell at a glance that this car was different. He stopped and looked Chu Fan up and down, especially when he saw Chu Fan's ordinary casual clothes. A hint of imperceptible contempt and jealousy flashed in his eyes. "Hello, young man." The man with gold-rimmed glasses took the initiative to speak, and his tone was filled with a self-righteous sense of superiority from being in a superior position for a long time. "Is this Audi 7 yours?" Chu Fan was stunned for a moment, not knowing what this guy who suddenly appeared was going to do. He nodded. "It's mine, what's the matter?" "Oh, it's nothing serious." The man with gold-rimmed glasses smiled, and then said in a tone that sounded like he was instructing you, "I just want to remind you, young people, to be more careful when driving, especially in the parking lot of a high-end office building like this. If you scratch someone else's luxury car, it will be very difficult to deal with it." His words seemed to be a kind reminder, but in fact he was implicitly criticizing Chu Fan, saying that he was just a poor boy who drove a rented or borrowed luxury car here to show off, and he was not worthy of owning a car of this level. The men and women behind him also joined in with a faint snickering. Chu Fan looked at their smug faces and felt only amused. Here comes another group of lay foams who are willing to come and get slapped in the face. He was just about to educate these ignorant guys in an inadvertent way. Just then, a familiar figure wearing a professional suit, with a hot body and capable temperament, walked quickly towards her from the direction of the elevator in high heels. It was Lin Wani, the chief legal officer of Future Capital. "Mr. Chu. You're here. We've been waiting for you for a long time." When Lin Wani saw Chu Fan, a respectful and enthusiastic smile immediately appeared on her face, and she quickly walked up to him. "Mr. Li Mingxian was just talking about you, saying that if you don't come, today's board meeting on the financing plan for the second phase of the AI Industrial Park will not be held." "Mr. Chu? Board of Directors? AI Industrial Park Phase 2 financing plan?" When these key words came out of the mouth of Lin Wani, a beautiful and elegant lady who was obviously a company executive, the expressions on the faces of the man with gold-rimmed glasses and the group of so-called business elites behind him froze in an instant. They looked at Chu Fan, then at Lin Wani, their eyes filled with disbelief and a kind of fear that a disaster was about to happen. They finally realized that they seemed to have accidentally kicked a piece of iron plate that was 100 times harder than steel.